I'll tell you a little bit about my story. It's the story of a certain king who lived the most turbulent life in the empire's history, and his name was Dante Renatus. I was abandoned. For my father, the prince, it was nothing more than a momentary fling with no responsibility whatsoever. My mother, a musician who was his lover, ended things with him and abandoned me, her daughter, in the city before leaving alone. In the end, the people who raised me were beggars, prostitutes, and street children in the city. As a child, I scavenged for food from what people had discarded. As I got a bit older, I stole things from the market, and that's how I tenaciously survived. This went on until I turned 12, when my life took a turning point. A man said, "So you come here every day, if you're so remarkable. Why don't you try holding a sword just once?" The girl heard that and looked bewildered for a moment. Then she shook herself, and only a few discarded items fell out, and she replied, "But I don't have any money." The man smiled. "Haha, I already know that." Then he picked up the sword. "Do you know this? If someone tries it once and does well, I'll take you as my apprentice and teach you for free." The little girl held the sword in her hand, constantly thinking about the professor's words. Clearly, the old professor was joking. After the joke, she performed a few moves that left the old professor gaping in astonishment. Then she praised herself. "I'm truly brilliant." The old professor, surprised by her talent, asked, "Little one, have you truly never learned swordsmanship from me?" At that moment, I realized, this life of begging has finally come to an end. He sat down and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, asking, "What is your name?" The little girl replied, "I don't have a name." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Then from now on, I will call you Dante. From today, if anyone asks who your master is, just tell them my name." After that day, I became the old professor's adopted daughter. He taught me all the best things. And I was determined to learn to the very end. To say it like that makes it sound like a touching story. But the truth is that every day's training was terrifying, no different from abuse. Yet I didn't run away. I remained steadfast in that training. Because compared to the cold and hunger, it was still better here. And so it continued until I was 19 years old. So the old professor died, and of course, all his assets went to his biological son. Not a single penny left for me. That damn old man, I took care of him and did everything for him in his final years. After that day, my goal was money. Somewhere there were posters recruiting participants for a sword fighting competition. The guards there, seeing the commotion, quickly disciplined everyone, telling them to line up. Hey, no pushing over there, sign up." Dante quickly filled in her name on a registration form. Her face was full of determination. I cannot return to a life of begging anymore. In life, money is everything. With my brilliant strategy, I won the prize money in the sword fighting competition. With these hands, I earned and claimed all the prize money. I joined a mercenary troop, participated in wars, and built a wonderful place of justice. Especially after suppressing Crux the evil dragon, I gained fame as a hero. People's voices cheered. "Sir Dante is the best swordsman on the continent. Please give me your autograph. Shake my hand. Marry me. Please work for our merchant guild. Whatever the neighboring guild offers. We'll pay 3 times that. Marry my son. Would you like to inherit our land?" What, you don't like my son because he's ugly? It's just a way to make a living. But I've become so famous that everyone recognizes me wherever I go. At this point, I could even build an empire. It seems I'm not the only one who thinks so. When I was 23, the king summoned me. That's right, he was my father. The emperor said to her, "My daughter, I grant you the surname Renatus. Return to the royal family." Dante frowned, because he knew nothing and still kept things like royal certificates. Therefore, the secret of my birth was revealed thanks to my fame. Damn it, I should have left earlier if I'd known. Dante's gaze fixed on him. The emperor asked, "Compensation?" Then he lowered his hand. What? Dante thought about his life. About his father who had casually slept with people of lower social status without taking any responsibility. And those people had given birth to about 15 children. But with so many children of poor quality, he had a huge headache. Then she snorted disdainfully and said, "I don't just want 1 or 2 places. I yearn to live in such a place too." So, as soon as he knew I was his child, he jumped up and said, "That's right." Knowing that the child he abandoned had become a hero, was like finding a high-quality item at a cheap price. The emperor immediately yelled at Dante. You don't know what an honor it is to become a member of the royal family, Dante retorted angrily. I don't know about that. So, are you going to compensate me or not? The emperor clenched his trembling hands. So, what do you want? Do you want me to bestow upon you the title of princess? Dante raised her hand, rubbing her fingers together, and said, I don't care about the throne. Let's see, a private territory and a mansion are basic choices, plus 10 million gold coins, another 10 horses, and permission for me to command soldiers. And there's more. The emperor's jaw dropped. There's more. Dante then leaned closer to the emperor, clicking her tongue, and said, Your Majesty is my father, so I'll give you a cheap price. I also need to borrow the royal name to profit for myself. Well, what should I do, father? The emperor's face turned pale. Trembling, Dante smiled, thinking to herself, I still can't forget the expression on my father's face as he tried to endure the humiliation at that moment. The emperor had no other choice but to agree. All right, I accept your proposal. Couldn't he have done this better sooner? Then she spoke. Excellent. I will lend my reputation to the royal family. Yay! The agreement charted such an established historical path, and naturally, to save Renatus's face, it was embellished in historical records. Even if father had rejected the agreement, I would have had no regrets. But for the father who had lost the people's favor, I was a truly regrettable existence. Someone like me, who is both the continent's best swordsman and widely admired, cannot be overlooked, especially with a dramatic revelation like being Renatus's bloodline. I had intended to live the rest of my life in peace, without having to worry about food and clothing. My foolish half-siblings seemed to consider me a thorn in their side. Even though I had refused the position of heir, they still insisted on doing everything to eliminate me. But despite my annoyance, I had to live. So, in a fit of anger, I became king. Thus, the wandering child who once knew nothing overcame countless adversities and became the king of a nation, enjoying all the luxuries in the world and living a happy life. A fairy tale-like story was completed. If written as the story of a great person, it would certainly be a life with a perfect narrative arc and a bestseller. Indeed, I died at the age of 33, but that life wasn't too bad. Every moment was intense, and I gave it my all. I went through a lot, and got everything I wanted. Even if I were to live again, I couldn't live any more diligently than I did. I held no grudges. In fact, my slate was completely clean. That's how I was. 500 years later, I was born once again. I have brilliant platinum hair and blue eyes. I am the beloved youngest daughter of Duke Peresca's house, and everyone in the family loves me. My name is Helena Peresca. I even remember my past life's memories. It's truly insane. You're so mature for someone who's only been reincarnated for 10 years. That's the comment I hear most often. This is because, compared to my peers, I'm calmer and don't cause trouble. I read books alone, ride horses, and slowly solve difficult problems. That is the pride of my family. Well, that's true, but, Helena said, her face darkening. Life isn't interesting at all. Whatever I do is boring. I have no ambition. Life is very dull and tedious. When Helena's parents heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Her father, flustered, immediately asked, You're still a child. Why do you think like that, Helena? Helena replied, But that's the truth, isn't it? The Duke grew uneasy. Is it because nothing interesting is happening? Then we must go find it. Her mother, standing nearby, chimed in. Your father is right, Helena. Feel free to tell us what you want, and we will help you wholeheartedly. Helena remained silent for a moment, observing the two of them and pondering. Their boundless care and affection were so different from her parents in her previous life. She still hadn't gotten used to it. She wanted to tell them not to interfere. But doing so would deeply hurt them. Her mother then said, It's still too early to give up. Helena has so much potential ahead of her. The Duke beside her also said, That's right, Helena. Life is still long, Helena thought to herself. There are still many places to go. Am I going to die young? Then she forced a smile and replied, Yes, I'll pursue more passions in the future. Her parents finally left but didn't forget to say goodbye. All right, if there's anything you're interested in, just say so, and I'll help. If anything is difficult, ask your mother. After the door closed, Helena was left alone. They were worried to this extent, and there was nothing else to be done. In her previous life, she had lived extremely diligently, but if she were to be reborn again, it was natural to think that everything would be boring and meaningless. Then she sighed and flopped onto the bed. She really couldn't understand the situation. Why was she reborn? On the second day, one afternoon. So you're looking for fun now? This boy's name was Leonard Pereska, 13 years old. Helena replied. Just pretending to look? Leonard asked. You don't even feel like looking. Helena hesitated and replied. That's about it. Leonard sighed. Honestly, I'll take responsibility for Helena until you're old. Helena was surprised. Wow, that's ambitious, she thought to herself. So confident at 13? That's cute. Indeed, the greatest strength in this household wasn't power or influence, but Leonard's cuteness. My brother is the cutest. Then she spoke. But, brother, what's that sword for? Leonard looked at the sword and replied. Oh, I'm going to sword fighting lessons later, Helena asked again. Sword fighting lessons? Leonard brightened up. Yeah, father asked an acquaintance to teach me. That person comes from the most famous school in the capital. Helena snorted and asked. Is it fun? She thought to herself. It's about time Leonard learned to wield a sword, Leonard stammered. Well, I don't know yet. There are still many confusing things. Helena, puzzled, thought. Why? His comprehension isn't bad. He's a diligent student after all. Then she asked, How much do you understand? Leonard scratched his head. Let's see, how far have I gotten? Since I'm self-aware. I've just been continuously sparring, right from the start. Helena had a big question mark in her head. A beginner who doesn't even know the basics is already sparring. That's strange. Even if times have changed, this is a bit much. She had to go see who this person was herself. Then she spoke. Brother, can I join today's class? Leonard was surprised for a moment, staring blankly at Helena. Then he happily said, Of course, Helena. In the afternoon, in the Duke's second-floor hall, Leonard was beaming and very happy. Seeing this, Helena asked, You seem to really like this class, don't you? Leonard turned back in surprise. Huh, I thought you were very interested. Helena looked bewildered. Me? Helena recalled that earlier, Leonard had picked up the sword and told her, If you like it, let's learn together. It'll definitely be a lot of fun, Helena. Helena's face darkened. Well, that was a complete misunderstanding. I also have a good impression, but swordsmanship is one of the things I hate most. I'm completely fed up with swords now. I only came here out of curiosity about how that teacher is teaching my brother. Just then, someone approached. Oh, a lovely young lady is also participating today, I see, Leonard politely said. Ah, hello, miss. Leonard stared at the approaching person, thinking, Just try to trick me, and I'll immediately teach you a lesson for messing with Leonard. The person who approached waved their flowing robes and introduced themselves. Master Swordsman, I'm Victor. My younger sister is Helena, and she's here today to observe the class. Helena's face turned as cold as ice upon hearing this. It was utterly displeasing to look at. Even if he wasn't a fraud, she still wanted to curse him. Hold it in, Dante. No, Helena. Then she lifted her skirt, bowed, and said, I'm Helena Pereska, and I'm just here to observe today. Victor pointed to himself. Feel free to look around. But if it involves swords, remember to keep your distance. Helena, bewildered, wondered to herself, what is he saying now? Victor continued, Swords are very dangerous, my lady. They can be cruel, and this discipline isn't suitable for women. Helena remained silent for a moment, composing her reply. Then she spoke. So, I suppose you also know the secret that Dante Renatus is a woman, don't you? Victor waved his hand, laughing gleefully. Good heavens, my lady. That person is special. Looks like a mutation. Besides, can that even be called a real achievement? It's just bragging. All that praise is merely to honor the emperor's status. Helena pondered, clenching her hands tightly. Oh my, look at this guy. This scoundrel dares to call my pain bragging. And even if it's 500 years too late, I still want to kick this guy to death. Victor picked up his sword, wiping it as he spoke. So you shouldn't worry too much about it. Swordsmanship is a man's domain. Helena clenched her fists in anger. Ugh, how should we deal with this guy? Leonard stepped in front of Helena and said, Master, what Helena likes and what she wants is absolutely none of your business. Victor turned back in surprise. Faced with Leonard's resolute gaze, she thought in surprise. No way, my cute brother is truly a treasure of our house. So adorable. So strong, Victor chuckled. Even the young master is quite confident today, aren't we? Did you suddenly find courage because your sister is watching? Then he pointed his sword at Leonard. He said with a provocative laugh, "If you want to refute me, then defeat me, just once." Leonard's face flushed, which only excited Victor further. "Come on, stop chattering and let's start learning. The road ahead is long. You can't just fool around like this." Helena let out a sigh. Wow, that's just speechless. What kind of master says something like that to a beginner? And not just anyone. He dared to insult the brother who promised to protect me until I'm old. I can't let this slide. Helena's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That rude bastard. He needs a lesson, doesn't he? During the duel, he trampled on Leonard's pride. That teacher continuously winning, Leonard was hit, fell with a thud, and cried out. Victor was extremely satisfied and cheerful. "Come on, get up, young Duke. Did you trip over your own feet and fall? The young lady is watching, you know." Leonard wiped away his sweat and tried to stand up. Helena's eyes looked as if she wanted to devour Victor whole. She thought, "That teacher, you're toying with Leonard in the palm of your hand, aren't you?" At first glance, one might think he was an excellent teacher, teaching with great enthusiasm. "But he couldn't fool me," Victor provoked. "Come on, harder." Helena looked at the situation before her, a cold smile playing on her lips, her eyes radiating murderous intent. "Come on, let's take a break and then continue. Your Grace seems more tired than I am." Victor was utterly exhausted but tried to pretend he wasn't. Helena quickly realized that this guy's swordsmanship was terrible. Perhaps he had learned swordsmanship somewhere, but his posture was strange, his technique haphazard, and his sword usage full of flaws. Helena muttered, "If he went to the battlefield, he would surely die alone. If I had the power, I would teach him a lesson where no one could see." Honestly, why is it someone like him? Seeing Helena waving, Leonard wondered. Helena. Helena patted Leonard's shoulder and asked, "Brother, do you trust me?" Leonard immediately replied, "Of course I trust you," Helena mused. Just as expected, my adorable brother, answering without even listening. Then Helena whispered into his ear, "Good. Listen carefully. In the next match, look closely at the feet of that guy. No, of the teacher." Leonard turned his head to look at Victor and asked again. "His feet," Helena continued. "During the fight, there will be times when his left foot steps out," Leonard muttered. "Steps out." Then she pointed at Leonard's hip and continued, "At that moment, you must aim here and strike." Leonard looked bewildered. Helena encouraged him, "You can do it." Leonard stared at her. Then he gave a bright smile and replied, I trust you, Helena." Victor, who was relaxing at the moment, asked, "Are you two done talking? The break time is over. Shall we start the match?" Leonard, holding the sword in his hand, calmly walked forward. Both quickly got into position for the next round. Victor burst out laughing. "Oh, that's cool. You must have been cheered on by your sister, huh? It's good if the encouragement works." Leonard silently focused his gaze on Victor. Helena crossed her arms confidently. "It works. It works too well, you trickster." The match immediately began. Victor advanced, attacking like a storm. Leonard tried to parry each of his opponent's sword strikes. Victor smirked, thinking to himself, "These brats don't know how to fear adults and keep being insolent. This time, I'll make them scared." Leonard was having an extremely difficult time against the effortless strikes. He frowned. "Master is swinging his sword even harder than before. At this rate, I won't even be able to see his feet." Just then, Victor's foot was exposed, and Leonard immediately spotted the opening. Victor lunged, pointing his sword at Leonard. At this very moment, Helena realized, "It's here. Moving around like that creates so many openings. There will be many opportunities. Seize the chance to succeed, Leonard." Leonard immediately jumped up and attacked Victor's hip. Helena, who was sitting, also sprang up. He got one. Victor, struck by the blow, screamed incessantly. Leonard panted. "Did I really do it?" Helena was deeply moved when she saw the result. "He managed to do what I taught him in just one try. What is this? This is a really good feeling. Do teachers also feel this way when they see their students?" Then she happily walked over. "Congratulations, you won." Leonard turned his head. "Helena?" Victor, refusing to accept defeat, yelled loudly, Don't you dare laugh. That's against the rules. This match doesn't count. I won't accept such a cowardly method." Helena clasped her hands behind her back and said, I know nothing of swordsmanship, and my brother has only just started learning. Even if he resorted to tricks, how much good would it do? Sir, you should just accept this defeat, Victor yelled loudly. I already warned you to stay away, miss. I told you not to interfere in men's affairs. Elena snorted. Is this fellow beyond redemption? Then she took Leonard's sword and said, Brother, can I borrow your sword for a moment? She then pointed the sword directly at Victor's face. You, attack. Victor looked bewildered. What? What was that? Elena took a deep breath. I'll show you why you lost to my brother, so just attack. Victor immediately sprang up. If you get hurt, I won't be responsible, miss. As Victor flailed about like a monkey, Elena thought, this cannot be overlooked. He's excited to win against a 10-year-old, a weakling. Just then, Victor charged forward to attack. Elena parried the blow and said, Watch closely, brother. If you block this move directly, your hand will hurt. Leonard stared intently at the match, surprised. Harina swung her sword over Victor's, causing him to stumble, Harina thought. You underestimate me just because I'm a child, and you're trying to defeat me with that mediocre energy. Dream on. Then she spoke, rotating her arm to allow the sword to pass, and attacked the opening as her opponent lost balance. A smile bloomed on Harina's face as her sword whizzed, quickly striking Victor's hip once more. Victor clutched his stomach in pain, stumbling, as Harina stepped forward and kicked him, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Harina thought, this guy just wants to show off to beginners and has no intention of properly teaching swordsmanship. He deceives his students, his brother, and only seeks to assert dominance by humiliating others. Victor lay on the ground, groaning miserably. Harina scoffed. It's so easy. Just a flick of the wrist. Victor sat up, angrily shouting. What? Harina, with determination in her heart, thought. Whether in my past life or this one, those who harm my people, I will eliminate every single one. Then Harina, as if transforming into a friendly beauty queen, said, It might sound a bit rude, but you're not suited for swordsmanship. Don't touch dangerous things like this anymore. Why don't you learn embroidery instead? What do you think? Victor was stunned. What did you say? Harina tossed her sword into the air, making Victor flinch. The sword slowly fell. Helena turned away, coldly saying, You're fired. Then the sword landed on Victor's large, great-brained head, and everything was over. Then she turned to her brother and said, Brother, don't worry. From now on, I'll be the one to teach you swordsmanship. It seemed Helena had made up her mind. Dante Renatus, no, Helena Peresca, who had just turned 10 this year, had finally found what she wanted to do in this life. Not long after, hadn't the two of them said that if there was anything they wanted to do, they should just say it? I want to teach my brother swordsmanship. I informed my current parents of this good news. Of course, my parents' reaction was unbelievably grim. A week passed. A week later, in Duke Peresca's library, the Duke, holding a book in his hand, called out, Helena? Helena immediately replied, Yes, father, he said. Actually, during the past period, I sent people to investigate the teacher you dismissed. That teacher had been sent back several times due to poor performance at school, and furthermore, even the acquaintance who recommended him apologized to me several times, he said disappointedly. I trusted the reputation and history of the school he graduated from, and did not check his qualifications. Helena spoke up. Seriously, I knew it right away. That fraud, it wasn't very surprising. It's true. Peresca is not a family without prestige, so my father completely trusted the acquaintance's recommendation for that teacher. It's unbelievable that a mere 10-year-old girl like me could win against him. Of course. It's because it's me that I could do it. That's why I said I should be the one to teach swordsmanship to my brother, Helena said with a smile. It's fortunate that I dismissed him early. If he had learned more basics from that person, he might have only picked up bad habits. The Duke, with a thoughtful gaze, said, Helena, of course I know you're not a child who talks nonsense. However, according to common knowledge, Helena interjected, that I will teach others swordsmanship that I've never learned. Isn't that untrustworthy and quite unreasonable? The Duke immediately replied, Yes, that's exactly it. Even so, you haven't shown any ambition at all. It's been a long time since you wanted to do something. So I intend to make a proposal. Helena, puzzled, asked him again. A proposal, he replied. Next week, a guest will arrive at our domain, someone similar to Leonard. Can you teach your brother enough to compete with that Leonard? Helena smiled and asked back. So that my brother can win against the guest, she secretly thought. If it's about her lovely brother's inherent talent, then nothing is impossible. As soon as she thought that, she soon realized that this was not a proposal, but a provocation. The Duke's next words startled her. Prince Caesar will be staying at our mansion next summer. Helena, prove your worth? Helena's face darkened. It seemed she realized this was not a favorable deal. She replied, yes, telling me to defeat the prince. This was the first time since her birth that such an absurd task had been presented. The prince had attended the succession class, thus studying at the royal palace, and naturally had been educated in swordsmanship, so his abilities were considerable. The training time and current environment were also vastly different. One was a prince, while the other had only just begun. She didn't know if he trusted her too much, or if he wanted her to fail and give up without regret. Time flew by quickly. Leonard turned and called out, Helena, Helena, can you see what color the prince's eyes are? Helena replied, no, he's too far away so I can't see clearly. Why? Leonard said, everyone in the Grey family has red eyes. Isn't that unusual? Helena mused. Red eyes, is that so? Thinking back before I died, I entrusted the imperial throne to Ares Grey, my close friend and a duke. Clearly his eyes, when he looked at me then, also glowed red. At that moment, the prince also approached and stood before them. Leonard placed his hand over his left chest and bowed in greeting. I am Leonard Peresca. It is an honor to meet your highness. Beside him, Helena also curtsied respectfully. I'm Helena Peresca, your highness. I wholeheartedly welcome you. She then raised her head and stared at the prince. Up close, he looked astonishingly like Ares. And it made sense. As a descendant, resemblance was natural. The prince turned away without a word. Just a verbal greeting is fine, the prince said. The two siblings froze. His personality was truly arrogant, they thought. Of course, a greeting is always spoken with the mouth. The prince was like my only close friend. Normally, I would pretend not to hear and add more to the conversation. Helena immediately said, So, how would your royal highness like to be greeted, prince? The prince, startled, turned back and asked, What did you say? Helena extended her hand and said, If you don't like a verbal greeting, would a greeting like this satisfy you? Everyone immediately started whispering. Her parents, in particular, nearly had a heart attack, crying out, Oh my God, save me, save me! The prince shrieked, You dare! At this moment, a man immediately ran over, took the prince's hand, and placed it on Helena's. Your royal highness, isn't it wonderful that the princess is so close to your royal highness? Indeed, what good fortune, isn't it? That's right, we must be close to each other. Close to each other. I apologize that the young lady dared to offer her hand, but shouldn't we all get along well during our time here? Your Royal Highness Caesar? The prince immediately turned his face away and clicked his tongue, muttering, What? Fine. Let's get along for a few months, princess. Helena looked at him and thought, Becoming friendly so quickly, huh? I thought he would be more arrogant. Suddenly, her lips pressed together tightly. Caesar was now gripping Helena's hand tightly. Oh ho, you said you use a sword. You use strength to win, right? I didn't expect to be arguing like this with a child born 500 years later. Even so, I can't lose. Look, if you want to shock your opponent during a handshake, just gripping as hard as you can. Won't do it. The important thing is to grip the right position and the joints exactly like this. Caesar's arm gave a sharp crack, and he shrieked, pulling his hand back. The other man ran over. Why are you like this, your highness? Caesar shouted loudly. Oh no, it's nothing at all, he asked, puzzled. Huh, but you just screamed, Caesar snapped again. Be quiet, it's nothing serious. Then Caesar turned away. Let's go. His attendant followed behind. Oh dear, yes, your highness. Helena looked at him, smiling, and thought, He never tattles. A descendant of Ares. Even without my father's suggestion, I had already judged that he wanted to crush my brother. Helena, with a surge of spirit, said, I very much look forward to spending time with you this summer, your highness, she thought to herself. See, it's that one again. Leonard also parted his lips and replied, I also very much look forward to it. It will certainly be very enjoyable. His heart was filled with determination. Just wait and see. I will definitely get my revenge, Dubagachi. Both glared at each other as if they were fighting a battle to the death, making Helena's entire family break out in a cold sweat. This was truly the longed-for summer. Not long after, Helena's mother anxiously focused on instructing her precious child. Helena, listen to me. Even if His Highness is young, you must not be so disrespectful. His Highness must be going through a very difficult time now that he has lost his mother. Helena merely nodded slightly. With tears welling up in her eyes, she continued. You and Leonard are the only children living in this mansion. You must treat each other well. Understand? Helena nodded and replied, Yes, I will remember that. Helena recalled their meeting. Like cats and dogs, and mused, I thought my first meeting with Caesar was quite successful, but it wasn't so for the adults. That's how I learned the reason why that fierce prince came to visit the ducal mansion. Last winter, the empress passed away, which deeply saddened the prince. He had requested me to soothe his heart and come here after seeking permission from the emperor. That was an act contrary to the intentions of the nobles. I thought the prince's visit was quite ordinary, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Now that the empress is gone, there will be no force in the imperial palace to protect this young prince. The emperor intends to leave Caesar in the imperial palace and organize forces against the nobles. Now I know why he's so arrogant. If someone is meticulously cared for in another person's house, do they become timid? Fine, but you'll lose when there are no adults around. Suddenly, he came over and asked, Did your mother scold you for what happened earlier? Helena froze, looking at Caesar, seeing him as if a halo of the party was sparkling above his head. Helena thought to herself, Is he waiting for me? Mom lectured me for a whole hour. Caesar snorted and said, Well, even though your attitude is a bit arrogant, I don't care, because I don't have time to bother with it. Helena Donkey replied, Yes, that's right. I don't care either. Caesar was startled. Oh. Then he pointed at Helena and yelled, You need to pay attention. If you do that to an elder, you'll be in trouble. Helena calmly said, The prince is not my superior. Caesar yelled back, Yes, I am the prince, Helena replied. Is that so? But you told me that without peasants, there would be no nobles today, didn't you? Caesar gnashed his teeth in anger. But what could he do, Helena? Like a smug cat wagging its tail, thought to herself, Isn't that right? You're the one who came running here for our help? Even in this situation, you can't be arrogant as a prince and compare yourself to a duke? Then he sighed. Caesar mumbled, Ah. He was waiting for her to drop the misunderstanding. Helena, seeing his gentleness, gave him a puzzled glare. Suddenly gentle, Haven't we always torn each other apart until our last breath? Caesar continued. I know I don't like you, but if that's the case, I'll become the #1 enemy of Empress Baylor's family. I know I'm just a burden to Duke Peresca, even though he's no longer interested in politics. Therefore, I don't think there's a need to treat you too arrogantly. That's all I wanted to say. So, let's stop arguing. After that, he let out a tired sigh and left. Helena was left alone, deep in thought. Wait, if that's the case, am I the only one causing trouble? Helena put her hand to her chin. I've been causing trouble with a child. That was Helena Peresca's first mistake. I knew that aggressive prince just wanted to live happily, yet I put so much pressure on myself. It's too late for regrets now. I can't help him, since he's not exactly welcomed. But either way, I still have to find a way to defeat him in the future. It will surely be a battle of wits between equals. Helena just walked away. Suddenly, she stopped and looked back. But by then, Caesar had truly left. Helena's eyes held a trace of regret for something. But then, she too departed. Not long after that. Helena, have you made up with His Highness yet? Helena scoffed. Make up? Make up what? Leonard reminded her. Huh, don't you remember? What happened last week? When we were in the hall, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. She replied, That was just a childish squabble. There's no need for reconciliation. Are you still concerned about him? Didn't you hear what Father said? Leonard said, Even though Father said that, I still want to make more friends, Helena asked, puzzled. Why? Leonard explained. Isn't it very difficult to make friends in the royal palace? But he looks very lonely. Helena's eyes lit up as she thought to herself, Oh my, how can someone be so kind and innocent? Then she spoke. There are still 298 more sword swings, brother. Leonard let out a cry and immediately returned to swinging his sword. Helena looked at him and thought to herself, after defeating a sword master like Anshin, he never questioned me at all. He truly is a disciple worth teaching. He's getting better and better, so it's time to assess the opponent's situation. Then she spoke. Well, if even you said so, then I guess I'll have to make up and play with him again, Leonard asked joyfully. Really? Helena nodded. But in her heart, she said no. Leonard continued joyfully. Then you go ahead. I'll practice swinging my sword 295 more times, Helena said. I'll go. After a few days of observing Hamilton and Seza practicing sword fighting in the second floor hall. Of course, making peace is just an excuse, and the espionage mission takes precedence. I must defeat him. Helena stealthily opened the door and peeked inside. Seeing this, Hamilton immediately asked, Huh, princess? What are you doing? Helena replied, I just want to watch them train. Hamilton then smiled brightly and said, Oh, princess, Sir Leonard is training with His Highness Caesar, isn't he? You must be eager to see their sword-wielding techniques. Helena nodded, thinking to herself, I'm learning. It's so hard to explain. Hamilton turned and asked, Your Highness, do you permit it? Caesar looked out and said, Do as you please. Hamilton's eyes welled up. Is that really true? Helena nodded, thinking to herself, with that unpredictable personality, he would definitely permit it, but it seems he's gradually getting better. Anyway, I'll have a chance to find his weaknesses. I'll show him exactly what his skills are, Hamilton shouted. Begin! The perfect sword strokes of both men flashed past her face, the sound of their two swords clashing continuously, striking each other and then springing apart. Caesar was incredibly focused, and despite being smaller, he was in no way inferior to Leonard. Helena was utterly surprised. What is this? It's too good! It's truly surprising how much more focused he is compared to when he was little. And his speed is faster too. If Leonard is a diligent person, then this is... Her hand gripped her dress tightly. Innate talent. It's just like me. I can't even compare Leonard to him. This is truly not simple. Meanwhile, on Leonard's side, he was continuously swinging his sword. 198, 199, 200. With his current strength, Leonard shouldn't be able to do that. This is a big deal. A very big deal. Not long after, Your Highness seems to be in a good mood today. I'll rest for a bit, and then continue. Caesar also put away his sword. At this moment, Helena walked over and offered him a handkerchief. Indeed, your abilities are truly remarkable. I've been observing you very closely, Your Majesty. Caesar took the handkerchief and asked, Does that mean you've observed me before? Helena said nothing, only smiled and thought to herself. After observing him, I realized this child has no weaknesses at all. If that's the case, then, her eyes sparkling, she spoke. If you're not tired, would you mind sparring with me? Helena mused. I just need to confront him directly and find his weakness. Caesar was startled by this. What? Young Hamilton, standing behind him, also looked bewildered. Huh? Caesar exclaimed. No. I heard you haven't been studying swordsmanship for very long. What if you get hurt? Helena replied indifferently. Swordsmanship, by its very nature, requires learning how to get hurt. Caesar tried to persuade her. I'm not exaggerating, but if you get injured, we'll be in big trouble with the Duke. Hamilton was restless with worry. Oh, right, you can't learn anything by fighting an opponent with such a skill disparity, Helena thought to herself. Thank you for worrying about me, but I must find Caesar's weakness by any means necessary. Then she spoke aloud. It seems you're not too keen on this confrontation, are you? Caesar clutched his head. The problem isn't a lack of interest, Helena asked. So, shall we make a bet? The loser will grant the winner's wish. Hamilton, standing nearby, immediately advised. Refuse, Your Majesty. Caesar smiled and asked in return, Any wish? Helena was triumphant, thinking, That's right, he's fallen into the trap. She replied, Anything. Caesar asked again. Even if it means no more complications later, Helena gave a knowing glance, signaling her agreement. Everything was ready. Hamilton, with tears welling in his eyes, would be the referee for this match. Then, be careful not to get hurt. Caesar's gaze became incredibly focused. Helena was equally undistracted, for this was a battle to uncover a weakness, so she had to attack as much as possible. Well then, let's begin. As soon as the shout rang out, both charged at each other. The first target was the hard-to-defend flank. Thinking this, she immediately aimed for Caesar's hip. However, Caesar quickly lifted his leg to dodge. Caesar parried this attack, knocking Helena's sword away. He then immediately countered with an attack of his own. Helena was surprised. This kid's defense was fast, and his counterattack was even faster. The sword shot towards Helena like a flash, and her feet moved, dodging to the side. Helena could completely defend against this attack. Caesar was also startled by her ability. Helena quickly returned with a blow that knocked Caesar's sword away. Both quickly retreated like lightning. Caesar smiled and asked, You're not a beginner, are you?" Helena replied, "It doesn't matter, I won't lose." Caesar, excited, said, "Losing isn't in my nature." With that, he lunged forward, and Helena charged at the same time as him. The two swords clashed, creating clanging sounds. Helena broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, "As expected, a child's strength isn't enough. I thought Leonard's physical strength had gotten much better recently." Helena swung her sword at his hip, but he still managed to evade, Helena thought. Despite my intentional attack on a vulnerable spot, he defended remarkably well. To confront that nature, one can only employ practical skills that can never be taught in a classroom. Helena gripped her sword tightly and took a deep breath. Her eyes widened, and she aimed resolutely at Caesar. Nothing could stop this strike. If I attack like this, victory is certain. Immediately, the sword stopped in front of Caesar. Caesar was drenched in sweat. With no time to think, Caesar instantly raised his arm to block the strike. Helena stopped short. "Danger. That's too dangerous. This kid, why would he block with his hand? From behind his arm." Caesar's sword shot straight towards Helena in a counterattack. Helena was surprised. "Why is this so crazy?" Hamilton immediately shouted. "Stop, that's enough." Then he rushed to Caesar. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Caesar turned, panting, and asked, "I was about to win. Why did you stop?" Helena also panted and said, "It was a draw." Caesar immediately retorted, "If Hamilton hadn't interfered, I would have won." Helena let out a breath. "If this were swordsmanship, you would have lost an arm, Your Highness," Caesar asked. "Why an arm?" "Of course the one whose neck was attacked is the loser, right?" Hamilton panicked. "You two, please stop talking about such gruesome things," Caesar said. "Anyway, it's been a long time since I've had such an interesting fight," Helena replied. "Me too," Hamilton immediately said. "What's fun about it? I asked you two not to. You're injured. This. What should I do?" After that, both of them left. And the door slammed shut. When she was alone, she smiled. "Haha, that kid really isn't human," she thought. If Leonard's diligence in studying was commendable, Caesar's unpredictability was strangely so. Did my first teacher feel this way? That confidence that their students would become anything? So, should I try to teach them that with determination, they can achieve anything? If so, I want to be ambitious for once, and see what happens. At dinner that day, Helena's mother asked, "Oh dear, I don't see His Highness anywhere." Hamilton smiled and replied, "His Highness is tired, so he will skip dinner." The Duchess replied, "Ah, is that so?" Helena was stunned, thinking to herself, Caesar refuses to come out for dinner. Sure enough, he was in a bad mood because of the incident where he was stabbed in the hand. He didn't show any pain but was stunned for a moment. A moment later, Helena irritably went to the room and knocked on the door. She thought to herself, "Just ask about his condition briefly and then leave." A voice echoed from inside. "Come in." Hearing the voice, she concluded, "His voice sounds relaxed, so he must be fine." Helena Pereska, for the first time in this second life, had to scrutinize another person's gaze. Then the door slightly opened, and when Helena stepped inside, she saw Cesare sitting on a chair. As Helena slowly walked in, her face immediately darkened. "He needs a cast." Helena felt truly conscience-stricken. "What have I done to a child like this? Wait, I deliberately stabbed him. But even so," Cesare chuckled, "you look quite displeased, don't you?" Helena plopped down on the bed and immediately asked, "Have you been properly treated?" Caesar replied, "Hamilton brought a doctor earlier. It will heal soon." Helena crossed her arms and shook her head. "You don't need to be too disappointed in yourself. I've also injured my finger once, so I know, every time it rains, it aches and throbs." Caesar asked in surprise, "What happened to your finger?" Helena recalled her past self and said, "Just like Your Highness, I was parrying a frontal attack. Oh, I mean, it was just an accident while playing. Seiza, with a huge question mark in his mind, asked again. Playing? Helena turned her face away amused. I almost accidentally revealed something from my past life. Time to change the subject. Then she turned back to Seiza and asked, But you got injured because of me, yet you haven't tattled to anyone, Seiza replied. Why would I do such childish things? Helena asked. I thought your highness would hate me, Seiza said. Even if I did hate you, I wouldn't do such foolish things, Helena asked bluntly. So, you do hate me, don't you? Seiza asked her back. You're the same, aren't you? Helena smiled and replied, Not at all. I actually like your highness, she thought to herself. I've decided to nurture a talent like you. This is truly from the heart. Seiza was silent for a moment, saying nothing. Then his ears turned red, and he stammered, This. Helena scoffed. Oh my, look at you, all red-faced and flustered. Then suddenly, Cesar stood up abruptly and yelled, But earlier, why didn't you finish the match properly? Helena asked back, puzzled. What about the match? Cesar immediately asked. At the end of the match, you intentionally went easy on me, didn't you? Helena was surprised and thought to herself, That's right. As soon as I saw Cesar was about to use his left hand to block the blow, I couldn't change the direction of my sword, because I had to avoid damaging his hand as much as possible. Then she pointed at Cesar and said, So, you knew you would get hurt, yet you still intentionally put your hand out to block. Your Highness, are you a moth drawn to a flame? Cesar replied irritably. Who knows, if I lost, you would wish for all sorts of strange, bizarre things. Cesar let out a sigh. What could a delicate lady wish for? He then asked. So, what exactly do you wish for? Helena immediately gave him a dislike and said, Sir, becoming my disciple. Isn't that reasonable? Seiza snorted loudly. I knew it. A prince of a kingdom becoming the disciple of a noble lady. Helena burst out laughing. What about your highness then? If you win the match, what will you wish for? Seiza suddenly froze. Then he turned his head away and said, Forget it. It's just a silly bet anyway. Why ask? Helena threw up her hands in exasperation. I've already stated my wish, haven't I, you petty thing? Seiza immediately replied. You said it yourself. I wasn't curious. Helena immediately provoked him. Oh, I get it. You're thinking some dark thoughts, aren't you? Provoked, Seiza immediately flared up. Don't be dramatic. What kind of person do you think I am? Helena thought to herself. Teasing this guy is quite fun, Seiza stammered. I just want us to call each other by our names, Helena wondered. Names? What's so difficult about that you have to wish for it? Seiza replied. That's right. For you, it's a small matter. But people aren't easily comfortable with me. Even Baron Hamilton kneels down. At that moment, Hamilton bowed low and said, How can I call you by your name, your highness? If I have done anything wrong, please forgive me generously. Caesar asked, What's wrong with you? Hamilton said nothing, only weeping silently. Helena mused. Indeed, I know that feeling. I also once asked Ares to call me by my name, even though everyone respected and revered me. Power isn't everything, and I had no one truly close to me. So I told him that when we were alone, he should call me by my name. Ares had said, If you're going to joke, don't joke like that. That's what Ares said. That stiff-necked man. Returning to the present, Helena readily agreed to Caesar's request. All right, I'll call you by your name. Caesar, taken aback, asked, Are you serious? Helena calmly replied, Naturally, we'll speak casually, like friends. Caesar quickly said, Hold on. If it's to that extent, Helena chuckled. So, how about we spar with each other from time to time? Caesar stared at her with wide eyes, and silence fell between them for a moment. Caesar's face turned crimson, and he exclaimed, Ah. Then he became flustered again. If I'd known this, I should have wished for something much harder. Helena watched him, thinking, It's just calling someone by their name. Does he really need to be so ecstatic? Caesar was now blushing crimson, completely flustered. Helena thought, If only Ares had also agreed to call me by my name that day. What will become of me? She thought, and burst out laughing. Then suddenly she was clutching her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Cesar, embarrassed, shouted, What are you laughing at? Helena didn't care. She kept laughing while Cesar kept shouting, Stop laughing! Sword practice was put on hold until Cesar's hand fully healed. Every day, the three of them gathered to play cards. Leonard had suggested visiting Caesar, but 5 days had already flown by. To make matters worse, the rainy season unexpectedly arrived. All three complained that they couldn't go outside. They felt sluggish, and the dampness was too uncomfortable. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, and Caesar said, "There's thunder and lightning." On days like these, something occasionally appears at the Duke's mansion. Leonard asked curiously, "What appears?" Along with the sound of thunder, a voice in the room spoke up simultaneously. Hamilton's voice deepened, taking on a spooky tone. "Every summer rainy night like this, people say a woman in a blue dress appears in the basement." The two young men shivered. Caesar immediately retorted, "Ah, you're lying," Helena suddenly said. "Ghosts aren't real." Hamilton put on a mysterious air. "It's not just one or two witnesses, Princess. That's why the Duke restricts movement on these days. Isn't it?" Caesar's voice trembled. Is it true?" Leonard, though scared, confirmed. "That's right. They say we can't go down to the basement," Hamilton continued. "I don't know what would happen if a ghost took you. But, do you still want to go in?" Helena mused. "Can't you see the corner of his mouth curling up?" Hamilton flashed a devilish smile. "Be careful, just one moment of carelessness, and the woman in the blue dress will chase after that person." Suddenly, at that very moment, someone knocked on the door, startling the two young men. Someone poked their head in from outside and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but the Duke needs to discuss the carriage repairs with you." Hamilton nodded. "Oh, I see. Please wait a moment." Then the room door closed, and both of them were still trembling. Helena mused. "Hamilton, is that how you relieve stress?" She then let out a sigh and said, "What are you surprised about? When someone says they've seen a ghost, it means they've mistaken a shadow for one." Caesar seriously objected. "No, ghosts are real, and it's in the palace." Leonard, his face pale, asked, "Huh, the palace." Caesar replied, "Yes, when the sun sets." The evil dragon Krusek, which Emperor Dante Renatus sealed when he was young, will fly across the sky, searching for a suitable body to revive, Helena said blankly. "Huh, that's an unbelievable story," Leonard wondered. "Is it true?" Helena thought to herself. "Why would it fly there? All of them will be burned along with their bodies." Then Caesar slammed his hand hard on the floor. "Good, no more of this. We have to see that ghost with our own eyes tonight." Leonard nodded. "Huh, that's right," Helena on the side shouted. "I'm not going anywhere." Caesar pointed at Helena and said, "What? That's your family's ghost?" Helena pointed back at him. "I don't believe in ghosts. Did you hear what I said?" Caesar replied. "Well, this is the perfect time to see if it's real," Helena asked. "Even if it's not real," Helena pondered. "No way. Why should I clean the house in this hot weather just because of some kid's curiosity? I hate trouble." Then she lay down and shouted, "If you want to go, go together. I'm not going." A moment later, "Is this the entrance to the basement?" "That's right, it's here." Caesar looked at the door and asked, "The door is locked. What should we do?" Leonard replied, "Is there only one door?" Helena was utterly exasperated. "Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I'm dragged into these kids' ghost hunting game." Earlier, Caesar had scared her and asked, "Oh, how do you feel? You're scared, aren't you?" I was exhausted by that prank, and that contradictory personality still persists even after my reincarnation. "That's right, it's not too late. Let's go back," Helena thought, then glided away. Leonard then said, "I don't know where the key is." He then picked up his sword. "There's no other way. Should we break it?" Caesar immediately cheered. "Well done, Leonard." Seeing this, Helena ran over and separated the two of them. "You kids, are you trying to make things more complicated?" She spoke up. "Move aside, I'll open it." Leonard wondered. "Huh, do you have the key?" Helena pulled a hairpin from her head and said, "No, but this might help." Caesar was surprised. "A hairpin? You can open a lock with that." Helena replied, "I mastered this when I was a freeloader." Then she turned to Leonard and said, "I read about it in a book written by a wonderful man." Leonard's eyes lit up. "That's my sister. There's nothing you can't do." Caesar was utterly astonished by Helena's ability. Haha. After that, the door slowly opened, and all three cautiously stood above, observing. Helena spoke. "Hey." Caesar beside her said, "It's too hot. I'm finding it a bit hard to breathe." Leonard took the candle and said, "From now on, I'll go first. Both of you follow me." Then Leonard went ahead with the candle, and Helena and Caesar followed step by step. Helena let out a sigh. The air is worse than I thought. It's humid, and the smell of smoke and dust makes me uncomfortable. I need to stay calm. If they get hurt, I'll be the only one who can take care of them. Upon arrival, Caesar said loudly, "We're here. There's nothing to be scared of. I think inside the tunnel is a water conduit," Leonard beside him added. "That's right. I hear the sound of flowing water. By the way, there's nothing but the sound of flowing water." "Your Highness," Caesar replied. "Indeed," Helena glared at the two of them. "See, I told you there were no ghosts." Suddenly something made Helena shiver. "But it's a bit cold. The stairs were quite stuffy. But it's cold here. There are definitely no ghosts now, right? Let's go back." The atmosphere became silent. Leonard stared at something. "Huh." Suddenly, a faint silhouette appeared from behind the iron door. Leonard's face darkened, his voice trembling. "Ah, wait, what is that letter?" The two young men startled and screamed loudly. "Oh my God!" Helena was stunned. It seemed she had discovered something. "What? A person?" Leonard and Caesar, terrified, pulled Helena away. "It's a ghost," Helena said. "No, wait." Helena's eyes showed resignation. "What are these two doing? Thank you for protecting me even when you're scared." Quickly, the three of them returned to the mansion. Their voices echoed everywhere. "There's a ghost. The ghost has appeared." The Duke, hearing the commotion, also groggily sat up. "We're going to be cursed." Hearing the screams, everyone opened their doors. Because of this, they were discovered to have snuck into the basement. The next morning, the whole group was punished. Helena was confused. "Huh? Why me?" Leonard was trembling with fear, saying he didn't believe in Mama. Caesar, who was nearby, glared. "Ugh, don't say another word. It's truly terrifying." Helena was speechless with these two, asking, "No, could it be a mirage?" Caesar tilted his head. "A mirage. Doesn't that only appear in deserts?" Helena explained. "If the temperature difference in the air is too distinct, you can see a mirage even if you're not in a desert. That basement is a suitable environment for such a phenomenon, isn't it?" Leonard's face darkened. He was still in a state of panic. "Is that so? I hope so too." Suddenly, Caesar froze, realizing something. He immediately said, "Helena, you missed a detail." Helena, puzzled, asked again. "Huh," Caesar said. "A mirage is a form of reflection in the air caused by light refraction," Helena continued. "It's like a portrait." Caesar, sweating, retorted, "No, it's not. There are no portraits in the basement. There's nothing to reflect." Helena's face also darkened, and goosebumps appeared on her arms. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed, startling all three of them into screaming. "I've encountered a ghost in this second life, holding the hands of two trembling children. I apologize to the spirits who had to spend the night in the rain." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Oh, you mean a ghost? Those are tiles built to prevent water overflow. Mosaic tiles divided into two colors, white and blue. Everyone in the Duke's mansion knows this already. Don't the three of you?" Caesar immediately asked. "It's not a ghost." Hamilton laughed and replied, "Wow, did all three of you really think it was a ghost? You three are truly adorable, ha ha ha. Now you all have some beautiful memories." So the three of us had a dark history. After that, we became closer. We promised each other to keep this memory a secret. Later, whenever people talked about our friendship, I always remembered this day. No one has ever spoken about this day. Never. Absolutely not once. When Cesar's left arm had almost healed, the Haji festival began in Alpentus, where the Duke was. With the sunlight shining on his face, Caesar asked, "You've been to a festival before, haven't you? What did you think?" Helena immediately shooed him away. "Don't interrupt my lesson. Go somewhere else." Caesar immediately interjected. "Oh, how selfish. You don't want to go to the festival either." Helena turned away, crossing her arms and replied, I guess so." Caesar immediately asked, "Huh, why?" Helena closed her eyes tightly and replied, "Only 3 types of people like festivals, children, pickpockets, or pickpockets who target children." Caesar flared up, pointing at Helena and yelling, "You're a child too. You're the youngest of the 3 of us." Leonard, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Alpentus is a rural area, so even a festival wouldn't have much to see." "Your Highness," Caesar leaned his head back and said, "However, I'm curious about what commoners' festivals are like, as I've never seen one. Hearing this, Helena thought, well, that's quite an insensitive remark, Caesar continued. Hamilton isn't allowed to go out alone either. Leonard immediately raised his hand and said, if the three of us say we're going, they'll let us go, won't they? Caesar pointed at him. That's Leonard for you. We're on the same page. Helena put her hands on her hips and said, wow, count me out. It's too much trouble. Caesar immediately asked, what's bothering you? Helena immediately replied, aside from teaching my brother swordsmanship, I find everything else troublesome. Caesar asked, are you a teacher, poor Leonard? Leonard, full of confidence and hope, said, that's not true, Your Highness. Our Helena is an excellent teacher. Helena immediately looked smug. See, my brother can't lie. Caesar was speechless. These two siblings, honestly. Helena immediately waved her hand and declared loudly, anyway, I'm not going to the festival, not even if a knife is held to my throat. Absolutely not going. Do you understand? Both stared at her. Helena also felt a real headache from this. A little later at a shop, the shop owner said, come on, take a look, take a look. Caesar looked at the goods and said, your abilities are quite good, aren't they? The shop owner smiled. Oh my, really? Helena felt like she was about to explode. Why am I being dragged into this again? I hate that I'm getting used to this. Then, feeling lonely, Helena spoke up. Why did you suddenly drag me here and then abandon me, you guys? Caesar laughed and asked, why abandon you? If we go out, Hamilton will follow. As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar pulled her and ran off. Seeing the tired servants running after them, Helena said, wow, how can your mind only turn to evil? Don't you feel sorry for others? Caesar replied, it's because you don't know. That's why. How much teasing about trivial things bothers people, Helena pondered. I know him, it's annoying, but I also understand that if I did the same, he would be the same. Because someone is following us. Ever since saying goodbye to Hamilton, I've sensed it. Well-dressed children are walking around unsupervised. It's only natural to become a target for bad guys. Helena glanced. A pickpocket or a kidnapper, checking which one was following. Suddenly, that person also saw Helena. Helena was startled. They had already made eye contact, looking straight at me. No, at me. Is this suspicious figure him? The other person saw this and immediately ran off. Without hesitation, Helena immediately gave chase. Where do you think you're going? Caesar looked confused. What's happening? Leonard quickly called. Oh, Helena. Helena replied as she ran. I'll be gone for a moment. You two stay here. Just as she reached the intersection where the other person was hiding, Helena stopped short. She looked around, peering this way and that, but there was no one. The alley was so long. Who exactly was this person? Suddenly, the man appeared behind Helena and knelt, saying, I'm Noe. Helena jumped, startled, and turned around. When did you come back? Noe looked up. I truly wish to meet you. You have grown up beautifully. Helena, puzzled, wondered, who is this? I don't remember ever meeting someone like him. It didn't seem like he intended to attack her, but his mood felt off. Or perhaps he was a pervert. Tears began to stream down Noe's cheeks. I have been waiting for your rebirth. My God, my savior, my only king. Helena was stunned. Huh? Noe sobbed and wailed, saying, how can time pass so slowly? This decaying body is truly cruel. Helena, bewildered, asked again, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Leonard's voice echoed urgently. Where are you? Helena? Noe immediately sprang to his feet. The team members are looking for you. I will return immediately. Before I draw my last breath, I must meet you again. Helena immediately chased after him, shouting, Hey, wait! Explain this to me! She was puzzled. What kind of king? Do you know the truth that in my previous life I was Dante? Caesar ran over and grabbed Helena. What are you doing, Helena? It's too dangerous. Helena looked towards Noe again. Let go, Caesar. I have something to say to him. But when she turned back, no one was there anymore. Helena froze. What happened? He disappeared again in an instant. Caesar immediately asked, Who was that man just now? What did you say to him? Helena replied, I didn't do anything. Caesar yelled, Didn't do anything. That's not how it looked at all. Caesar was still holding her hand tightly at this moment. Helena turned back and said through gritted teeth, Really, it's true. I just gave him directions because he asked. She was puzzled, thinking to herself, I know you're worried about me, but why are you so angry? Caesar asked. He was asking for directions. Helena pondered. Is that excuse too unreasonable? Then she spoke. First, let go of my hand and then talk. It hurts too much. Hearing that, Caesar also released her hand. Leonard walked over and asked worriedly, Helena, did nothing really happen? You didn't hear those unpleasant words, did you? Helena rubbed her arm and replied, Yeah, I'm really fine. Leonard said, Let's rest here for a bit. Helena replied, Okay. She thought to herself, Is that guy from earlier still around here? No, that won't do. It's better if we join the Hamilton faction, Helena asked. Whenever she was abandoned, how was she supposed to find the Viscount? Not knowing where he was, Caesar replied, Where the carriage stopped, at times like these, he always waits where we're running. She mused. So it wasn't just once or twice like this. No wonder he was so adept. Leonard took Helena's hand and said, Then we will return, Your Highness. Helena also turned away. No, I'll go with you. If you're alone, you'll probably just argue. Helena pointed and asked, Don't be like that. How about you go back with him? Leonard looked bewildered. She thought to herself, if that no-way guy is still around here now, I want to talk to him a bit more while I'm alone. Caesar immediately frowned and asked, If you wait alone and a stranger gives you cookies, are you going to follow them? Helena also grumbled irritably. I said I was asking for directions. Caesar had no other choice, then ran off. All right, wait here. It's not far. I'll run and be back quickly. Leonard felt a pang of guilt. It's like we're sending the prince to run errands. Then he anxiously rubbed Helena's head and asked again, Helena, nothing really happened, right? Helena firmly replied, Really? He showed no harmful intentions at all. Then Leonard immediately pulled her into a hug. If you say so, then it's so. But I was so worried. I didn't know what would happen, because I forced you to come out. Thank goodness. Helena looked at him and thought to herself, Leonard is like an angel. Indeed, my brother is the cutest and kindest person. Even though he's the same age, he's still much better than that person who gets angry when things don't go their way. Then she returned his embrace with a warm hug. Thank you, brother. That's right. Whether he's a king or whatever, it's all just a lie. He's not a king or anything. He's just a madman. Look, you can't feel that premonition of someone following anymore, right? Suddenly, Helena flinched. The premonition was gone. If he's wandering around with the intention of approaching me, now is the perfect time to do it, because there isn't a single person around me. If the premonition disappeared after Caesar left me, then she immediately let go of Leonat and shouted, Caesar! Caesar is in danger, brother! Just thinking about it for a moment, it seemed obvious, and I was reassured. The princess is still nothing, and the prince, though he has lost influence, is still the #1 heir. Who among them would he target? Leonat fidgeted. Helena, I don't see His Highness anywhere. Helena immediately made an assessment. He must have been dragged to a brothel, because that place doesn't operate during the day, making it easier to hold people captive. Leonat panicked. Ha, a brothel. Do you think His Highness was kidnapped by someone? Helena immediately shot back. This isn't just a normal thought. This is certain. So, bring the Viscount here, and I'll go to the brothel right now. Leonat worried. What? That's too dangerous, Helena, Helena said. If Caesar isn't dragged to a brothel, he'll quickly be moved somewhere else. Leonard panicked. If that was the case, he'd rather go there himself. Helena immediately stopped him. No, because you're faster than me. It's better if you bring the Viscount here. Leonard hesitated. But, Helena immediately got into a ready stance. Brother, have I ever talked nonsense? Leonard had no other choice. All right, then promise me you won't do anything dangerous, Helena. Helena ran to a familiar landscape, looking around. Don't worry, brother. There's no one who wouldn't want to get involved in dangerous things like I am now. If anything happens to Caesar here, our family will be ruined. I must carefully and calmly check Caesar's residence and wait for the Viscount. If he's not safe, I won't let it rest. Suddenly, a loud noise attracted Helena's attention. Did the sound come from the alley on the left? Is it this building? The front door is dangerous. So I'll have to use the back door. Helena immediately ran to the back door. She took out her hairpin to unlock it, and the door quickly opened. Stabbing him with a knife is the fastest and easiest way. What? Are you stupid? If we do that, it'll be obvious he was assassinated. There's someone in that room. Helena moved closer to listen to the words echoing from inside. I told you we have to make it look like an accident. Then let's throw him into the river. Oh, The river water has risen a lot after the rainy season ended, the brown-haired youth said, crossing his arms. It just needs to look like he was swept away while playing in the water. The person next to him, resting his hand on his hip, said, "Oh, that's a good idea." Helena peeked through the door, looking inside. "There's Caesar. Phew, he's still safe and sound." Disguising murder as an accident isn't a normal kidnapping. I don't know who is behind this, but if they plan to throw him into the river, I'll act at night. Until Hamilton arrives, I have free time. So waiting like this is fine. Caesar angrily shouted loudly, "You scoundrels! If you lay a hand on me recklessly, all of you will not escape death." The angry brunette smashed things everywhere. "Is this kid still not coming to his senses? Shut up. You still haven't grasped the situation, have you? As expected, this isn't good." He keeps yelling loudly. "It would be insane if he survived being thrown into the river and escaped. Kill him now." Helena's eyes were pensive. "It's no longer safe now. I'm glad my intuition led me to your location. At this rate, we can't wait until Hamilton arrives," the two kidnappers conferred. "How should we kill this kid? Strangle him? No, that will leave fingerprints." Helena stealthily ran off, luring one person out and dealing with the remaining one. "Cesar?" She then immediately picked up a nearby chair. "Good. Perfect." Helena raised the chair high and threw it at the two men. The two kidnappers heard the commotion and immediately looked over. "What's that? What's that sound?" The black-haired man ran off, chasing Helena. "I'll check it out and be right back. You keep an eye on things here." The other man turned back inside. "Tisk, what's going on now?" Helena picked up a wooden leg from the broken chair. Due to the height difference, it was difficult to strike a weak point immediately. Hit the knee first. Immediately, a blow to the kidnapper's knee made him stumble, then collapsed to the floor. He immediately turned around and yelled, "Ugh! Someone's here!" Caesar's eyes were wide with surprise, a few tears still lingering. Helena quickly took down one of them. Caesar, teary-eyed, called out, "Helena, how did you—" Helena immediately ran over and grabbed him. "Get up! We have to get out before the other one comes." The other man ran in at that moment. "No, what are you doing?" Helena yelled loudly. "Run the other way! I've opened the back door, so just run past him," Caesar replied. "Got it." The kidnapper immediately chased after them. "Aren't you going to stop? Even if caught by a dragon, if you keep your wits about you, you can escape. Just getting out of here will make it much easier to avoid them. We just need to get out of here." As soon as the door opened, someone was standing in front of it, making Helena mistake him for her brother. But contrary to her thoughts, a towering man stood blocking the doorway. Helena immediately stepped back, worried. "Another one?" The newcomer immediately asked. "What's all this?" The other guy yelled, "Hey, catch them!" He immediately drew his sword. "Ah, you're trying to escape. That won't do." Helena gripped the piece of wood tightly in her hand. The kidnapper immediately swung his sword. "Don't even think about running away again. I'll kill you right here." Facing this attack, Cesar directly put his back out to shield her. Cesar cried out in pain, "Helena, run!" Helena was bewildered and stunned by what had just happened before her eyes. Cesar then collapsed onto the floor. The other guy put his hands on his hips and said, "Now that you've cut him, what do we do? We were supposed to make it look like an accident. God, you've made a mistake." The blood from Cesar's back was smeared on Helena's hand. Her eyes immediately became furious and filled with murderous intent. The kidnapper grabbed Helena's hair and yelled, "Damn it! Everything has failed! What are you? Where did you come from?" Helena immediately threw him down and struck a powerful blow to his arm, causing him to scream in pain. "My arm! My arm! What was that?" Helena was calmer than ever now, her voice deepening. "I want to live a peaceful life in this world. You have ruined everything. You die with me." A moment later, Helena had finished cleaning up. "I tried my best. They couldn't have arrived any faster. It's just that I clean up the trash faster." Hamilton stared, mouth agape. "What exactly happened here? You're saying you dealt with all of them by yourself? Unbelievable, lady. What exactly are you?" Helena wiped the blood from her face. She sighed. "Just a genius. After this kidnapping, I was sick for 3 days. The doctor said that my ankle ligaments and arm muscles were injured. The kidnappers were lucky to have their lives spared because they were dragged to the capital, so their future wouldn't be very bright. They would have to pay the price for touching royal blood, or be killed by the person behind it, to silence them. That day was truly very troublesome and exhausting. Even so, Caesar didn't die. He's alive, which isn't bad. Nevertheless, I still couldn't escape the fate of being lectured by my father. 2 days after making a full recovery. Helena, do you know why I called you? Helena tried to avoid his gaze. Helena, in a playful tone, said, because I safely rescued His Highness, to praise me, right? The Duke glared at her. Helena, worried, said, it wasn't exactly safe. So it's not something to be praised for. It seems I don't have a talent for joking. The Duke sighed. Helena, I'm worried because I know you're not an ordinary child. Helena immediately said. Am I too outstanding? Capable of defeating my brother and contending for the ducal inheritance? The Duke asked. Surprised? You don't have such ambitions, do you? Helena pondered. Her father indeed knew exactly. Then the Duke, worried, expressed his true feelings. Because I know you are outstanding, I'm worried that you will get caught up in unbearable matters. Even if you are smart and did it confidently, parents would not welcome their 10-year-old daughter running towards a kidnapper. Upon hearing him say that, Helena couldn't say another word. My father in my previous life said the story about a dragon I had sealed was the most interesting. The Duke continued. The Viscount is also eager to bring you to the capital. I mean, he wants to try raising an excellent teacher. Helena wondered in surprise. Hamilton, another person like my teacher from my previous life has appeared. The Duke continued. If this is allowed, I will acknowledge you as a special child. As a parent, I'm not sure if that's the right choice for you. But what do you want? Helena thought to herself. The life of a special child that my father constantly warned me about is clearly contrary to my ideal of wanting to live peacefully. But I couldn't find anything interesting to do. Whatever I did wasn't interesting or free. Only when Leonard swung his sword as I taught him. Could I feel joy in my second life? Helena stammered. I want to teach Leonard swordsmanship. The Duke smiled and replied, Yes, I know. Helena, with a determined look on her face, said, I will do what I want. I will not do what I don't want to do. This is how I will live my life. Not long after that, since her father also gave permission, the reason to defeat Caesar had now disappeared. That's not why I've been worried lately. At least it's a good enough reason to visit him naturally. Helena stood in front of the door, raising her arm, but then she stopped, hesitating. Anyway, I feel guilty because Caesar got hurt due to my hesitation. He was tied up. I should have used a stick to untie him. What am I supposed to say in the end? Thank you, sorry, are you okay? No, apologizing to him would be too embarrassing. Helena let out a sigh. All right, let's go back. But she didn't notice Caesar standing next to her. He spoke up, making Helena jump. Where are you going? Helena, startled, immediately frowned and grumbled. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping and out here? Caesar opened the door and stepped inside, replying, Because I couldn't sleep. So what are you doing out at this late hour? Helena stammered. Well, Caesar flopped down onto the bed. He covered his body and asked mischievously, Are you planning to do something cunning to me? Helena was stunned. Shut up. Helena sat down next to Caesar and asked, How's the injury? Seeing you move, you must be fine. Caesar closed his eyes but still replied, Although it hurts, it will heal soon. Helena asked, What if it leaves a scar and you can't get married? Caesar was puzzled. What are you suddenly talking about? Helena pouted, shaking her head and said, Since childhood, men must have a cool personality and skin as fair as Ngok Trin. What to do? You're doomed. Caesar got angry. Are you teasing me? Helena continued to tease him. Our Caesar won't be able to get married now. Caesar angrily sat up. Hey, there you go again. You can't get married either. If I can't, then neither can you. Helena shrugged. No need. I've already said my brother will take care of me until I'm an old woman. Caesar suddenly blushed. What? No. It can't be like that. Then he pulled the blanket over himself and turned away. Because of this, I can't get married. You have to take responsibility for me. Helena asked. There will be a lot of trouble. Why would I marry into the royal family? Caesar peeked at Helena and said, Everything seems troublesome to you, doesn't it? How annoying. Helena tried to hold back her laughter so hard she was trembling. Pfft, I really love teasing him. What to do? I want to tease him more. Anyway, there's one thing that's been bothering me until now. He's a patient now, and his face has become worryingly gaunt. Suddenly she called out, Caesar! Can't you sleep? Caesar was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Then he replied, Well, I'm really scared because I'm afraid to go back to the palace. Everyone wants to kill me. Helena was silent for a moment, looking at him, then comforted him. No, there are also people who want to protect César, like my father, or the Viscount, and César immediately pulled off the blanket wrapped around him. How long do you think they can protect me? I don't want to die. I don't need things like that. I just want to live peacefully. Helena also understood him. That's right, he's only 14. It's only natural for him to be troubled. You're always losing your confidence. I helplessly collapsed before the forces that wanted to eliminate me. Of course, it's terrifying. Then she called, César, even if you give up the throne, César, you won't be safe. Instead of leaving any loose ends, they will kill you without a trace. If you abandon the throne, there will be no one left to protect César. Helena, drawing on her experience from her past life, thought, this story comes from my own experience. I dealt with half-siblings like that. César clutched his head, his face falling. I know, he said, but what am I supposed to do? As someone with experience as an emperor, she said, what's so difficult about it? César is the foremost prince, the primary heir. All you need to do is become emperor, César yelled. That's none of your business. It's not that easy. Helena tried to calm him down. Listen, César, she said, you know that even a mouse can catch a cat, right? Helena gave him a thumbs up and continued. The more you're pushed into a corner, the stronger you must become. If anyone touches you, their life will be over. You have to make that clear to everyone. César stared blankly, saying in disappointment, I can't. I'm not as strong as you. Helena also realized his current predicament. Special people are always lonely. Because César needed someone trustworthy. Helena confidently reassured him. No, César is very strong. You risked your life to save me. She pondered. I know what worries father about me. Nevertheless, I still want to stand by this child. Helena reached out her hand towards César. If it's a child, I'll listen as much as needed. So don't run away because of this. Become the emperor, César. It's okay. I'll stay with you. I'll make you emperor. César was surprised by her words, his eyes widening, recalling what had happened with the kidnappers, how Helena had bravely fought while he, exhausted, gradually drifted off to sleep. Helena continued. So you can rest assured. César tightly gripped her hand. Thank you. Soon night fell, and Helena and César fell asleep hand in hand, after a tiring day filled with many events. That night was long and frightening, but we held hands and got through it together. The wound on César's back eventually left a scar. Hamilton was eager to take me to the capital until the last day of our stay. Hamilton whined. My dear, Father decisively refused. The time for farewells had arrived. The two Perez brothers bowed in farewell. Return safely, Your Highness. Helena looked up at him, and he also gave her a friendly look and a faint smile. César asked, Helena, is Leonas your only disciple? Helena wondered. Yes. Suddenly, he said, That's right, since I can't defeat your brother, I'll concede for the first time. Then he smiled. Teach me swordsmanship. Everyone who heard it gasped in shock. Helena asked, No, how? I won't go to the capital. César replied, It's all right, I'll come down here every summer. Okay, Your Grace? Naturally, the Duke agreed. You are welcome any time, Your Highness. Then he turned to Helena and said, Did you hear that? Keep your promise. You will stay by my side until I seize the highest position. Helena was stunned for a moment, then she gave a friendly smile. Helena took his hand and said, I can be a bit difficult, do you mind? César replied, I will try my best. Finally, Helena sealed the deal. All right, I will teach you. They exchanged smiles. The hustle and bustle found its way into their mundane daily lives, and that summer was fleeting. On a beautiful day, dazzling sunlight illuminated the entire mansion. A maid approached. Miss, young master, there's a letter for both of you. Helena immediately smiled. Ah, hand it over. Helena opened the letter and read, Dear Leonard and Helena, I will be arriving next month, so please have my room cleaned and change those rustic curtains as well. César Gray. Leonard finished reading the letter and immediately said, The letter didn't even have a proper greeting. Since when did the living room become your room, you rascal? Leonard also came closer and asked, A letter from His Highness. Time really flies, doesn't it? Helena replied. Indeed, he's already coming back. It's been 3 years since we first met Caesar that summer. This summer will probably be very hot. His fourth summer is approaching. Not long after, at a blacksmith shop, a man wiping a sword in his hand said, "Oh my, has the lady arrived?" After Leonard won several local competitions, his teacher nicknamed me the ladies' teacher. Helena approached and asked, "Are the items ready?" The man immediately brought out a wooden chest and replied, "Of course, please take a look. This one is for the Duke, and this one is for you, lady." Helena then opened the chest, and her eyes fell upon two exquisitely crafted swords. The man then said, "Ah, yesterday, a servant from the parent household visited. I heard they wanted to meet the lady." Helena asked again, "Someone from the parent family?" He replied, "Yes, they are looking for someone to teach swordsmanship to the people there. And the best teacher with good ability nearby is the princess, so they want to ask for your help." Harina asked as she drew her sword. "So that's how it is. If it were Perrin, he told me last year, 'What kind of teacher game is a 12-year-old playing? Go play cow.'" He mocked me. Harina raised her sword and examined it. Better than expected, short and light. Then she spoke. "However, I'm not so idle as to teach those who have no potential to be disciples." He replied, "Then I will relay your message." Harina said, "Yes, tell him to give up swordsmanship and go play cow." She hung the sword at her hip and thought to herself, "This size would look good as an accessory for a dress, and is very suitable for self-defense." Helena's maid handed him a bag of money and said, "Thank you for your efforts." The man took the bag of money, a smile spreading across his face. "Haha, of course, I'll relay the message as such. Do look back." Helena walked out happily, remarking, "What a fine sword. It's been a long time since I felt this happy." Just then, someone came rushing over. That person accidentally bumped into Helena quite hard, making her stumble. The maid panicked. "Oh my, are you all right, miss?" Helena remained calm and thought, "I have a hunch. This is a pickpocket." Helena raised her hand and said, "It's been stolen." The maid was utterly distraught. "Huh, should I report it to the security forces?" Helena refused. "No, no need. It was just a few coins." Helena shook her head, thinking to herself, "In my previous life, I did a lot of pickpocketing myself. But being robbed still makes me furious." The maid was touched. "Our young lady has grown up." Helena turned away. She dashed off, saying, "I'll just get it back myself." The maid called out to her in despair. "Ah, miss, such people are so dangerous, you mustn't." Helena flashed a bright smile. "By the way, pray that I don't get hurt." Seeing the dumbfounded reactions of the other two, she thought, I really don't have a talent for jokes. Clearly, a parasite like that could hide anywhere in this tiny rural town. Meanwhile, elsewhere, voices took turns shouting loudly. "You say you robbed a noble's purse, and that's all you got. Are you even trying to steal?" "No, really, this is all there was. If you steal even a single coin, you're dead." The blue-haired person who had just bumped into Helena shouted, "I'm one of Burns's men. I didn't pocket any money." The other guy picked up the bag and burst out laughing. "What's he saying? So this is money earned from begging?" The blue-haired one stammered. That. Because nobles have a lot of money, I just borrowed a little. Do you think you can just steal any bag?" At this moment, Helena also appeared. From above, she looked down thinking, "He's speaking nonsense." The others shouted loudly, "What? If it weren't for us, you would have died on the streets a long time ago." Helena put her hand to her chin, thinking to herself, "Ultimately, I think they came here to take money from the beggars. I know it happens sometimes." And when it comes to Burns, we're talking about old Earl Burns. Blue Hair clenched his fists and said, "That's why he pays regularly." Helena also recognized this family. It was quite famous, but she hadn't heard of them having a young daughter. Clearly, the Earl also had dark blue hair. "He's illegitimate." The others started beating Blue Hair. "Do you want to be educated like this?" Blue Hair could only endure and scream, Helena thought. "I'm starting to understand the discipline here. They're definitely going to be in trouble. This child reminds me of bad memories. How annoying." Helena immediately jumped down from above. "Excuse me." She snatched the bag from the hands of the group. The guy turned around, mouth agape. "Who are you?" Helena calmly replied. "Me? I'm the owner of the purse." The guy shouted again. "Don't lie, give it back now." Without another word, Helena stomped hard on the guy's foot. She patted the sword in her hand. "Use beautiful words, kids. I'm your senior, after all." The captain, having been kicked, rolled on the ground, making the small fries worried. "Captain!" Then they all scrambled to their feet and ran away. "What? What is it? This is crazy. Run, run!" Helena sighed. Why do these wandering boys have no spirit these days? Except for one. Blue Hair, panting, was now holding 2 stones in his hands. Seeing Blue Hair's hand clenching the stones, Helena thought, is he going to charge? Children with nowhere to hide know no fear. Immediately he lunged at Helena. "That purse is mine. Give it back." Helena gently stepped back. "Why is this yours?" "It's mine," Blue Hair replied. "Because I stole it, so now it's mine." Helena mused. What an unreasonable child. Then she held the bag high. "All right. How about this? If you can hit me even once, I'll give you all this money." Blue Hair looked bewildered. "Really?" Helena lifted her head and continued. "Instead, if you declare surrender, then you will belong to me. How about it?" Blue Hair took quick breaths, staring intently at Helena with sharp eyes. Helena smiled, thinking, his gaze is sharper now. That's more like it. Immediately after, he charged at Helena like a moth to a flame. "That won't do." "But..." Helena took the sword in her hand, then she swung it at Blue Hair. Blue Hair flinched and stepped back. This, Helena provoked. "What's wrong? Can't you do anything against a beautiful noble lady?" Blue Hair immediately said, Hey, you didn't say you would attack me," Helena replied. "I never said I wouldn't attack." The blue-haired person was struck a few times and screamed, "Damn it! Wait, I was wrong, please forgive me." The blue-haired person immediately knelt down, clasping her hands in supplication. "I'm sorry for stealing the wallet. I won't steal your things anymore," Helena said. "You shouldn't steal anyone's wallet. You're a daughter of the Burns family." The blue-haired person replied tearfully, "I'm just a bastard child. I don't even know the Earl's face." Helena held her sword in front of her and asked, "What's your name?" She replied, "I'm Tara." Helena continued to ask, "Who named you?" Tara replied, "According to my deceased mother, the Earl named me before I was born." Helena pointed her sword at Tara and lifted her chin. Helena said, "All right, from today, your name is Agat." Agat was stunned. "Huh." Helena slung her sword over her shoulder and turned away. "Did you forget? If you surrender, you become my subordinate." Agat was overjoyed. "Oh, that's right. But why me?" Helena also didn't understand why, thinking to herself, "That's right. Why is it like this? A long time ago, someone also helped me, perhaps because I once wished to abandon my wandering life." Then she smiled and said, "I simply wanted to take you home." And so, Helena gained a new member. Agat smiled and introduced herself. "My name is Agat. I'm 12 years old." Agat quickly learned and adapted to everything, which improved the relationships among the servants. It was good that she quickly adapted to the ducal family. Agat saw Helena tying her shoelaces, then immediately bent down and said loudly, "Are you tying your own shoelaces?" "Oh no, you can't do that," Helena replied. "No, it's fine. I can manage this." Agos immediately knelt down and placed Helena's shoes on herself, saying, "Your ladyship's shoes are covered in dust. Please use me as a footcloth." Then, at mealtime, Agos also proactively fed Helena, saying, "You don't need to hold the fork yourself. I will feed you. Come on." The problem is that she is overly devoted. Agos enthusiastically followed, but Helena stopped him. "Wait, don't follow me to the training grounds. Wait here." Just like a pet puppy, Leonard, standing nearby, asked, "Are you all right?" Helena tied her hair back and replied, "Agos will calm down after a while." Leonard said, "That's not it. His Highness will be here soon." Helena asked, "Caesar, why is he coming?" Leonard chuckled. "I'm sure the relationship between His Highness and Agos won't be good." Helena got a headache after hearing that. Sigh, perhaps back then, I shouldn't have denied that strange premonition. And then, the day arrived. A carriage slowly entered the mansion. A young man stepped down from the carriage. "Leonard, Helena, are you two doing well?" Helena and Leonard were so surprised to see him that even the plants nearby seemed to gape. Caesar was now much bigger than both siblings. Helena, bewildered, said, "This is almost like a chrysalis breaking open. That's not the Caesar I met last year." Then she immediately asked, "Your Highness, just how tall are you?" Caesar ruffled Helena's hair like she was a little girl and replied, "Let's see, I think I'm over 6 feet. Am I too tall? I'm like Leonard." But you seem to have gotten shorter, haven't you? Helena glared. Your hands are huge too. Let me go, you giant. She immediately said, Hey, aren't you going to take your hand off? Caesar smiled, his personality becoming more aggressive. Before he could finish speaking, Helena immediately jabbed him hard in the stomach. Caesar was in pain, collapsing to the ground, trembling. In this empire, only she would treat the prince like this. Helena immediately replied, Humph, where did you learn the habit of putting your hand on a teacher's head? Leonard, standing nearby, asked worriedly, Are you all right, sir? Caesar lifted his head and replied, Even though I come here at any time, this place remains unchanged. Which is very good, but... Caesar's eyes darted to a maid in front of him. He asked, What's with that person? How can anyone believe that? In the living room, which Caesar claimed as his own, Helena sat down, resting her chin on her hand, and said, The only way to prevent the theft of valuables is to have someone here, Caesar said. You're really quick too. Helena rubbed her chin and asked, I've never caused any problems, so why should I follow your orders? Caesar immediately stood up abruptly. I hate it. Leonard couldn't help but do it. But now I have to take care of myself from start to finish, Helena asked thoughtfully. So, why is Caesar concerned about Argos? Caesar's face flushed red, and his words became hesitant. Of course, it's because of you. He clicked his tongue, then sat down and continued. No, all right. Besides, what have you been staring at this whole time? Helena replied bluntly. Your thighs. Caesar was utterly shocked by what he heard. He shielded himself with his hands and exclaimed, Are you crazy? How can you be so shameless? Helena replied. No, how did you get such muscles in just 1 year? Do you have any secrets for building muscle? Caesar said awkwardly. I don't know. Those things, Helena suggested. Let me touch them. My brother should have muscles like these too. At the same time, Agat opened the door from outside and walked in, while Caesar's face was flushed crimson with embarrassment. Stop teasing me, stop teasing me. Agat approached, placed the plate of cakes down, and said, Miss, I've brought the cakes. Helena replied, Thank you, Agat. Then Agat lightly touched Helena, making a rustling sound. Seeing this, Caesar immediately looked extremely displeased. He immediately pointed, dismissing Agat. You, once you're done, go outside. Helena and I have important matters to discuss. Helena immediately interrupted. There's nothing, is there? Oh, are you going to show me your thighs? Caesar yelled. I told you to stop making fun of me. Argos, who was nearby, also snorted dismissively and said, Oh heavens, I'm the young lady's servant. My duty is to protect her from scoundrels who want to tempt her with those thighs. Caesar shrieked. You fool! Do you think Helena is the one who needs protection? I'm the one in danger. Argos burst into fake tears, whimpering. Young lady, that person is yelling at me. Helena was utterly exasperated. She said, Don't argue about me, it's too annoying. After that, the two engaged in a silent battle of wills, exchanging boundless, loving glances while Helena was helpless. These two wouldn't even consider stopping. Despite their physical development, their actions remained childish. Then Helena sighed, putting an end to this fight. Stop it and let's go, Argos, Argos politely replied. Yes, young lady. Caesar spoke up. What? Wait. Argos the victor stuck out her tongue and laughed, teasing Caesar. Caesar, the loser, could only frown in anger, trembling. He immediately called out to Helena. Helena? Caesar patted his thigh and said, Come on, you can touch my thigh too. Helena was surprised. Helena stepped closer, her eyes searching his face. You're telling the truth, right? Caesar shrugged casually. Of course, we're pretty close, aren't we? The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Caesar looked rather pleased with himself, while Agat let out a quiet snort, clearly unconvinced. Helena sighed softly, thinking to herself, I don't remember us being that close. After a brief hesitation, she reached out and lightly touched Caesar's arm, as if trying to confirm something. She froze for a second. Wow, you're really solid. I mean, your muscles are quite firm. Quickly, she pulled her hand back, her face turning slightly red. I didn't expect you to train this seriously. Caesar blinked, confused by her reaction. I just work out normally. Nothing special. Helena turned away in a hurry, clearly flustered. I'm sorry, I think I went a bit too far. Their eyes met. Ah! Caesar flinched. What? What's wrong? Helena broke out in a sweat. I'll stop, Caesar exclaimed. What? You're done with your business and you're just going to abandon me? After that, she hastily ran off. I got called after her. Lady, let's go together. Helena slammed the door shut. Both of you, absolutely do not follow me. Helena left, leaving both of them bewildered, not understanding what was happening. As Helena ran, she thought in confusion. What was that? What was that? Am I embarrassed now? I was squeezing his thigh so passionately. Why was this strange premonition so accurate, Caesar? How did you suddenly become an adult? Then she stopped and yelled loudly. Can you believe it? Today, I might need time to adapt to my rapidly grown student. After that, I avoided Caesar. When Caesar met her, he immediately smiled. Hello, teacher. Helena immediately hid behind her brother, merely raising her hand in response, while Leonard smiled. Good morning, Your Highness. Helena was stunned, unable to make eye contact. A little later at the training ground, Helena, look at my stance. Helena crossed her arms and turned away, awkwardly placing her left foot higher and her right hand into a more correct position. Helena had always avoided him. Even touching him made her uncomfortable. Cesar, puzzled, asked, So, what should I do? Not long after, Absolutely, I didn't mean to do that. As soon as she saw Cesar, she immediately ran away, leaving him bewildered. Ah, Helena, wait a minute. Without another word, Helena slipped away. Her body burning hot, she thought to herself. I am a sword-fighting instructor, and someone who did everything necessary in my previous life. A close boy suddenly developing both internally and externally. This is the most pathetic thing in my second life. That evening, upon returning to her room, Helena flopped down. It's already been several days, Helena Peresca. You're a teacher. You have to look him in the face to teach sword fighting, don't you? Tomorrow, somehow, I have to get back to normal. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside the window. Helena walked over and flung the window open. What is it? She couldn't ignore this, as in her previous life. Assassins had come looking for her. Cesar, holding some pebbles in his hand, smiled. Helena, it's me. Helena immediately pulled the window shut. I'd rather it be an assassin. Cesar quickly stopped her. Helena, don't go in. I came here to talk to you. Saying this, he gave her an affectionate smile. Helena frowned. That kid. His expression is like an adult's. Immediately after, he leaped up. So, shall I come in? Excuse me for a moment. Helena crossed her arms and admonished him. From next time, please use the main door, Cesar replied. Argos or something is guarding the door, so there's no other way. It's true that right now, Argos is seriously blocking love. Haha, Helena then asked. So what is it that you absolutely must talk about tonight? Caesar sat down on the bed and said, You avoided me during the day, Helena. Did I do something wrong? Helena replied, No. He then asked, Then why are you so cold towards me? Helena paused, thinking to herself. He cares, Helena spoke. It seems I'm always cold towards you, Caesar said. No, it's different. You didn't look into my eyes as if you hated me. Helena scratched her face and said, It's not like that. I'm just a bit embarrassed. While I haven't seen you, you've developed so much that you look like a different person. Caesar let out a short laugh. What? That's not my fault, Helena replied. I just need time to adapt, Caesar. You don't need to worry. Caesar gripped her hand, cutting her off. Helena. I'm actually very insecure. I can only be here for 3 months, and the time I spend away from you is much more than the time I spend by your side. So perhaps one day, you and Leonis will forget me. Helena's eyes widened in surprise. Caesar knew what she needed. This is my fault. Then she went and sat beside him and said, I'm sorry, Caesar. I will absolutely not abandon my disciple. So don't worry. Caesar spoke. Can you swear? Helena took his hand to reassure him. I won't avoid you anymore. I swear by my heart. Helena seemed to have realized her mistake, that she had been too thoughtless. Caesar is my lovely disciple, no matter what he's like. Caesar smiled. All right, that's fine then. Saying that, he flopped down. I've said everything I needed to say. I'm tired. I need to sleep, Helena said from beside him. All right, go rest tomorrow. Caesar lay down on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself, smiling. Yeah, good night. Helena froze stiff. What are you doing? Go back to your room, Caesar said. What's wrong? You used to sleep in my room before. and I'm too tired to go back to my own room. Helena was extremely flustered, thinking to herself, back then we were still young. That's why we could do that. Helena immediately grabbed a pillow and scurried away. I'm fine. You sleep alone, Caesar asked. Where are you going? You swore you wouldn't avoid me. Helena thought to herself. That's one thing, and this is another. What kind of lovely student? I thought he was only growing taller, but his foolishness is growing too. Caesar patted the spot next to him. I'm so sleepy. Hurry up. Helena froze for 5 seconds. Then she put the pillow down and sighed. All right, I don't know anymore. The two lay side by side, Caesar looking at her with a smile. He said, It reminds me so much of the old days, Helena asked back. Is that so? Caesar replied. Yes, you were right beside me then too. If I had known you didn't like it, I shouldn't have grown taller, Helena, a little embarrassed, said. That's such silly talk. At some point, their hands had intertwined. Caesar surprised everyone with his rapid growth. He reassured me with his unchanging naivety. Just as I thought how quickly children grow up, we leaned on each other and fell asleep. With Caesar joining, the swordsmanship class, which had only consisted of Leonard and me, was back. Helena pointed at the two of them and shouted, Don't hesitate when attacking, big brother. Don't just use that one technique. Leonard immediately replied, Yes, ma'am. I also focus on the class, not caring about his feelings. Outside of class, whenever we met, we would talk about swordsmanship and how quickly children truly grow up. Helena picked up a pile of documents, frowning. The abilities of both of them are increasing rapidly, Caesar. This one, his learning speed far exceeds my predictions, doesn't it? Because of this, I'll have to revise the entire teaching plan. Were the teacher's feelings in his previous life also like this? There's no other way. As a teacher, I cannot abandon the class. Suddenly a voice spoke up. You're still busy, aren't you, lady? Helena was startled. Oh, Viscount. Hamilton walked over and asked with a smile. Are your Highness's abilities progressing well? Helena replied. Even so, because of that, the workload has increased. Oh no, it has improved a lot. The royal palace also provided another good teacher. Didn't it? Hamilton continued. That is thanks to the implementation of the training plan that you, lady, gave me over 9 months. Helena pondered. It was truly meaningful to provide the training plan, Hamilton expressed. I can only thank you for becoming his good friend. Helena picked up the paper and said, Haha, is that so? Hamilton continued. Those aren't just empty words here. Your Highness also laughs and talks comfortably like peers. Helena was surprised. What does that mean? She wondered, was it rare for Caesar to laugh and talk? Hamilton continued. Do you know what His Highness is called at the Imperial Palace? Helena asked curiously. What do they call him? Hamilton replied. He is called the Grey Wolf. I heard he's the one who bites to death anyone who approaches. Helena found it hard to believe. Caesar's groans from last night still lingered in her head. If she had known, she wouldn't have scratched him. Hamilton continued. No one trusts him. No one is by his side. Ever since he was nearly assassinated, he has grown colder. Helena was stunned. Assassination? She thought to herself, I don't know at all. He didn't say anything. Hamilton sighed. Currently, the situation at the Imperial Palace is not good. Please keep what I've said a secret. I wouldn't want to make the two of you worry. Helena also understood. It was clear even without looking how difficult it would be in the Imperial Palace. Hamilton continued. However, his will to become emperor remains unbroken. It's truly very firm. It's all thanks to the princess. Helena, surprised, immediately asked back. Huh, what do you mean? Hamilton smiled. I heard you promised to make him emperor. At first, I was worried about you calling yourself a teacher, but that was my mistake. Then Hamilton bowed his head low. Please continue to look after His Highness. Helena immediately sat up in surprise, thinking to herself, why is he bowing to me like that? After thinking, she also immediately bowed back to Viscount Hamilton. She recalled what she had said to Caesar. Become emperor, Caesar. She regretted, wondering if that promise was too unreasonable. I understand Caesar's hardships, but I don't want to be involved with the royal family anymore. In this life, I just want to live a comfortable life. That won't do. Not long after, Caesar arrived. Helena, why did you call me? What are those swords for? A lesson? Helena, holding 2 swords, replied, Yes, from today until the day you return, I will conduct a special lesson every night. Caesar asked in surprise. Just me, without Leonis. Helena raised the sword in her hand. I can't teach Leonis. I'll teach you foul and underhanded techniques. With that, she charged forward, leaving Caesar bewildered. What? A direct strike was unleashed, and Caesar screamed in alarm. He frantically said, There's no way I'm starting alone. Helena, with sharp eyes, said, Didn't you hear me? I said I'd teach you foul and underhanded sword techniques. Now I can swing a sword behind your back. Caesar, sweating in confusion, asked, And why do you have 2 swords? If not, then... Helena, swinging her sword, said, During lessons, you should call me teacher. Student. Caesar dodged and yelled, Wait, wait. Helena replied, There's no waiting. Instead of explaining this technique, you should remember it with your body. Helena thought to herself, I wasn't taught this either. I learned it myself during my mercenary days. It's not about confrontation, but about intimidating and suppressing the opponent. Just blocking is enough. Helena unleashed a slash that grazed Caesar's face, followed by another strike that knocked Caesar's sword away. Helena glared. You lost, Caesar, Helena mused. A life I've never lived before. If you turn back in fear, there's only death, Caesar. After that, Helena continued. Again. Caesar bit his lip as each attack clashed, creating clanging sounds that echoed throughout the room. Caesar gritted his teeth and defended. Helena thought in surprise. He really does catch on quickly. After all, he has some talent. Even if he's still being pushed back by my strength. Now, I'm not going to teach you to win solely with swordsmanship. Helena's next blow landed directly on his stomach. Caesar slumped to the ground. Helena pointed her sword at Caesar. You've lost again. Looking into his eyes, she thought to herself, what magnificent eyes, filled with resentment and a fighting spirit. But a fighting spirit alone isn't enough to kill. Then Helena declared, Until I am the only one who can kill you. No, you must be able to kill me. Caesar, panting, said, What are you talking about? Why would I kill my teacher? Helena said coldly. Only then will you be able to survive in the imperial palace. How can I become emperor among my half-brothers? I killed them all so that I couldn't dream of the assassination. Caesar, I said I would help you become emperor. Helena, with determination. I will take responsibility for those words. Caesar picked up the sword, his eyes filled with determination. Again, Helena was pleased. Yes, that's it. Try to endure me, apprentice. The clanging sounds of collision echoed outside. Our special lessons continued throughout the summer. Caesar improved day by day. Meanwhile, although there were no signs of intimacy with Agat, Helena said, Tomorrow I will add more training content. Caesar asked. Here, Helena asked. We're both doing very well, aren't we? Agat, standing nearby, said nothing. She just glared at Caesar. Caesar, not to be outdone, stared back at Agat. The two began another staring contest. Helena thought to herself. Caesar is overtly wary of Agat, seeing Helena run off. Agat immediately followed. Milady, let's go together. As she ran, Agat even turned back and stuck out her tongue to tease him, making him angrily shout, Hey, you! Helena secretly marveled. Agat is not discouraged by the prince. She truly is the child I picked up. Agat followed, smiling. Milady, let me wipe your sweat, Caesar shouted loudly. Hey, stay away from Helena! A moment later. As Agos poured tea for Caesar, he said, I hate that person, Helena asked. Are you talking about Caesar? Agos puffed out his cheeks and glared. Yes, I can see all his dark intentions to monopolize the young lady, Helena mused. You two said the same thing, hating your own kind. On the other side, Caesar also said, I hate her. She's trying to monopolize you. Quickly send her away. Helena took a sip of tea and said, I'll do what I want. I don't need to follow anyone else's wishes. Agos replied sullenly. I know, but I get jealous when the three of you happily practice swordsmanship together. Helena looked at Agos and thought to herself, did that really look fun? She recalled the training session. Aim straight. Do you want to die on the battlefield? Keep going. Please, I'm so tired I can't move even a single step, Helena. No, get up now. So that's how it could look. Suddenly she remembered something and said, I wonder if you'd like to learn swordsmanship. Agos replied awkwardly. Of course I know that's a ridiculous thing to say. Helena put down her teacup and said, "Nothing is impossible for me, Agos." Agos was overjoyed and excited. "Ah, young lady then," Helena continued. "All right, if you want to, just come to the swordsmanship school." Agos was startled. "Huh?" Agos immediately knelt down. "That's not it. I want to learn swordsmanship from you, young lady," Helena calmly said. That's not possible." "I have no intention of taking on any more disciples. Those two are enough," Agos tearfully pleaded and begged. "May I observe beside young Master Leonard? I'll study on my own. I absolutely won't bother you," Helena thought to herself. "He looks even sadder than when I hit him. That's right, when Cesar returns, Leonard will need a rival. The difference in ability between Leonard and me is too great. If I teach Agos well, we can expect synergy." Then she sighed and said, "All right, let's do this." Agos was incredibly moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Helena continued, "All right, I'll teach you swordsmanship while Cesar is away." Instead, if she couldn't catch up to Leonard within a year, she would go to the Sword Academy. Agoth, beaming with joy, said, "Yes, believe me, milady, I will work hard with determination." Helena was too tired at this point. She crossed her arms and said, No preparations are needed," she thought to herself. "Won't this just lead to the establishment of a sword academy?" That was the moment I recalled my father's words that I would be drawn into things I couldn't stand. After that, the relationship between Agoth and Caesar remained the same. I taught Caesar throughout the summer. No matter where he went, he wouldn't be assassinated. To this extent, my role and responsibilities had been fulfilled. It was a bit troublesome, but a relief. Once again, at the end of summer, Caesar returned to the imperial capital. Everyone in the household also came out to see him off. Helena sighed. "I was careless, and I ended up working hard again," Agoth smiled. "I'll come back and help her have some fun," Helena replied. "That's Agoth for you. You must have finished raising all the monsters, so you have nothing to worry about." While comfortably training my juniors, I was enjoying a free life with my brother and Agoth. But after 5 months, all my plans fell apart. That winter, I'm sorry to say, arrived without warning. "I am Rose Evelyn," Leonard asked, bewildered. "What's going on with us?" "It seems like this is the first time I've met her," Rose spoke. "His Royal Highness Caesar sent me." First, Rose held out a letter. "He sent this letter to the two of you. Originally, Viscount Notch was supposed to come, but His Royal Highness said that if he sent someone familiar, the lady would run away, so he sent me here." Helena took the letter and thought to herself, "If I had known the sender was Caesar, I wouldn't have come out to see it. This person came to meet us because they thought we already knew about the invitation to Caesar's Crown Prince enthronement ceremony, which had been sent to the ducal house a few days prior," Helena said, knitting. "The Crown Prince enthronement this winter. It's usually done in the new year." Leonard appeared out of nowhere. "His Royal Highness said he wants the enthronement party to be held together with his birthday party. It seems he personally went to request it from His Majesty," Helena asked in surprise. "Birthday? Is Caesar's birthday in winter?" Leonard replied, "That's why His Royal Highness's middle name is Winter, Helena. He'd cry if he heard you say that." Helena raised a finger and said, "We're still young after all. It's fine if we don't attend such a big event." Leonard smiled. "Haha, isn't it more like you find it troublesome and don't want to go?" Helena replied. "Exactly. We'll just laze around all day in this empty mansion with no adults around." Agoth immediately seized the opportunity. "Oh, lady, please play with me." Back in the present, Helena put away the letter and mused. "That's right, of course I won't go. If it's a prince's coronation, I don't know, but a prince's coronation would surely be in that distant capital, wouldn't it? One can't predict," she then said. "I'm afraid it's not yet time for me to make my debut in high society, so I won't be attending," Rose said. "If the young lady says so, then I hope you will examine the princess's invitation more closely." Helena looked bewildered. More closely, Helena opened the letter, her face becoming utterly astonished. The contents of the letter were as follows. "P.S. If I publicly reveal at this party that Master happily touched my thigh, then everyone will surely know who that thigh-touching Helena is, won't they?" Upon reading it, Helena immediately crumpled the letter. She then sprang to her feet and threw the letter into the fireplace. Leonard asked in alarm, "Hey, Helena, what are you doing?" Helena scoffed. "If there's no invitation, does that mean one absolutely cannot attend the party?" Leonard stared at her blankly. Tada, surprised, Ro pulled out a few more letters and said, To deal with this situation, His Highness told me to prepare extra backup invitations. Leonard's jaw dropped, and Helena was incredibly shocked to see this, clenching her hands until they trembled. Helena said, "Brother, you're really looking forward to this party, aren't you?" Leonard also asked back in a panic. "Helena, are you planning to attend the party?" Helena replied, her anger flaring. "Yes, I must go, to meet César," she thought to herself. It would be best to meet him and then kill him. Ro pushed up his glasses and said, "How fortunate. His Highness is very much looking forward to both of you attending. For the main part, I have already prepared your official debut. Due to the tight schedule, instead of finding designers, I contacted them and had the outfits made in advance. Please look through this design book and choose, and I will prepare them one by one. Furthermore, I have also arranged the list of attending nobles, so please familiarize yourselves with them beforehand." Leonard was dumbfounded. All of this? Do continued, "His Highness has ordered that both moral and material support must be provided to make your official debut perfect, and I also received the Duke's permission beforehand." Helena felt like collapsing completely. Joina's appearance had utterly ruined her plans. A servant immediately approached Helena. "May I take your measurements?" Helena painfully slumped, realizing that while she was busy with that girl's machinations, the day of the coronation was also drawing near. The capital, on the day of the coronation, the Duke, with his wife beside him, said, "Leonard, Helena, we will be attending the coronation, so you may return home after the banquet. Since this is your first banquet, speak less and listen more." Leonard nodded in response. "Yes, father, I will remember." Helena asked curiously, "Won't the two of you be with us at the banquet?" The Duke turned and said, "During the day, we have many places to visit, so we will meet you at the mansion later," Helena then realized. "So they'll be circulating to socialize with the nobles." Leonard beside her said, "Let's go in." Hearing this, Helena nodded. She thought to herself, even though Pereska doesn't need to be directly involved in politics, they are still a ducal house. Social gatherings are very important for nobles, even if it's just a fleeting get-together for gossip. Factions will emerge, and information will be exchanged during those conversations. Once inside, Leonard spoke. "So, even if we have a close relationship with Her Highness, we don't need to directly attend the coronation ceremony," Helena replied. "That's right," she thought to herself. "Well, that's normal." Leonard guided his sister as they walked and continued. "In that case, will we have a chance to meet Her Highness? Just meeting and greeting the political figures alone would be enough to keep her busy," Helena mused. "Is that so? When I ascended the throne, no one approached me. They must have been afraid of me right after I purged all the princes. That's true, because I didn't ascend to the imperial throne by conventional means. Even so, yes, there was one person, my only close friend, Duke Aries Grey. In that uncomfortable atmosphere, the feeling of disgrace gradually faded. He extended his hand first, so I was very happy. In those days, of course, something like that would make one's heart pound. Surely that's no longer the case now," Helena spoke up. "I will definitely meet Seja," Leonard asked again. "Even so, you still want to meet Her Highness?" Helena replied. "Of course, I've come all this way with such pent-up frustration." She clenched her hands, recalling the contents of the letter, and thought to herself, "No matter what happens, I must kill him." Leonard turned around and asked, "Is that so? Is that all?" Helena asked him back, "Are there any other reasons?" Leonard smiled and replied, "No, Helena, you think I'm the best person in the world, don't you?" Helena immediately replied, "Of course my brother is always the best." She looked at her brother and thought to herself, "Honestly, even if you combine this life and the previous one, there's no man as handsome and kind as Leonard. That's right, for my brother's debut in high society, I'll postpone extracting Caesar's soul until later." "Leonard, let's go. The party is about to begin." Anyway, in my previous life, I was always fed up with parties like these. I always had to stand in a hidden corner, as per my father's wishes. 30 minutes later, drops of water splattered down her dress. A voice spoke up, much to Helena's surprise. "Oh dear, how rude of me. What shall I do? I accidentally spilled it? The young lady must go change her clothes." Helena glared, thinking to herself, "This truly cannot be left alone." The party had begun. Even after hundreds of years, the etiquette at parties remained unchanged. Beauties and those in power were still the center of attention. This meant that when people saw Helena and her brother, they would come to introduce themselves. Lady, do you not intend to join our book club? The Duke's investment in our family's business will certainly... Young master. I watched your last fencing match. We would become the center of everyone's attention. Helena forced a smile. It's truly a pleasure to meet such kind people as yourselves. But inwardly, she thought with annoyance. How utterly annoying! Leonard is doing quite well. If he keeps this up, I can slowly slip away. Then she turned to the people around her and said, Please excuse me for interrupting for a moment. Although I'm a bit embarrassed, this is my first time at a place like this, so I'd like to rest for a bit. In her heart, she wanted to just tell them to leave. The young men, seeing her wanting to leave, immediately seized the opportunity. Then, let me escort you to a temporary resting room. I will bring you drinks. No, please come with me to an important place. Helena was extremely distressed. What's wrong with these people? I have no reason to refuse them. This is truly difficult, she thought. Then she stammered. No. Just then, Leonard stepped forward, took her hand and rescued her. Excuse me, but I will be escorting her. Helena turned in surprise. Brother? Leonard smiled, making the young men wary, their faces darkening. Of course, he said. Helena let out a sigh of relief. I'm saved. A moment later, they both returned to the room. Helena plopped down. Thank you, brother. At that moment, I just wanted to run away quickly. Leonard chuckled. Yes, I saw. Helena, no one has been bothering you, right? She replied. No, no one. Helena was also surprised by his attitude. Even my angelic brother uses the word thang. Who did he learn that from? The only one who uses such words in the Duke's household is me. Did I teach him? Leonard smiled, but his words were sharp as a knife. If anyone dares to bother you, tell me, and I'll deal with all of them, Helena thought to herself. This is the first time I've seen my brother so savage. Leonard turned to leave. Then I'll go get you a drink. Helena waved her hand and replied. Go quickly and come back soon. She mused. He'll probably be held up by those young ladies for a long time out there. Poor Leonard. Phew, this quiet is really nice. Now I can finally get some comfortable rest. Before she could even rest, someone approached. May I have a word with you, princess? Helena opened one eye. What now? These people gathering like this already suggest trouble. Then Helena spoke, dismissing them. If you're looking for my brother, you'll find him towards the main hall. The young lady denied it. No, I've come to see you. Princess Pereska. My name is Ayulika Brand. Helena immediately realized, thinking to herself, if it's Brand, then it must be a branch of Duke Balor's house, which is also the Empress Consort's family. This family and Grand Prince Caesar had been in conflict for a long time. Caesar had prevented the Empress Consort from becoming Empress, and the Empress Consort had also hindered Caesar's ascension to Crown Prince. The power of both sides was equally matched, and they constantly vied against each other. She wondered what kind of deal they had made. As this year, Caesar had ascended to Crown Prince, there was no way that side would be on good terms with Caesar. Yet here they were, Helena asked, puzzled. What business do you have with me? Yulika stepped forward and said. I've heard rumors that you, princess, are very close with His Royal Highness the Prince, Helena replied. That's right. The whole group suddenly burst into giggles. Oh dear. Then Yulika placed a hand on her chest and said, I'm truly sorry, young lady. I didn't realize I was hearing such an absurd rumor directly from the person involved. Sometimes there are nobles who, after just a brief conversation with his or her highness, immediately boast about their close relationship with them. Helena calmly said, Of course, there are people like that, she thought to herself. Why are these girls trying to make things difficult for me? The whole group chuckled again. Yes, a princess could never be someone like that. That's right. People from the countryside are very simple-minded. They don't know anything. They're as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, Helena thought to herself. No poison or drawn swords. This level is actually quite cute, isn't it? Yulika stepped forward and said. But princess. I'm only saying this because I'm worried. Helena remained calm and asked. What is it? I'm quite willing to listen. Yulika glared, leaned close to Helena's ear and whispered threateningly. It seems you should know who you are. Wearing such a rustic dress and daring to spread rumors like that, don't you know who his/her highness is? With that, she poured a glass of wine over Helena. She exclaimed, feigning distress. Oh dear, how rude of me. What shall I do? It was an accident. The liquid dripped from Helena's dress onto the ground. Yuliana continued, Miss, you must go change your clothes. Luckily, I brought a spare dress. I'll lend it to you. Come with me. The others also chimed in. That's right, miss. Please accept Miss Brandy's kind intentions. Helena was furious internally. This truly couldn't be left alone. Clearly, it would be a shabby spare dress, but if she got angry at her, she would be called narrow-minded. Then Helena suddenly stood up and said, It's all right, miss. Your hand is wet. Look, come here and wipe it. Saying this, Helena grabbed the hand holding the wineglass and splashed it onto her face. Don't mess with me. I've lived 2 lives already. The 2 ladies next to them were startled. Lady Brand, what are you doing, Your Highness? Helena's voice turned cold. Oh my, how rude of me. It was an accident. After all, you are all generous people. I trust that with your great magnanimity, you will understand me. That spare dress should be worn by Lady Brand. It's truly fortunate that there are still spare clothes. Also, I thank you for your advice on the dress. I will certainly tell Her Highness about your brilliant suggestion. Yulika was startled at this moment. What? Helena, with her skirt fluttering, said blithely. This dress was chosen by Her Highness, but to be precise, it was chosen by Rowena, Seza's retainer. The whole group was startled, their mouths agape wider than bowls. Lady Bapinka, Lady Hector, Lady Rumbia. If you want to do bad things, you should at least be smart. Since you've shown such interest in the hospitality of the Duke of Pereska's household, I will certainly make a note of this and inform your respective families. Their faces darkened, looking at their frightened, pale expressions like, This is rather amusing. So, if you'll excuse me, I hope to see you again, Lady Yulissa Brand. Having said that, Helena bowed in farewell. Aren't even things like this just memories of youth? Even so, let's not meet again. Oh, you childish ladies. Yulika gritted her teeth in anger. Helena Pereska, after leaving, diligently wiped away the stains. Water soaked into the towel. But the stains couldn't be wiped off. Helena decisively threw away the towel, thinking, Never mind, I can use this as an excuse to go to the hall. But it seems that Lady Braun has some kind of scheme. The Braun family holds considerable power because of their close ties to the Empress. Furthermore, the Marquisate has deeply entrenched itself in politics, considered a powerful force. Unlike my own family, what would someone from such a family gain by causing trouble with Pereska? Helena recalled Yulika's threat. I heard that you, lady, are very close to His Royal Highness the Prince. Wearing such a rustic dress, how dare you spread such rumors? Don't you know who His Royal Highness is? Could it be that she likes Caesar? If so, she's quite cute, even though her way of showing jealousy isn't cute at all. While she was deep in thought, a voice announced, His Royal Highness Prince Caesar Wintergrey has arrived. Helena heard the commotion and turned around, thinking, Finally, the main character has arrived. I might as well take a look at him while I'm here. Snow was falling again. Helena walked to the window, the wind gently rustling. And though the scenery was already beautiful, Helena was even more so. She opened the window to gaze outside, at a magnificent and majestic castle bathed in soft sunlight. Was this dress rustic or something else? She'd have to try it on to know. In her previous life, she hadn't cared about clothes or jewelry, because before becoming king, she had been fighting on battlefields. Even after ascending the throne, she spent many days wearing armor. But she had no good memories of the imperial city. She didn't know why she was remembering that time. Suddenly, someone approached. Found you. Helena turned around in surprise. Caesar, why are you here? Caesar smiled and replied, I didn't see Master here, so I asked around and found out you were here. Helena hesitated. Ah, my clothes are a bit dirty. Caesar said, Is that so? I thought you were annoyed and trying to avoid me. Helena replied without hesitation. Of course, that's part of it too. Caesar burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's Helena for you. Helena asked curiously. The guest of honor at the party. Is it all right for you to be here? Caesar replied, I just came to say hello, so it's fine to be here for a little while. Seeing his trembling demeanor, Helena thought to herself, I had intended to punish him for that letter when I met him, but seeing his pathetic and tired appearance from having to prepare so many things, all the words I wanted to say just slipped away. Now this feels real. You have safely ascended to the throne of Crown Prince Caesar. Helena immediately grumbled that he was truly arrogant, and even taller than her, Caesar replied. I've always been taller than you, Helena sighed. But it's not like I have to look up this much. Caesar chuckled with delight. Right, it must be annoying to have to look up at your disciple, huh? Caesar then leaned close to her face. Is this better? Helena shyly pushed his face away. This is too close. Caesar got annoyed and asked, So, what do you want me to do? Or do you want me to kneel? Helena immediately agreed. Oh, that's a good idea. It would be better for me to look down. So you kneel down. Caesar's jaw dropped. What? I really can't deal with you. He then asked, Are you satisfied now, master? Helena smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Perfect. Helena gently walked over and covered his eyes with both hands. If anyone saw the crown prince kneeling, they would surely be startled. But I knew if I looked into his eyes, I wouldn't be able to say a word. Then she sent him a wish. Happy 18th birthday, Caesar. Thank you for being born into this world. Helena's face flushed red, and her hands also turned red. But Caesar still said nothing, making Helena embarrassed. She said, Say something. I'm dying of embarrassment here. Caesar smiled. Thank you. Then he took her hand. Actually, I came to find you because I wanted to hear those words. Helena snorted. You'd hear more people say things like that out in the hall. Caesar immediately refused. It only has meaning if I hear it from your own lips. Caesar held her hand. I was born for Helena. Helena silently pondered. I could feel the earnestness in Caesar's words. I could only silently embrace him. He said he was born for me. What a stubborn and very lonely soul. Thank you for being born into this world. A world that has me. Caesar. After the party, there would be 3 free days. Leonard sat at the dining table and asked her, Helena, what do you want to do during these 3 days? As expected, Helena immediately replied, I want to go home and sleep. Leonard burst out laughing. I already guessed you'd say that. Helena asked curiously. Are you also planning to attend social gatherings like Mother? But you've already received so many invitations from the young ladies at the party. Leonard, holding a teacup, replied, No, I've wanted to do practical training with the Night Order for a while now. So I thought I'd take the opportunity while in the capital to give it a try. Helena exclaimed. Oh my, what an exemplary student. Truly a commendable brother. If that's the case, the mansion will be empty soon. How wonderful. I'll have to roll around to my heart's content and sleep as much as I want. That evening, indeed, the saying brazenness trumps good looks never failed. Caesar appeared out of nowhere. Hello, master. I've come to play with you. Helena's face was as black as thunder. Oh God, so I've been dreaming in vain. Helena angrily pointed straight at him and yelled, You, a dignified crown prince, why are you idly sitting here? Caesar, completely unfazed, said, It's because I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't been able to sleep. So, please excuse my rudeness. Helena snapped. Then go to sleep. Caesar gestured and said, It's just that today I heard Leonard plans to go on a practical training trip with the Night Order. Helena fumed internally. This guy, he's not even bothering to listen to me anymore. Meanwhile, Caesar calmly continued, Then you'll surely be lying around lazily. That's why I personally came all the way here to play with you. Helena promptly showed him the door. Have a good trip, Caesar. Caesar immediately yelled, Hey, Helena, why are you so forceful? You're going too far. Are you planning to only wish me a happy birthday with just words? You thought that playing together would suffice as a birthday gift? Helena froze. A birthday gift? Heavens, so what do you want? Just giving a gift is enough, right? Caesar asked in surprise. Really, then, could you build me a mansion in the coastal city? A moment later, Your Highness, without us, will you truly be all right? Caesar turned back and replied, I can take care of myself, so you don't need to follow me. Helena's face darkened as she clutched her head. It's turned out like this again. That cunning fellow. Is it really okay for the crown prince to go out like this without attendance? I must have raised him to be too strong. Caesar suddenly grabbed her hand. Let's go, Helena. Helena pulled her hand back. Wait. Why are you holding my hand? Caesar replied. So Helena doesn't run away halfway. Helena grumbled. Don't worry, we've come all this way. Why would I run away now? Caesar recalled their time at the festival and said, How can I trust you back then? At the festival, you left me alone and disappeared. Don't you remember? Helena was speechless, unable to justify herself. Caesar flashed a triumphant smile. Helena looked at him thoughtfully without saying anything. All right, I'll indulge you today then, Caesar urged. Helena, come here and look, Helena replied. Okay. Helena had no other choice, as this was his birthday gift. A moment later, the two entered a luxurious restaurant. The waiter placed a teacup down and said, "We wish you a pleasant time." Helena spoke up. "Hey, Caesar." Caesar wondered, "What is it?" Helena, holding a pile of items, asked with a sullen face. "Why did you buy only things for me? Isn't today your birthday?" Caesar took a sip of his tea and said, "So what? Buying things for Helena makes me happier?" Helena immediately continued, "Even so, we came out because of you, so please buy something for yourself." Caesar laughed and replied, "I only use items made by artisans, so I don't really need those kinds of things." Helena's face fell. "Oh, what bad luck." Helena took a piece of cake and asked, "Do you really not want to buy anything?" Caesar smiled brightly. If I could buy something, I'd want Helena." Helena, still eating, frowned and retorted, "Do you want to die?" Her question made Caesar burst into uncontrollable laughter. Helena sighed, thinking to herself, when did this kid become so cunning? Back then, if he joked like that, he'd immediately get furious and angry. The older she gets, the worse her temper becomes. At least she's beautiful. The land of the imperial city must not be good, Caesar asked. Helena, what did you think of the party yesterday? Helena replied, "Nothing much. At first, only my face was radiant. Then I just stayed in the room, and he kept trailing behind me the whole time." Caesar put her hand to her chin and asked further, "Didn't you make any friends? That's typical of you, but it's quite serious." Helena angrily, "What does that have to do with anything, you?" Caesar's expression hardened. "No young lord has been bothering you, has he?" Helena brought her teacup to her lips and replied, "No." Suddenly she remembered something. Caesar flinched. "What is it?" Helena continued. "Now that I think about it, I did get acquainted with Lady Brand a little." Caesar asked skeptically. "Marquis Brand." "I see, it's Brand." Then Caesar brought a hand to his chin, contemplating something. Helena thought to herself, "That's right. Brand is the Empress's family, and I wasn't astute enough to say such useless things. I need to change the subject quickly." Then she looked at the pile of items and said, "Oh, I have something for you, Caesar." Caesar looked up. Helena presented a gift box and said, "Actually, I intended to give it to you at the party, but I thought it wouldn't compare to the other gifts then, so I'm giving it to you now." Caesar immediately became flustered. "What is it? Is it really for me? Really? Can I open it?" Helena nodded and replied, "It's just a very small gift, so don't expect too much." Caesar opened the gift box, and inside was a scarf. Caesar's eyes widened as he stared at the item. Then he spoke. "Helena, you really are terrible at knitting. It looks like a rag." Helena immediately rushed forward in anger to snatch it back. "You! Give it back then." Caesar wrapped it around his neck and said, "But this is my favorite among all the gifts I've received." Helena sighed. "Ridiculous. Is it really more than all the treasures you received at the party?" Caesar carefully held the shawl. "Those treasures weren't given to me. They were gifts for the royal family. But this one is just for me. This is the best. Thank you." Helena looked at his expression and immediately realized that, because she had known Caesar for a very long time, she could tell he was truly happy right now. Then she spoke. "I didn't know you liked knitted shawls so much. Your taste is stranger than I thought." When Caesar heard that, he couldn't contain his laughter. He laughed as if he had never laughed before. "That's right, I love it. I love it so much I'd trade my life for it," Helena said. "Even if that's the case, don't trade your life for that wool shawl." Caesar still hadn't stopped laughing. "Oh, come on, this is too funny, Helena," Helena asked, puzzled. "What are you laughing at? Honestly, this disciple gets harder to understand the older he gets. One night, I returned home in a carriage. Unlike what the Duke said about the countryside, the capital's night here was dazzlingly beautiful. This place is still as magnificent as ever, 500 years ago. I spent countless nights here, in this city. What is it that makes me feel they are more beautiful? Why is that?" Caesar was sleeping when Helena woke him up. "Hey, Caesar, wake up! We're almost at the palace." Caesar was still breathing steadily, snoring deeply. His stomach was rumbling. Just how tired must he have been? He should have taken some time to rest before coming to see me. Then she sat down next to him and shook him awake. Caesar, wake up. We're almost there. Caesar slowly stirred awake. Helena. Just then, of all times, the carriage hit a stone by the roadside. The carriage swayed violently, causing both of them to stumble. With a thud, the coachman laughed. Oh dear, inside the carriage, what was bound to happen, happened. Eyes met eyes, lips met lips, but a bit too forcefully. Ha ha. Helena, embarrassed, covered her face and pushed him away. The coachman spoke up. Oh dear, my apologies. The road here is quite dangerous. Helena was flustered. They had touched. No, instead of a romantic scene, they almost lost their teeth. Helena exclaimed. No way. Caesar, also trembling, said, Unbelievable. He whined, This won't work. Helena's teeth also hurt. Huh? Caesar yelled, I already told you it wouldn't work. Helena also flared up and yelled back at him. So what? She fumed, thinking to herself, This idiot? Do you hate touching me that much? Just then, the carriage arrived. The coachman approached. We've arrived, sir/ma'am. Helena immediately flung open the door. I'm going first, Caesar yelled. Heavens, Helena. As she ran, she felt annoyed. You scoundrel. Helena quickly ran back to the mansion. Caesar was still sitting in the carriage, his lips stinging. He mumbled, Helena? Meanwhile, on Helena's side, Leonard saw her lips and asked, Helena, what happened to your lips? They're swollen. Helena flinched. Oh, is it too obvious? She stammered. The carriage shook and I bumped it. No, I just bit my lip. Leonard looked at her face, worried. Her face was also red. You're not catching a cold, are you? Should I call a doctor? Helena's face turned even redder, embarrassed. Me? Helena immediately turned her face away. It's nothing. I'll just rest a bit and get better soon. I'll go to bed earlier. Leonard was confused. But... Helena's heart pounded. I'm sorry for lying to you, big brother. But I can't possibly say that I touched lips with Caesar, because I was angry just now. I need to quickly return to the main headquarters. There's no reason to run into that Caesar there. I will forget this, and not think about it at all. 2 days later. Snow had fallen heavily across the capital. Clearly, her schedule would be disrupted at this point. Helena let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Hamilton kept babbling. I heard the princess. I told His Highness there was practice for the coronation ceremony starting at noon. But, I mean, he'd been practicing all morning and his body was drenched in sweat. What's wrong with that? Practice makes you sweat, that's all. Honestly, it's so noisy. Hamilton pointed at him and said, No, you must wear your full uniform properly. How can you not wear it? Caesar said nothing, casting a glance at Helena. Helena took a sip of tea, thinking to herself, These guys just barged into the mansion this morning. Why is it always like this? Clinging to me and causing a ruckus? Please just go home. When Leonard is the only one on Hamilton's side, do they really have to come to me? Normally. I wouldn't have any opinion on Hamilton's complaints, Helena continued. Anyway, because of His Highness, I'm heartbroken and living a life worse than death, princess. Please say something, Helena's voice replied coldly. Of course, Caesar is a scoundrel. I don't know the full story, but that Caesar guy is definitely wrong. Caesar immediately reacted strongly. Of course, but what does that mean? Hamilton stammered. Quite unexpected. The princess must have realized my plight. Helena also nodded. You've been through a lot until now. Hamilton's eyes welled up with tears. It's all right. This isn't the time for me to quit. Caesar snorted and said, I'm not stopping you. If you want to go, just go. Hamilton then turned to him. Don't talk nonsense. Look, how can you be so harsh with me? A few days ago, you left me alone and disappeared. I don't know what you were biting, but your lips are all swollen. The two people involved were startled to hear that. Caesar immediately yelled, Stop it! Shut up! Helena also yelled, Don't say anything, don't talk about it. Hamilton asked, puzzled. Why are you suddenly so flustered? If I noticed correctly, it seems the princess also has a swollen lip. Helena flinched when he called her name. Hamilton, full of doubt, said, Don't tell me. Both immediately panicked. No, that's not it. Hamilton was confused. I I haven't said anything yet. Meanwhile, both of them were scrutinizing Hamilton. Sweating, Helena awkwardly thought to herself, This is really... I'm so embarrassed that I overreacted again. Absolutely must not let this busybody know. Then she stammered, Well, do you know if there's a Bailong library in this mansion? Hamilton was startled and exclaimed, What? The scribes at the Bailong Library are famous for their elegant, flowing handwriting. You know what I mean? The books here are very expensive. Helena pulled him along, running. I'll show you. Let's go right now. Hamilton also gleefully followed. What an honor! What an honor! Caesar startled awake. Helena, I'll come with you. Helena immediately turned and glared at him. Only he and I are going, so you stay here, okay? She fumed, thinking, You idiot! I've been trying to avoid you already. If the person whose lips you touch keeps trailing after you, how are you supposed to face it? Hamilton placed a hand on his chest and said firmly, Your Highness, please wait here for a moment. If a crowd makes a commotion, that expensive book will be damaged. Caesar froze. Helena stared at him. Caesar recalled the scene after their lips met. When she covered her mouth, Caesar turned away. Fine, do as you please. Hamilton happily ran off. Come on, let's go, princess. Caesar remained seated, turning away thoughtfully. Helena, worried about him, also turned back to look. Caesar, you jerk. Caesar, lost in thought, gazed into the distance. Why does my heart ache like this? Not long after, the two of them went inside. Hamilton's eyes sparkled with immense delight. I get to see such precious books too. This is such an honor for me, my lady. While Hamilton carefully read each page, Helena beside him was bored stiff. He's been reading for so long and isn't bored at all. It seems he's completely immersed in these books. But why was Caesar heartbroken? It was all an effort to cover up what happened then. She kept screaming that it wasn't true. Then she spoke. It seems he's busy preparing for his ascension to the throne. So is it all right for him to appear like this? Hamilton replied, It wasn't supposed to happen, but, he sighed, it's been tough. As expected, Caesar was forced to make an appearance again. Hamilton suddenly said, Actually, today I used the excuse of complaining to the lady to come here. Helena asked in surprise. Huh, you my Lord Viscount? Hamilton continued. His Highness's mind has been restless because of the coronation, making him unable to sleep. I want to help him relax a little. Lady, do you know why they're holding a party before the coronation? Helena pondered and then said, I heard he also intended to attend that party. Hamilton, turning a page in his book, replied, Outwardly, that's the case. But striving for a swift completion is the more accurate way to put it, Helena thought in surprise. They plan to hold the coronation in winter, not on New Year's, even holding the party beforehand. Is it all about securing the timeline? Why is he in such a hurry? She said seriously, The imperial consort is about to be crowned empress. Hamilton also nodded at her words. If the imperial consort becomes empress, Balurga's influence will grow stronger. It won't be Caesar, but the empress's youngest son who will try to claim the position of crown prince. Helena finally understood. So that's it. No wonder my father has been busy with social engagements. Peruska has seriously decided to side with Caesar. The Duke was too far from the capital, making it difficult to access news. Hamilton then continued, If you wish, I can become your source of information. Helena laughed, pointing at herself and asking, You're joking, right? Why me, and not my father, or brother? Hamilton shrugged without answering. Seeing this, she thought to herself. So Hamilton always saw her as an adult? Then she asked, puzzled, Why are you telling me this? Hamilton turned another page of his book, grunted, and said, Consider it a repayment for today's valuable books, princess. Helena fell into contemplation. It was indeed a heavy repayment. It turned out that when hearing about such swift coronation ceremonies, one could simply pretend not to know, and be done with it. But if it concerned her disciple, it was different. Then Helena stood up abruptly and left. I'll be going now. When she reached the living room, she opened the door. She saw Caesar resting, living in the largest and most magnificent place in the empire, yet he could sleep comfortably in this small house. Don't you have anywhere else to sleep besides my house? I said I would make him emperor. Although, more than anyone, I knew exactly what the position of emperor entailed, had I cast too terrifying a curse upon him. If something like that happens, you should tell me. Don't keep it to yourself and pretend nothing happened again. I told you it's fine to be a bit dramatic. Or to boast, didn't I? It's not that I don't know he doesn't want to tell me such things. My point is, also think about the delayed guilt, you stubborn one. At that moment, Caesar also woke up and sat upright. Helena, when did you get back? Helena also stood up and replied, Just now, I was going to draw on Caesar's face, but I failed. Caesar reacted strongly. Oh dear, I suppose I can't sleep soundly in front of you. Helena continued, I'm just joking. You can sleep soundly when you're in front of me. Caesar was stunned for a moment. Then he broke into a radiant smile. Yes, I will. They gazed passionately into each other's eyes. Caesar reached for her lips, where the wound was still unhealed. With a tender gaze, Caesar gently touched Helena's face. Then he gave her a kiss that surprised Helena. Something had just transpired very naturally. Caesar gently stroked her hair and asked, Helen, may I kiss you? Helena clutched his sleeve. You're supposed to ask before you do it, of course. Caesar leaned closer to her. We can just do it again, she wondered. Is it appropriate to do this with my disciple? But in these uncertain times, when no one knew where things were headed, out of curiosity, why not try it once? First kisses are all like that. A first kiss can be shared with anyone, as long as there are feelings involved. It wasn't a big deal for him or for me. After the snow stopped, Leonard and I were able to leave the capital as planned. Hamilton and Rowena came to see us off, but Caesar did not appear. While in the car, Leonard's voice rang out. You miss them a lot, don't you? Helena looked bewildered. Huh, he continued. I mean Agate, who couldn't come along because he wasn't allowed to. Helena smiled. Oh, right. Of course I miss them. He must miss them a lot too. 3 summers have passed since Suzza became crown prince. Leonard was at the Knight Order's internship last time. A knight pointed at Leonard and said, That pale young man is here for an internship. Red knights should look intimidating. The preliminary training is 100 times more intense than usual. How are we going to manage this? Oh, I nearly passed out just now. Leonard wiped his sweat and flashed a brilliant smile. Phew. The Knight Order's training is really tough, I admit. He truly was an exceptional talent. He made the Knight Commander's eyes widen. And thus he was admitted to the Officer Academy. Because of that, they could only meet Leonard once a month. Although Sezza visited the ducal house every summer, he couldn't stay as long as before. The more power one has, the less freedom one possesses. Agat, on the other hand, was so obsessed with swordsmanship that the blisters on his hands didn't have time to heal. Although it was a bit pitiful that he thought swordsmanship was the only way he could connect with me. In reality, he had strived to show that he would never betray and to improve his own abilities. Since then, it was already the 4th summer. Sure enough, Sezza visited the ducal house again, and even brought along a very troublesome item. Helena looked at the paper in her hand and asked, A fencing tournament organized by the royal family, Sisha continued. It's an event that happens once every 4 years, Helena asked, puzzled. Why involve me? Tournaments like this are where nobles showcase their talents, a typical kind of event, Caesia immediately continued. But the participation rules have changed this year. Originally, only those with knightly titles were eligible to participate, but this year, even non-nobles can join. And since it's organized by the royal family, there will be no restrictions on participation conditions. Surely, many exceptionally skilled individuals will flock to it. It'll be very interesting, Master. Helena put a hand to her chin, pondering. This is intriguing. Leonard needs some practical combat skills anyway. Truly, the best sister of the year, always worrying about her brother. Leonard, seeing her staring at him, was puzzled. Haha, is there something on my face? At this moment, Agat brought a plate of pastries. I've brought the chocolate tart dessert. Cecia, seeing an opportunity, immediately complained. Oh dear, why is it chocolate? It's all sweet and not delicious at all. Agat calmly replied. Ah, that's right. Your Highness doesn't like sweets, do you? I'll prepare egg tarts according to your preference, and of course, I'll only make them once Your Highness leaves the Duke's residence. What a pair! Cecia immediately bristled. This girl, honestly. The two exchanged bullet-like glares. Helena, witnessing this, thought to herself, these two are really persistent. In this regard, they're quite compatible. Helena spoke up, interrupting their glaring match. Even non-nobles can participate, so Agat can join too. Argos perked up her ears, feeling incredibly touched. What? Helena asked. Caesar, so you brought this for Argos? You two bicker every day. It seems like a love-hate relationship, huh? Cesar immediately snapped. Are you crazy? No, Helena continued. He brought the information because of you. That's really nice, Argos, Argos retorted sharply. It's not nice at all. Nothing good ever comes from it, except for the young lady, Helena asked curiously. Argos, aren't you interested in the tournament? Argos immediately beamed, her eyes shining so brightly they seemed about to pop out. Actually, I really want to go, Helena smiled. That's more like it. Argos then turned to Caesar. Stiffly and awkwardly, she uttered each word. Thank you, Your Highness. Caesar scowled back. So you'll register for the competition, right? Then he sighed. In any case, everyone should try participating at least once. It's also a decent place for Master's disciples to test their skills, and I don't like being the only one participating. Leonard chuckled. Haha, of course, it would be a bit lonely by yourself. Helena took a bite of cake before speaking. What are you saying? You sound like you're being forced, Caesar said wearily. Don't you know? The Crown Prince must participate unconditionally, Helena asked curiously. Oh, really? Since when? Leonard explained. After the Grey family passed the throne to Prince Dante, the sword became one of the symbols of the royal family. That's why His Highness didn't just learn swordsmanship early, Helena munched thoughtfully. Did this tradition come about because I was too outstanding in my previous life? What a terrifying butterfly effect. I only did that to make a living. In any case, this is also an opportunity to see how much the three of them have developed their strength. Helena then concluded. All right, then the three of you go out there and sweep them all away. And the three of them naturally agreed, flashing very confident smiles. That evening, the carriage was waiting, and Cesar was preparing to leave. Helena approached and asked, Why don't you stay the night and leave tomorrow? Traveling by carriage at night is very dangerous. Cesar was surprised. What? I've been waiting for it to be this late so I can leave in silence? I just stopped by briefly on my way back to Salisbury, so I have to return quickly, Helena said as she walked towards him. So, becoming the Crown Prince will be this busy. Cesar replied. It's all right. That's something I had already anticipated. Helena choked up. So, you won't be staying at the Duke's mansion this summer either. She recalled pondering that if it were before, this would be the time he would be staying at the Duke's mansion. Cesar looked at her with a smile. Then he spoke. I'm sorry. Hearing that, she thought to herself, I asked a useless question. Of course he's busy. It's like I'm grumbling. Exactly 3 years after that day for the two of them. She gradually felt strangely awkward. No one spoke first about what happened then. Was I afraid our relationship was changing too quickly? But if two people gradually drift apart like this, due to their individual circumstances, it would be even more regrettable. Then he spoke, surprising Helena. Before, at the party, you mentioned you were close with Lady Brand, right? Have you ever received an invitation to a social gathering from her side? Helena wondered. Marquis Brand? Why do you ask? Cesar replied. I just suddenly thought of it. Helena thought suspiciously to herself. There's no way he just suddenly thought of it. Something must be going on with Brand. Even Lady Brand, who's prone to sudden outbursts, is the same. While I'm in the capital for the fencing tournament, I must secretly ask Hamilton. Caesar turned away, saying, All right, if there's nothing, I'll take my leave. With that, Caesar also left, ostensibly to see off the Crown Prince. But it was eerily quiet here. After hearing that the previous party was hastily organized and the ceremony was performed perfunctorily, I understood why my disciple was being pressured by the Empress. I suppose I was just irritable, fearing he might be mistreated. Before they parted ways, Helena advised him. Cesar, if anyone causes you distress, just tell me any time. Cesar immediately turned back, a bright smile on his face. Helena, I am Helena's disciple. Helena mused. That's true. I did teach him not to be beaten no matter where he went. Then she smiled and replied. That means it's all right for you to be spoiled. Cesar stepped towards her. All right, you mean it's okay to be spoiled, right? Saying this, he pulled her into a hug without hesitation. Helena awkwardly asked, Wait, what are you doing? Cesar replied, You said I'm allowed to be spoiled. To endure hardships, one needs to recharge, you know. Helena was exasperated. He really is a strange one. She patted his back and said, Come on, fill up. Caesar smiled, his eyes crinkling. Thank you, master. Helena also leaned on his shoulder. All right, my disciple. After that, The carriage truly departed. If what you desire is this sincere affection, then I can give you as much as you wish. I will give everything without holding anything back. Come any time, my lovely disciple. 1 month after that day, the three of us headed towards the mansion in the capital to participate in the fencing tournament. Helena's mother and father were overjoyed. You're voluntarily coming to the capital. Our Helena finally has a passion. That's absolutely wonderful. Since you're going anyway, you might as well attend the social gathering. Forget the social gathering. I don't even have a passion. But my parents look so happy, so I'll just let it be. And another person also looked very happy. None other than our Agos. Having just come from the countryside, she gaped at the luxurious and bustling buildings. Helena approached and asked, Agot, do you find the capital city magical? Agot immediately turned and said, Oh yes, I thought I would never get to visit the capital, even if I grew old, so it's truly magical. Lady, look, so many carriages pass by, yet not a single stone on the road is broken. Helena saw this adorable reaction and thought to herself, so that's what she's surprised about. What a cute kid. Agot pointed at the imperial palace and asked, What do you think of that incredibly cool city wall? Who on earth lives in a place like that? Helena thought to herself. It's where you and the Caesar you hate will live. And it's also where I lived 500 years ago. Agot, like a child, pointed here and there, then at the dragon statue and asked, Do you see that dragon statue? It's really big and majestic, isn't it? Helena was surprised. Ugh. That was erected to commemorate my defeat of the evil dragon cruise. This girl finds everything so strange. It makes me feel like I'm walking a dog. Agos ran off gleefully, not to mention the tension before the first convention. Seeing her so excited made him a little worried. But Leonard turned to Helena and said, It seems like you've bought a lot of things for Agos already. Helena laughed and replied, Honestly, what about you? Every time Agos receives something, she gets so surprised that her eyes almost pop out. And I find that very amusing, that's all. Leonard replied, Yeah, actually, me too. Agos clenched her fists. Thank you, young lady, young master. I will work very hard, even if I don't win. I will do my best not to tarnish the young lady's reputation. Helena spoke up. What are you saying? Since you're here, you have to win. I already said we have to sweep everything. Agos reacted strongly. The young lady is absolutely right. I will aim for victory. Helena forced a smile. That's right. You need that kind of spirit. Leonard also smiled cheerfully. No passion, but plenty of spirit. Helena closed her eyes tightly. Of course. Even though it's annoying, since we've joined, we have to win. Leonard replied to her. Then I also have to try hard for Helena. Helena thought to herself. It's rare to see Leonard so confident. Of course, they have to win. Whose disciples are those three anyway? The winner will definitely be one of my 3 disciples. Suddenly, she looked at her watch and paused. Oh, I just noticed the time, brother. I have an appointment with someone here, so I'll be gone for a bit. Leonard was surprised. What, an appointment? With whom? Helena asked curiously. Why are you so surprised? I'm just going to meet Viscount Hamilton for a bit. Leonard felt it was a bit unusual. He said, No, that's not it. Normally, Helena would find it bothersome to meet other people. Helena turned her face away. She replied, That's true. But, she pondered, thinking to herself, It's true. What's the point of knowing how Brand and Caesar are related? Then she spoke. First of all, the carriage has already been called, so it can't be cancelled. I'll go and be right back. A little while later. Your ladyship, I was very surprised when you wanted to meet me earlier, Helena replied, because I have something I want to ask. Hamilton was surprised. Has your ladyship finally decided to use me as an informant? Helena shook her head and replied, No, I have absolutely no interest in politics. Hamilton heard this as if struck by lightning. But why? Helena thought to herself. This person really wants to drag me into politics. I can't let my guard down around him. Hamilton cleared his throat to regain his composure and said, So, what is your ladyship curious about? Helena replied, I want to ask if you know much about the Brand family. Hamilton froze upon hearing that. Huh, what did your ladyship do at the Brand family's residence? Helena pondered for a moment, observing his attitude. Then she spoke. You didn't ask me if I knew or didn't know. But rather what I did, Hamilton forced a smile. I misspoke. Helena said pointedly. You're probably not cut out to be an informant. She chuckled and replied, Haha, that's right. Where should I begin, princess? Do you know that the current empress wants to make her biological son, Prince Jean, the crown prince? Helena nodded, thinking to herself that deduced would be more accurate than new. Hamilton continued to explain. Caesar has already become the crown prince, so he won't die an untimely death, and the empress's biological son can no longer become the crown prince. If that's the case, then Prince Jean can only become the crown prince when Caesar ascends the throne. But if Caesar has children, that won't be easy either. The power within the imperial palace has already shifted towards His Royal Highness, the crown prince. If things continue this way, it will be even harder for the empress to make Jean the crown prince. Therefore, the empress will want someone to occupy an important position, Helena immediately realized and continued. And of course, she wants Juliaca Brand to be the crown princess, Hamilton continued. That has been the case for a very long time, Helena thought to herself. Now I finally understand that declaration of war without a countermeasure. Though it seemed pointless, in the end, it was still political maneuvering, Helena wondered aloud. It's time to discuss Caesar's engagement, isn't it? Hamilton was surprised. The princess was calmer than I expected. Helena picked up her wineglass and replied, It's not that surprising, really, because I'm quite quick when it comes to royal engagements, she thought to herself. Even though I would remain unmarried until my death, Hamilton suddenly made a proposal. If your highness desires the position of crown princess, we have enough doctors to assist your highness. What are your highness's thoughts? Helena calmly took a sip of wine and replied, I don't want it. Hamilton's jaw dropped. Huh? But what? But you could become empress later? Helena let out a sigh. The reason is that being empress is also a hassle. Hamilton flinched. Did you call that a bother? It's all the same and you don't even like this. Helena shook her head, thinking to herself, I used to be a king, so why should I be a king's wife again? It's such a bother. Hamilton fell into a deep pit of despair. That's right, she's just that kind of person, Helena mused. We're in the middle of discussing the engagement. What was Caesar thinking? Kissing me like that? Helena frowned. It's time to officially begin discussions about the crown princess. After that, Hamilton bid farewell to Helena, and she also left. Sitting in the carriage, she couldn't stop thinking. No matter who becomes Caesar's wife, even if it's just for attention, it will be hard for us to get along from now on. It seems I feel a touch of bitterness. Finally, the fencing tournament arrived. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. The announcer called out, The 16 contestants who passed yesterday's preliminary round will soon begin. Everyone, please take your seats. The ladies' seats are on this side. Helena looked around. It was organized by the royal family, and she no longer cared about the skill level of the competitors. The stands were completely packed. Should I sit on the first floor as instructed? Compared to sitting on the terrace, the view is clearer here. As soon as Helena sat down, another person also sat down. Helena turned, wondering, who comes to watch a fencing match dressed so gracefully? What a small world. Yulika was the one who had sat next to her. Seeing Helena, Yulika was startled and panicked. Huh. Yulika immediately turned and ran off. I'll sit somewhere else. Helena grabbed her arm. Oh, Lady Yulika Brand. Is something bothering you that you have to change seats? Then Helena pulled Yulika down onto the seat with a thud. Helena smiled and greeted her. Long time no see? Yulika trembled uncontrollably. Oh, that's right. Is the princess still well? Helena patted her shoulder and said, Why are you so tense, young lady? Thanks to your concern, I'm doing very well. Come on, young lady, smile. Don't ruin the atmosphere. People will misunderstand that we have a bad relationship. Helena saw Yulika like that and thought to herself, This young lady's spirit is too weak. Does she intend to enter the royal family and contend like this? It's obvious without even looking. Yulika's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, forcing a smile. Ha ha ha. Helena smiled and asked, Right. Yulika also forced a smile. Ah ha ha, that's right. Helena smiled and thought to herself, These foolish youngsters are quite cute, because foolishness is also a disease. Yulika kept using her fan to cover her face. The bell signaled the start of the final match of the Grand Sword Tournament. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. The nobles had taken their seats, and the swordsmen had begun to duel. It was very intense and exciting for the nobility, but regardless, everyone's jaws dropped. Where did that female swordsman come from? She looks very young and is both fast and incredibly sharp. Helena recalled when Agos was little, how she had wanted to learn swordsmanship to protect the young lady. Agos, who was determined to learn swordsmanship for real combat, had demonstrated her excellent efforts throughout that time. It would be a pity if Agos were eliminated, but after this competition, she would surely gain more admiration. Helena clapped to cheer her on, and seeing her beloved young lady cheering for her, Agos was overjoyed. This time, everyone was talking about Leonard. Is that the son of Duke Pereska? It's said that he is a prodigy and has already won previous competitions. Now he's aiming for officer school, isn't he? Indeed, his future is very promising. Leonard's match began immediately, but it seemed quite swift as his opponent was defeated, declaring, "I give up." Even Helena was surprised. Unable to believe it, in just 2 moves, the announcement echoed, "Leonard Pereska wins." Leonard smiled brightly and extended his hand to his opponent. "You fought very well." Helena looked at the scene and remarked, "Love letters from young ladies will pile up in his house, just you wait." And only one person remained, Crown Prince Caesar Wintergrey. Victorious, everyone was abuzz. He didn't even use his other hand. He fights in his own way, which is why he's so daring and cool. Indeed, he's a grey wolf, just as rumored. His killing intent truly sends shivers down my spine. Where on earth did he learn such a wicked sword style? Helena remained silent, thinking to herself, "It's a pity, but I taught him that." What do these people truly think swordsmanship is? A sword is a weapon meant for killing. Killing intent is only natural. Leonard Pereska wins. The final match will begin now. Leonard Pereska and His Royal Highness, Crown Prince Caesar Wintergrey. Both contestants, please get ready. The match begins. Both immediately charged at each other. Helena thought to herself, "Regardless of who wins, it will still be my disciple's victory." She said with delight, "His Highness's swordplay is very beautiful and elegant, isn't it, Miss Bran?" Miss Yulika was surprised. "Huh." Helena continued to comment on the match. The overwhelming skill was terrifying, but the flower of a swordsman, the charm of the sword, is when it stands on the boundary between life and death, isn't it? Only then did Yulika pay attention. "Well, if the lady says so, then it must be true," Helena continued. "You should know under which sword the weak are being protected." Hearing this, the 2 people behind them flinched. Yulika hesitantly asked, "So, the main point is that His Highness is amazing, right?" Helena was speechless. She didn't understand a single word she said, and yet she wanted to have a battle of wits with her. How could a child like this become a crown princess? I'm not bored enough to worry about someone else's daughter. Yulika suddenly flinched and cried out, "Oh!" Leonard had finished the battle by then. He was panting but still smiling. There was a winner, and that was His Royal Highness Crown Prince Caesar Wintergrey. Yulika's jaw dropped. This was the first time His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had won that fencing tournament. Helena, with a hint of pride, thought to herself, "Of course, Crown Princes throughout generations have been forced to participate, so they just cooperate in the matches to make it seem reasonable before leaving the arena. But my disciple is not like that." Back below the stands, Caesar was presented with a wreath, the victor's wreath. Everyone clapped loudly. "Congratulations, Your Highness," Helena, puzzled, asked. "What's going on? Why are those young ladies so flustered? Why is he walking this way?" Yulika immediately explained to her. "Oh my, your ladyship doesn't know. There's a tradition that the victor presents the wreath to the lady of their heart," Helena thought to herself. This child, truly, knows nothing about swords but is so well versed in these matters. Helena tensed. "Wait, could it be?" Caesar approached, and Yulika primly awaited the wreath from his hand. Helena irritably turned her face away. "I chose the wrong spot." Yulika, with a cheeky smile, placed her hand on her chest and said, "Your Highness, congratulations on your victory. I was certain Your Highness would win." Caesar smiled and replied, "It's fortunate that I was able to repay that trust." Helena saw his smile and found it incredibly cheesy and annoying. What kind of commercial smile is that? From above, the Empress also wore a satisfied smile. Helena mused to herself. Right, this is politics after all. How utterly boring. Cesar then took off the wreath from his head. Yulika fluttered, her face flushed, and she closed her eyes tightly, waiting. Hold on, turn around. The wreath was placed by Cesar onto Helena's head instead. Leaving even her bewildered and astonished, Cesar smiled. All the glory of today, I wish to bestow upon my esteemed master. The young ladies there gaped, their jaws dropping to the floor. The Empress was astonished. Good heavens! Yulika's face was red, tears almost falling from embarrassment. The entire arena erupted in loud cheers, making Helena anxious. My peaceful life is completely shattered now. Oh, it's over. Everyone there immediately started gossiping loudly. Did you hear? They say His Royal Highness the Crown Prince placed the wreath on Lady Perez? It is said that that noble lady is the swordsmanship master of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What? How could that young lady possibly be? The rumor spread in the blink of an eye. However, in the Western capital, that story is quite famous. It is said that the young master of that household was also taught by that very lady. That's just a baseless rumor. How could that be true? Putting that aside, isn't the act of wearing the wreath implicitly acknowledging the crown princess? If it's the crown princess, if it's Pereska, then there's truly nothing she can't do. There's always a question like that at the end of the story. So what will happen to Miss Brown? Cesare knelt down in remorse. I have committed a capital offense. Helena held the sword in her hand. Cesare, what do I hate the most? Cesare replied. Annoyance. Helena, her anger flaring, asked a chilling question. So, shall I kill you? Cesare immediately cried out, pleading. Helena, please spare me. Helena angrily shouted. What on earth were you thinking? Putting a wreath on me? Cesare raised his hands, forcing a smile. Wait a minute. Listen to me. Helena once told us to come to her when we achieve victory. It's not a bad thing for a disciple who achieved results to express gratitude to their master. Suddenly, the sword plunged into the ground, startling Cesare. She stepped closer to him and said, You're not wrong, but I'm very angry right now, so don't smile. Cesare broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. Helena let out a sigh. Are you trying to drag me into political infighting? Cesare immediately replied. I had no such intention. Helena crossed her arms and turned away, her voice weary. But in an instant, everyone is already saying that the relationship between me and Miss Brown has become a rivalry for the position of Crown Princess. If you want to control the princess, use a different method. Don't drag me into it too. Cesare stared at her for a moment, then spoke. If Agat or Leonat had won, they would naturally have been allowed to put a wreath on you, right? Helena asked, puzzled. Why bring that up now? Cesare lowered his gaze and replied, Because I am your disciple, and I just wanted to show you what I have learned. Helena glanced at him and replied, That's true, but... Caesar, feeling aggrieved, asked, Then why am I the only one who can't? I'm also Helena's disciple. Do you hate me wearing a wreath that much? Do you hate being involved with me that much? To the point where you feel disgusted by anything you receive from me? Helena, seeing him on the verge of tears, became flustered. Wait, calm down. It's not that I hate it. It's good. I mean, it's very good. I was very touched to receive that wreath. Caesar jumped up and shouted, Lies! Heartbreaking lies! Helena, not to be outdone, clenched her fists and retorted, I'm not lying. Caesar then asked, Is it true that Master feels proud when I win? Helena immediately replied, Of course it is. I nurture the next generation precisely to feel that sense of pride. Helena, flustered internally, thought, Please don't cry. I'm really not good at comforting crying children, Caesar declared boldly. If that's the case, then of course you must praise and reward this disciple generously, right? Helena rubbed her aching head. Of course, oh dear. Caesar, calmly joyful, said, Phew, that's a relief. Actually, I was determined to win for that very reason. I was almost hurt, Master. Helena froze. Huh. Caesar took her hand and kissed the back of it. I will obediently wait for the praise and rewards to come. Then he turned and left, leaving Helena completely bewildered. The door swung wide open, and Caesar walked along, chirping, You don't need to worry anymore, everyone. Go back to work. No one's going to die. Helena inside was still rooted to the spot. She'd been tricked. Not long after, Leonard crossed his arms and asked with a smile, So you were indirectly dragged along in such a vague way? Helena hung her head. then didn't respond. When Caesar opened the door and poked his head out, he said, "That's right, Helena. You once said that after my birthday, many private invitations were sent, so you wrote rejection letters every day, right?" Helena asked curiously. "So what?" Caesar replied, "You won't have to work so hard like that anymore, so this is something to be praised for, isn't it?" Saying that, he smiled and left. Helena wondered, what did he just do? Back in the present, Helena crossed her arms and snorted. It's surprising that he still remembers something from 3 years ago, but it really was completely cut off. Apart from letters wanting to recruit Agos, no other letters were seen. Leonard rested his chin on his hand, wondering, "Isn't that great? Writing rejection letters is always a hassle," Helena pouted. "But I'm a little bothered." But then she shook her head. "No, that's not right. If I think positively, everything is a hassle." Leonard said thoughtfully, "But what you're saying really is strange." Then he took out a letter and said, "Because from now on, invitations like this will be sent to you, Helena." Helena took the letter in her hand and wondered. It's the royal seal. Did Caesar send it? Confused, she thought to herself, what's going on? Is he perhaps using some trick to stop this? It's a letter sent by the princess consort. Since it's an invitation from the empress, no matter what excuse, it cannot be refused. All of this is because Caesar gave me the wreath. At the imperial palace, Helena walked, reassuring herself that she should stop worrying. But as the person involved, she still felt a bit bewildered. The door then opened, and a man invited her in, saying, "Your Highness has waited for a long time. Please come in, Your Highness." As soon as she entered, the Empress smiled. "Welcome, Your Highness. Thank you for accepting the invitation," Helena gracefully and politely replied. "It is truly an honor for me to be invited here by Your Majesty." Then she looked at the person next to her. "We meet again, Lady Brand." Yulika smiled and greeted back. "Indeed, it seems we meet quite often, Your Highness Perezga." The Empress was surprised. "Oh my, you two know each other. I didn't know your relationship was so close." Yulika snorted and said, "I have only spoken with Your Highness a few times." The Empress burst out laughing. "Ho ho! Lady Brand, you're quicker than I am. Today, I only invited you two young ladies here to chat, so don't be too formal," Helena replied. "Not at all. I'm simply happy to be invited here," the Empress chuckled, covering her face. "Even though you have received the Crown Prince's favor, Your Highness remains truly humble." Helena forced a smile. "Favor? Your Majesty exaggerates," she thought to herself. "Me, favored by Caesar. It's more like I favor Caesar. What a bunch of fools," the Empress continued. "I'm not joking. Didn't the wreath of this grand assembly belong to Your Highness?" Yulika immediately exclaimed. "Your Majesty!" The Empress's voice was sharp. "Perhaps Lady Brand needs to try harder." Yulika turned pale from fright. She lowered her head and quietly replied, "I'm deeply ashamed." Helena felt a bit sorry for her, but she just shrugged it off. What else could she do? She then said, "Because His Highness studies swordsmanship with me, he merely shared that joy with me as a fellow student." The Empress, with her arms crossed, replied, "The princess is truly modest. If that's the case, then Miss Brand should perhaps learn swordsmanship instead of magic." Helena thought in surprise. Learn magic. Magic is a complex and difficult subject to master, and it lacks practicality. Hardly anyone uses or studies it these days. Yulika was feeling extremely self-conscious, but Helena felt a slight interest. "I thought she was an incompetent, naive person, but she's different from what I imagined." The Empress looked out the window and said, "The sun is beautiful today. Let's both go to the back garden." "It just so happens that I have some things I want to show you two young ladies." Helena smiled and replied, "I'd be delighted to accompany you, Your Majesty," although she wasn't particularly curious. A moment later, in the back garden, an arrow was shot by an archer. Helena looked at him and wondered, shooting arrows so suddenly? The archer saw them and politely bowed. The queen introduced, "This is the youngest archer in the imperial city. I called him here to enjoy with those two young ladies." Helena was stunned and thought to herself, "What? Is this the queen's hobby? It seems this is also the first time Lady Brand has known about this." Then the queen continued, "I heard that the princess knows how to use a sword. Is that right? So surely the princess is also knowledgeable about bows and arrows, aren't you?" Helena was stunned and replied, "As for bows and arrows, I tried holding one a little when I was young. That's all there was to it, she thought to herself. When I was a mercenary, I learned a little with my comrades. Of course, to use it as skillfully as a sword would be very difficult, so I gave up. Yulika seized the opportunity and began to lecture the person who had lived 2 lives. Isn't holding a sword enough for you that you also try to hold a bow? Isn't that just like a careless and impulsive person? You should know that from ancient times until now, instead of learning swords or bows and arrows, a lady of dignity should consider dancing and poetry as a weapon. Helena, secretly provoked, "Keep saying those boring things, little girl." Then she smiled and said, "Yes, lady, you are absolutely right." Yulika realized as if she had just lost something, but not knowing what it was, she also held her tongue. Helena picked up her teacup and thought to herself, "There's no need to argue with such trivial provocation." The Empress smiled, looking at Yulika, and said, "Lady Bran has been a talented person since childhood, trained to be the crown princess. In contrast, the princess seems to have grown up more freely." Helena immediately replied, "Because I was in a place far from that battlefield of power, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded. "Indeed, that is the privilege of the ducal nobility. I only hope that the Duke continues to maintain that honorable position. That's all. What about you, Princess? Are you, like your father, without ambition for power?" Helena asked doubtfully. "Do you mean politics, Your Majesty?" The Empress's voice was sharp. "My meaning is positions of power. Such as Crown Princess, for example." Yulika suddenly stood up. "Your Majesty, you mean—" Suddenly a loud sound startled Yulika. Another arrow had just been shot into the target. The Empress raised her hand to calm Yulika. Helena replied, "That's right, I don't care about royal matters." It was then that Helena realized that in this quiet backyard, the Empress had deliberately let them hear the sharp sound of arrows to threaten them into saying nothing more. The Empress smiled meaningfully. "Princess, can you swear to that?" The world would not pay attention to the position of the royal household's female head. Another arrow, like a threat, was shot. Helena thought irritably to herself, "This is utterly vexing." Then she spoke. "Your Majesty, before I answer, may I perform a small demonstration of my humble skills to express my gratitude for the delightful tour?" The Empress smiled and agreed. "Princess, feel free to do so." Helena stepped forward and picked up an arrow, thinking to herself, "The target's distance is short. Compared to the archery I learned as a mercenary, this is much easier and more relaxed. This is just child's play. But, more importantly, this will be a subtle warning not to threaten me again." But it wouldn't be enough to convey the full meaning. After releasing the arrow, Helena said, "Your Majesty, I'm truly sorry, but I can only deal, not just speak." Yulika immediately jumped up. "How dare you speak of dealing when addressing the Empress?" The Empress immediately stopped Yulika. "Lady Brand, please go fetch the earrings from my room and bring them here." Yulika, being sent away, flushed with anger and pressed her lips tightly together. After Yulika left, the Empress called out, "Princess Pereska, you are so young yet possess so many talents and such courage, to the point that I can hardly believe you are the same age as Lady Brand." "I really like you, Princess. This is also fate. What do you think about establishing a close relationship with me?" Helena's expression didn't change. She replied, "I am a close friend of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The Empress tilted her head and smiled. "He is both your close friend, Princess, and my lovely son. If you become close to me, Princess, you will absolutely not be at a disadvantage." Helena pondered. "As expected, she won't let me go. I responded fully to that threat, yet she's truly persistent. Do I have to overturn the teacup now?" Suddenly, someone walked over and placed a hand on Helena's shoulder. "So, you're here, Helena." The person who appeared was none other than Caesar, his gaze fixed on the Empress. A moment later, Caesar pulled her away. He sat down on a chair and let out a sigh. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for things to become so troublesome. I didn't know the Empress would get involved." Helena felt annoyed internally. She really wanted to tell him that it was wrong from the moment the wreath was given. Flashback to when Caesar first arrived. His sharp gaze fixed on the Empress as he said, "If I had known there was a place like this, I would have come sooner, Princess." Helena was stunned, thinking to herself, "Caesar, if I'm here, What will he do? The Empress smiled brightly. Haha, Crown Prince. Since you're already here, why don't we have a cup of tea together? Cesar gently interjected. Please don't tease my close friend here. She's not accustomed to a place like this, the Empress continued. Good heavens, am I teasing her? I merely wish to make her acquaintance, Cesar asked. Then, may this building of friendship be postponed for now? So I can take the lady away. The Empress turned away and replied, Of course, to avoid angering my son, this mother must naturally retreat. The time spent today was quite useful. Until next time, young lady. Helena watched her retreating back, thinking to herself, Son, mother, she said it all without batting an eyelid. What a sharp tongue. A person with a deceptively gentle smile. A smile that seemed to exude malice. And Cesar was facing such a person. Back to the present, Helena called out, Your Highness, if your Highness wishes, I can stand by your Highness's side in this place. Cesar was astonished. What? Then he shook his head. No, there's no need, Helena. Just live normally as you are now. You don't need to use honorifics when in the Imperial City, because I won't choose Helena. Helena, puzzled, asked again, Choose. Caesar lowered his head and said, Because this matter is very troublesome. She thought to herself, Indeed, if I stand by your side, it means I will enter a war without swords or blades, and it's truly troublesome and pointless. But Helena had probably made her own decision. She spoke up. Cesar, it's not you who chose, but I who made the choice myself. She fell into thought, including the matter of having a disciple like him, and the matter of me promising to help him become king, and the matter of me wanting to help him escape the queen's threat. All of it. Her gaze was tender. This master will help him. Cesar was stunned in surprise. His face flushed red. Then he covered his face again. Helena looked at him and thought to herself, He seems very grateful for my resolve. I get it, kid. Not long after that. Am I very late? Helena, sitting at the table, replied, No, it's just that I arrived early. Hamilton walked over and sat down in a chair. You came to see me before returning to the Duke's territory. What an honor for me, Helena said. I'll be back here soon. Hamilton was a little surprised. What? Do you still have business in the capital? Helena asked. It's quite normal for noble ladies to frequent the central social hub, isn't it? Hamilton set down a teacup and said, That's true, but aren't princesses a bit different from everyone else? Helena said. You don't have to beat around the bush. I know you're implying I'm lazy. Hamilton chuckled awkwardly. Haha, so I've been found out. Putting that aside, what can I do for you? Helena said seriously. Viscount, you once offered to be my informant. I want to ask if that agreement is still valid. Hamilton, who was holding a teacup, froze. He immediately put the teacup down and said, Of course it is, but if it's information regarding the relationship between His Highness and the princess consort, I have none. Helena pondered in silence for a moment. Then she spoke. Viscount, do I look like that kind of person? Hamilton smiled. My apologies. I've been rude. Please understand my concern and desire to protect His Highness. Helena picked up her teacup and nodded. She understood his feelings. Helena said, I know, and I trust you on that, Viscount. Although whenever Cesar visits the Duke's mansion, we children often joke that someone like Hamilton, who is always by our side, is stiff and uninteresting, but we know he is the most trustworthy person. Hamilton asked, What information do you want to know about? Helena placed a stack of papers on the table and said, This is a list of nobles and organizations that have sent me invitations. Hamilton picked up the list. I also heard that you received many invitations, but I didn't think it would be this many. Helena took a bite of food and said, Merchant guilds or craft guilds, artisan organizations or schools. There are plenty of them. A significant number have come since the fencing tournament, but I don't know what Caesar did, because now they've stopped sending them. So I'd like to ask you, Viscount, to tell me where I should go and where I don't need to. Hamilton's eyes widened so much they almost popped out when he heard her say that. He wanted to shout, Are you serious? You're actually going to attend social gatherings? Helena picked up her fork and said, What Caesar lacks is backing power, but currently, among the nobles on our side, there isn't anyone trustworthy. Hamilton agreed. That's right. These people only follow because of the crown prince's status. If anything unfavorable happens now, they'll abandon us at any moment. Hamilton, disbelieving, asked again, "But are you telling the truth? Is that really true?" Helena, chewing noisily, said, "Are you that disbelieving? To the point of being surprised twice over?" Hamilton asked. "Don't you think that's a big deal?" Helena replied. "That's true. Such actions have already occurred recently," Hamilton continued, "setting those other matters aside. If your highness intervenes, his highness will certainly object." Helena immediately frowned and asked, "Why does my decision need Caesar's permission?" Hamilton nodded. "That's not what I meant. It's just that later, you'll have to explain to his highness that I did try to dissuade you." Helena also nodded. "You're very honest. Then please handle it for me within 3 days," Hamilton said confidently. "Just leave it to me. I'll return it within the next 2 days. Or, if your highness were to become the crown princess just like that, I would have nothing more to wish for." Helena took a sip of tea. "My parents don't even wish for that. So why are you, Viscount, so concerned?" Helena then asked, "Doesn't your highness desire that? For women, that is the highest position?" Helena asked. "If a woman doesn't become someone's wife, can she not have power?" Hamilton flinched. "Ach, I didn't mean it that way." Helena narrowed her eyes. "I'm not trying to interrogate you." Then she looked out the window, realizing that even in a big city like this, there were street children. Hamilton also followed her gaze. "They're everywhere." Helena put down her teacup. "King Dante also came from being a street child, didn't he? Among the street children now, is there any child who dreams of ruling a country?" Hamilton smiled and said, "Basically, King Dante is special, isn't he? I don't know. But it seems he was different from us in his very blood." Helena gave a faint smile. "That's true. Someone who can even seal a dragon might indeed be like that." Hamilton suddenly remembered. "Speaking of which, I've heard recently that a strange cult worshipping dragons has appeared." Helena paused. "Worshipping dragons," Hamilton explained. "It seems that cult gained influence among commoners, but its scale isn't large, so the kingdom doesn't pay it any mind," Helena said. "The church certainly won't let that stand," Hamilton shrugged. "Of course, they wouldn't deal with such riffraff," Helena thought to herself. "But I didn't seal the dragon away just to witness something like this." Hamilton smiled brightly. "Anyway, that cult will probably only be popular for a short while and then disappear. If King Dante were to see this nonsense, he might even rise from his grave." Helena's lips twitched slightly, and she smiled. It was originally her own story, yet now it sounded as if it were someone else's. Helena crossed her arms and laughed loudly. "That must be it. Perhaps I'll gradually drift away from Dante's life and start adapting to Helena's life. A life completely opposite to Dante's. A life where I don't need to be strong and tough. I don't know why I feel lonely and sad, but I know for sure that a lot of trouble will come later." Somewhere, a grotesque smile bloomed. Afterwards, Leonard and his father, who were visiting the capital, also received the notification. I had done a lot to calm them down recently. Even though dinner was a complete mess, her father and brother took turns saying, "If you need anything, just tell me." "That's right, Helena. If you have any difficulties, I'll help you too." If Mother had been with them, it would have been utter chaos. Moreover, exactly 2 days later, Hamilton provided a list of various nobles and organizations. Classifying them as enemies and allies, he then directly sought out potential guests and invited them to the party. Because everything happened so quickly, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, except for one small thing. I built more connections. The following summer, at Duke Perezga's mansion, Agos came with a stack of letters and said, "Lady, good morning to you. Today, invitations have also arrived." Helena, lying on her bed, flipped through each one. They finally arrived. Invitations to Ulika's birthday, or rather, her coming-of-age party, Agos asked. "Are you not planning to go?" Helena replied. "Of course I have to go. There are many rumors saying that Lady Brand and I are allies, and if I refuse, everyone will say I'm selfish." She thought to herself, moreover, since it was Bronte's party, the families on their side would also attend. This was a great opportunity to get close and observe them. Now, all she needed was reinforcements, right? On the day of the party, Helena sighed. Although she had said she needed reinforcements, it would have been great if her brother had skipped school and come along. When she called, Leonard had said, "Sorry, Helena, I have a school commitment that day." Hamilton forced a smile and asked, "Does your ladyship dislike me that much?" Helena replied, "The Viscount's age is almost double mine." Hamilton, flustered, immediately clarified, "It's not to that extent," she thought to herself. That's what she meant to say. But today, Hamilton was a suitable companion. Hamilton was now both Caesar's assistant and her companion. Although it wouldn't be as effective as Caesar coming directly, it would send a message that she and the Crown Prince had a close relationship. The atmosphere was incredibly crowded and noisy. Helena exclaimed, "The number of people who came is truly... No, it's quite a lot. It was even more splendid than the Crown Prince's coronation. If it was too extravagant, the Emperor would no longer pay attention." But the Emperor had also married the Princess Consort because he wanted Balor's power. At this point, he would probably approve. She knew why Yulika had picked a fight about her dress. It was because it was completely opposite to someone as rustic as herself. While she was pondering, Hamilton spoke up. "Lady Bronte is over there. Let's go greet her." Helena snapped back to reality. Having been so lost in thought that she completely forgot, Hamilton approached Yulika. "Happy birthday!" "Lady Yulika Bronte." Yulika turned around. "Oh, thank you both for coming to the party." Especially, Lady Pereska must be very tired from traveling all the way from the countryside to get here. Helena heard Yulika's implication that her home was in the countryside, suggesting difficult roads, and she was extremely annoyed. Helena wasn't one to be outdone. A few rough patches were nothing compared to a journey to a distant place like the border. "Honestly, though it's not much, our ducal household has prepared a birthday gift for the young lady." Yulika burst out laughing. "Oh my, thank you so much. Could it be pumpkins harvested this season?" The other young ladies present burst into giggles upon hearing this. "Oh dear, the young lady is truly something," Helena thought irritably to herself. "This bunch? I'm trying my best not to stab you all." Then she spoke up. "Miss Bronte, pumpkins are only harvested in autumn." Yulika froze upon hearing this. Yulika fired back. "Indeed, living in the countryside, you must be quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Helena replied. "That's common knowledge, for heaven's sake. You truly didn't know, miss," Yulika stammered. "Huh, oh, no, that..." This time, it was Hamilton's turn. "Lady, you'd better apologize. Poking fun at someone else's knowledge is impolite." Helena played along dramatically. "Oh, really? I've been so rude, miss," Yulika immediately said. No. Who needs your apology?" Helena quickly waved goodbye. "We should probably excuse ourselves now. So, thank you once again, miss, for inviting us to the party." Yulika called after her. "Wait," Helena thought to herself. Ending this verbal sparring quickly is the best course of action. After leaving, Helena chuckled. "Haha, Lady Bronte getting all flustered and confused is truly amusing." Hamilton replied, "She really isn't all that pleasant." Helena nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Viscount is helping me, isn't he?" He clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. "That's true. Having a good relationship with your Highness must be for some reason?" Helena immediately asked. "Was that an insult just now?" Not long after, Helena sat alone on a chair. She looked towards Hamilton and thought to herself, "Everyone is talking to Hamilton, but no one is coming to me. That's right, there's no point in pretending to be close to me in front of a Yulika. As expected, this party, where no one pays any attention to me, is the most suitable for an attack. I can clearly see who belongs to the neutral faction, and who supports the Queen's faction from the start. But where are Bronte's guards?" Helena called a servant and asked, "Excuse me, I'd like to wash my hands. Could you call someone to escort me?" The servant nodded and replied, "Yes, I will call someone right away." Soon, a servant led her away. As Helena walked behind, she wondered aloud, "By the way, the Count hasn't appeared in the Great Hall today, has he?" The maid turned around. "Ah, the master is smoking," Helena thought to herself. "He can't stay in the smoking room all day." As she passed a room, she saw the door open and asked, "Why is the door open?" The maid replied, "Ah, it's to air it out. Otherwise the books would get damaged." Helena exclaimed, "The books in here are packed so tightly, aren't they? They seem to be well preserved, and so many books are crammed into such a small space." Suddenly, someone spoke up, startling her. "What are you doing here, lady? Don't snoop around other people's homes. It's very rude." Helena turned and replied, "I was just going to wash my hands. I happened to pass by," Yulika said in a loud voice. "That's not where you wash your hands," Helena began to praise. Because the family's library looks so tidy and well-appointed, I apologize. It seems the Count loves reading, doesn't he? Besides the study in the central area, he even built another room like this. Yulika was surprised and began to say, "That?" Helena, not understanding, asked again. "Huh," Yulika yelled. It's my study," Helena remembered. "Ah, that's right. You used to study magic, didn't you?" She was puzzled, thinking to herself, "What's so hard to say about that?" Yulika mumbled. "It's not yet at a usable level, but I quite like theories and specialized books on magic. All of this is for my studies. A perfect lady of talent and beauty should be at this level, shouldn't she?" Then Yulika flared up again and shouted, "It's more useful than things like harvesting pumpkins," Helena thought to herself. "Seriously, is she still bitter about that incident?" Yulika said proudly. "How about that? Lavi Rose's summoning rituals, consecutive magical theories, Vonti's sealing spells? You don't know a single word of any of that, do you?" Helena clapped her hands patronizingly. "Oh, that's absolutely amazing. The young lady is truly knowledgeable in the field of magic." For this one sentence, Helena was truly sincere. Everyone, haha. Yulika looked down on everyone with a smug expression. Of course, even if everyone says it's nonsense, once you study it, you'll know it's all useful knowledge. Helena, puzzled, wondered, "Everyone says it's nonsense, right? It's not wrong. Magic is slowly disappearing now. And even if you're good at theory but don't know how to practice, what can you do?" But Yulika's eyes when she spoke of magic were the most brilliantly sparkling thing in the world. Then Helena spoke. "No learning is ever nonsense. You are doing something truly admirable, young lady." Yulika, hearing these words from Helena, was incredibly surprised. For some unknown reason, Yulika turned around and said, "You should go home now, lady. You need to relearn the etiquette of a young lady, accepting an invitation to someone else's home, and then peeking into their room. A young lady shouldn't do that," Helena said. "I have been very rude. I hope you can forgive my clumsiness, young lady." Then, if you'll excuse me, Helena left deep in thought. "I was just paying Yulika a casual compliment." Eureka is the princess's retainer, and Cesar's enemies are her own. Even so, if she has friends, they should inquire more about what the girl truly wants to do. Not long after, at the Duke of Peresta's mansion. You also know autumn is approaching, don't you? I know, the young lady's first birthday after coming of age is in autumn. Therefore, no matter how meticulously we prepare, it will never be enough for Bronte. All right, remember to prepare very carefully. Remember to use all the silver spoons and plates, and continuously serve food. There must be no shortage of food, Agat replied. Yes, madam. Everyone simultaneously looked at Helena, wondering if they should redecorate the garden. They probably also need to tell the young lady that another pond should be dug. Helena stepped forward and said, You don't need to go to such trouble arranging my birthday. Agat clenched her hands. We servants are merely having a battle among ourselves, young lady. Helena asked, puzzled. Did something happen at the Bronte's mansion? The maids nodded, Agat looking as if she wanted to spit fire. Yes, the servants there are so arrogant. If our young lady could become the crown princess, then at her wedding, who would get the first seat? Helena chuckled at that. Agat immediately said, Good heavens, I wasn't telling a joke, Helena thought to herself. Helena was actually Yulika's rival ever since she left that place. But the servants also have their own pride. That evening, as Agat was folding the blankets, she asked, Oh, by the way, will Sir Caesar be coming? He didn't come to Miss Bronte's party before, Helena replied. No, he probably won't come to my party, Agat pouted. Yes, but how could he? Helena chuckled. Calm down, Agat. The rival is the crown prince, so I didn't send him an invitation, she thought to herself. Of course. Bereska always sides with the crown prince, and Caesar's power isn't stable yet, so at this time it's even more important to be careful. Caesar also knows this, so he surely wouldn't dare to anger the princess consort. Therefore, he will definitely know how to behave in this matter. Agat sighed. He might just cry. He'll probably be very upset about not receiving an invitation to your 22nd birthday. 7 days before the party, Helena and her brother embraced. Helena, brother, is everything all right at the academy? You said you had a lot of work, Leonard replied. I'm on leave now, so don't worry. Your birthday is already here. Then they hugged each other tightly again. You truly are my brother. Leonard replied. You're the only one I love, Helena. Helena wondered. It seems my brother has grown taller, hasn't he? Leonard replied. Yeah, probably almost as tall as His Highness now. Helena exclaimed. Wow, how can you still grow taller after turning 20? I guess I can't grow any taller anymore. Leonard bent down close to her and said, Helena, you don't need to grow any bigger. You're perfect just the way you are. Helena was extremely annoyed. Yes, she thought to herself. But before my coming-of-age birthday, I'm a bit embarrassed that I'm even shorter than my own disciple. Leonard looked at the pile of gifts in front of him and asked, Are these all your gifts, Helena? That's more than I expected. Helena replied. Yes, she thought to herself. These are all the gifts from Beresca's and Caesar's people, and... Leonardo encouraged her. You're going to be very busy soon. You'll see? Keep it up, Helena. Yes. Birthday gifts had already arrived, from clothes to jewelry, all meticulously prepared. As the guest of honor, I had to make sure everything was absolutely perfect. The day before the party, Agathe held 2 knives in her hands and said, Oh my, I'm glad I didn't miss today. Helena continued with praise. You did very well. Thank you for coming to help me practice sword fighting lately. I've been a bit busy with my birthday party. Agathe smiled. It's nothing, my lady. But I'm afraid, my lady. Could you spare an hour for me today? Helena immediately turned and asked. Now. Agathe immediately nodded. Helena pondered, thinking that she didn't have much time left, as the party was tomorrow, but this was also the first time Agathe had ever made such a request. Then she tilted her head and agreed. An hour should be fine. Agathe beamed with joy. Really? That's wonderful. I was planning to take you somewhere during that time, my lady. Helena said. All right, now we need to go change clothes. August immediately dashed off. Yes, I will change right away and come to you immediately. Helena wondered. Betsy, do you know why August is acting like that? Betsy gently pushed her down onto a chair and said, No, I don't know either. Now I'll prepare your clothes. I'll go right away. Helena didn't understand August's behavior. She wondered, why is August so excited today? I don't know what August will do next. Quickly, Betsy placed a sparkling necklace around her neck, and her hair was beautifully radiant. Helena asked, puzzled. Oh, isn't this a bit much? Betsy smiled delightedly. It has to be beautiful. This is the outfit for today, my lady. Look how lovely you are, Helena said. I know, but I feel like it's strange. Helena was utterly confused. Why is it suddenly like this? Betsy, standing nearby, suddenly burst into tears. Honestly, I don't understand why time passes so quickly. This life, it feels like it just happened yesterday. Helena, flustered, said. Don't. Why? Why are you crying like this? This made Helena even more confused. What's so different between now and then? Betsy turned away, heartbroken, and said, It's because I keep thinking that one day I won't be able to take care of my lady anymore. I'd surely die of sadness then. Helena's head ached. Bessia, even after I grow up, you'll still take care of me, won't you? Bessie replied, crying. Yes, but a person like me often thinks negatively, so I get a little emotional, Helena said. Hey, don't say such cruel things to me. At this moment, Agathe had finished changing. She opened the door and said, Milady, it's time to go. Helena turned her head and replied, I'm all ready anyway. Helena then followed the 2 servants out. Upon arrival, Helena pondered, Is this place for servants? Agathe gestured towards the door and said, Now, shall I open the door? The door opened, and the male and female servants enthusiastically greeted her. Happy birthday, milady! Congratulations, milady! We just wanted to wish you a happy birthday a little early. Helena was surprised. Huh? A maid asked. You must be very surprised, aren't you, milady? Please calm down. Agathe prepared everything. We apologize for surprising you, milady. Everyone wanted to celebrate your birthday, that's why. Helena said in surprise. It's just that I've never had a celebration like this before. The butler brought a gift box and said, We heard that milady will soon be going to the capital, so everyone is quite sad. This is a birthday gift from all the servants here. Although it's a very small gift, we hope you will accept it. Helena happily took the gift box. Can I open it now? Helena opened the gift box and exclaimed, Wow, but this must be very expensive, right? It must have cost everyone a lot of money, right? The butler replied with a smile. It's all right, we can afford it. I apologize. Perhaps a necklace or a gemstone would have been better. Helena immediately held up the gift and said, "No, I really like this gift. Therefore, this is very precious to me." The male and female servants took turns saying, "What a relief! Thank you. Thank you, young lady, for liking it." Helena felt a flutter in her heart. What was this feeling? They always understood her best, giving her the most sincere wishes. It was hoped that the young lady would not forget this gift. Helena replied, "No, this is the most precious gift everyone has given me," she thought to herself. "It certainly can't compare to any of the expensive gifts piled up in the hall. I've never received a gift like this in my life." At that moment, her heart was set on one place. No matter where she went, she had never felt like any place was truly her home. But this place, this truly was her home, where she could return any time. Helena hugged the gift in her hands, her face radiant with a smile. "Thank you all so much. I will definitely come back often." That evening, someone said, "Everyone has taken up too much of your time, lady. Good night." Helena replied, "It's all right. I had a wonderful time. Good night to you too." Helena held the gift box in her hands, a hint of regret in her heart. It's a pity that... Suddenly something caught her attention. A voice spoke up. "You're back." Helena exclaimed in surprise. "Caesar?" she asked. "When did you arrive?" Caesar rested his chin on his hand and replied, "A few hours ago, I already greeted Leonis. It seems you were having too much fun, so I just sat here and waited." Helena put the gift box down. "In the middle of the night, all the way from the capital," Caesar grumbled. "Yes, even though I didn't have an invitation," Helena asked curiously. "Don't get angry without knowing the reason. Didn't Princess Bronte intervene?" Caesar took her hand and pulled her along. "It's my only master's birthday. How could I just sit still?" Helena followed behind him, thinking, "Even so, you could have come to the party tomorrow. Why are you sitting here waiting for me all night like this?" Caesar plopped down. "No, our meeting today is very important. Do you know what day today is?" Helena wondered, puzzled. Why is he suddenly asking that? Is there some schedule today that I missed? Then she replied, Is it my birthday?" Caesar smirked. "It's already past midnight. Happy birthday, Helena Peresca. I wanted to be the first to wish you a happy birthday." Helena felt a flutter in her heart at his words. It's strange, yesterday and this morning were no different. But why, when holding this hand, do I feel like I've become an adult? That's why they say there's something that makes people vulnerable. Then she smiled. "Thank you, Caesar. The next morning, I sincerely thank everyone who helped me shine. And I wish all those present here today abundant happiness and peace." A young lady spoke, gesturing politely. "Lady, do you remember me? Time truly flies. You look very beautiful today, lady." Helena smiled brightly. "Thank you for the compliment." Helena looked around. Many important figures were present. She could see nobles like Valor and Peresca. However, no one here had truly come to sincerely wish her a happy birthday. While she was deep in thought, someone approached, saying, "The lady looks just like a swan." "Today is truly a joyful day," Helena replied with a smile. "It seems your highness has had a good day." Caesar also smiled brightly. "Of course, because today I get to see the princess smile like this." Helena flared up. "And whose fault is that, you rascal?" Helena tried to hold back. "A birthday only comes once a year, so your highness must be quite regretful, aren't you?" Caesar kissed the back of her hand and said, "That's fine, because I like all the expressions on your face. Once again, congratulations, princess, on coming of age." With that, he left, making Helena furious. "That scoundrel! Just you wait!" Another young lady approached. "It's a pleasure to meet you, princess." Helena had to smile again. "It's a pleasure to meet you too, young lady." A moment later, Helena sighed. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a carefree sight. This time, I'm the main character, so I can't sneak away. What are Caesar and Leonard doing? He's entertaining the nobles, probably to draw attention to Leonard, who has received the title of young duke. And the young ladies are interested in other matters." At this moment, a young man approached. "Princess, you seem a bit tired." Helena also recognized the young man. "Ah, this is Earl Luke's eldest son, Leonard's classmate, isn't he?" Then she spoke. "Thank you for your concern. I hope you can enjoy the party." The young man held a glass of wine in his hand. "Thanks to your diligent preparations, This party is truly wonderful. Furthermore, if you don't mind, may I invite you for a dance? I've heard Leonard speak of you a great deal, and meeting you in person today, I see that Leonard's words were absolutely true. I'm very curious to know what kind of person you are, as he only ever speaks highly of you. Would you grant me the honor of being your first dance partner? Helena playfully asked. What if I clumsily step on your foot? The young man, with a radiant smile, flirted back. You're as light as a feather. I wouldn't feel a thing. Helena also extended her hand and agreed. Very well then. Suddenly, another hand reached out and took hers. Caesar smirked, his eyes like bullets. Excuse me, but the princess here has already promised me the first dance, the young man stammered. Huh, your highness. Helena pondered, confused. No, since when? This is the first I've heard of it. The young man immediately grabbed his sandals and ran off. Oh dear, my apologies, your highness. I'll take my leave then. Helena was bewildered. What is this? This is absurd. Caesar took her hand, smiling brightly. Without such spirit, one wouldn't be worthy of being Helena's first dance partner. So, my lady, I hope you can grant me that honor. She thought to herself. This is actually to show everyone clearly who Valga and Bronte will have to face later. Then Helena stood up and stepped forward. What if I clumsily or accidentally step on your highness's foot? Caesar replied. That's fine. I can dance continuously until I help you improve. In the romantic setting, to the melodious music, everyone was dancing together, including Helena and Caesar. Holding her hand, he said, Helena, you dance very well. When did you learn? To the melodious music, Helena replied, A long time ago. I learned from a friend, a very long time ago, Caesar asked in surprise. A friend? You have friends, Helena replied. Really, yes, I do. They look like you, but their personality is completely different. Even though I have no talent for dancing, Ares patiently taught me. While everyone else was reluctant to be my dance partner, he didn't say a word, even when I stepped on his feet. My dance partner, Ares. Ares is my dance teacher and my first partner. Suddenly she tripped, and Helena stumbled. I was still lost in thought, but Cesar quickly caught her, even lifting her high into the air. To everyone's astonishment, Cesar asked, You didn't fall, did you, Helena? Helena replied, Thanks, Cesar. After that, they both continued. Helena said, What just happened is bound to create a huge rumor, you'll see. Cesar asked her curiously. So you don't like it? Helena snorted. Do whatever you want. Helena fell into deep thought. In my previous life, I only had one thing to protect, so I had no regrets or lingering attachments whatsoever. But in this life, if anything happens, I will be heartbroken. The more people I have by my side, the weaker I feel. But now it's too late to turn back. These people are very important to Helena Peresca. Next autumn, her pilgrimage was finally decided, and that's also when she would leave the ducal house. Helena sat in the carriage, looking out the window. It's strange. My heart keeps pounding. I feel restless, but I'm not worried. Am I? Agoth smiled. Perhaps it's because you're sad to leave home, my lady. You would surely feel that way when leaving those who are waiting for you. Helena wondered. Someone waiting for me? That's also something Dante Renatus doesn't have. Then Helena rested her chin on her hand and said, Helena Peresca is truly blessed. Agoth chuckled and asked, Why do you speak as if it's someone else's business, my lady? You really are? Right, ha ha ha. Soon after, Helena arrived. A person stepped forward to greet her. We are honored to welcome you, Lady Helena. Helena asked, puzzled. Why are you treating me like a stranger? The young man replied, Because you will no longer be merely a guest here, my lady. You will become the mistress of this house, Helena continued. Even so, nothing will change. Hand over all management authority to Kigor. A simple report to me will suffice. The young man immediately obeyed. Yes, I will do that. As Helena walked inside, she asked, Oh, right, I want a space large enough for sword training. The young man replied, I've already prepared to renovate the garden. You also had a look at the place last time you visited, didn't you? Helena was pleased. That's good, I like it very much. Then I'll take my time to look over the rest. I have something to attend to now, so I must leave first. The young man then said, I have something I'd like to report. Lord Leonard said he would be visiting next weekend. Helena nodded. Oh, is that so? He continued. On the same day, His Royal Highness the Prince also. Helena merely uttered an, Ah, he smiled. Aren't you pleased that His Highness is coming? Helena replied. Because Caesar often brings me trouble, he asked. So, should we decline his visit? Helena turned away and said, After all, a master cannot refuse a disciple who wishes to visit. Not long after, in the palace drawing room. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Viscount. And Miss Evelyn, Rowena pushed up her glasses and said, You can just call me Rowena, Princess. Helena presented a stack of papers. Then let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. I have attended and reviewed the social gatherings based on the list you all provided. There's quite a bit of information about nobles who could be swayed to our side. The Viscount and Rowena immediately picked up the papers to examine them. Rowena adjusted her glasses. How could such confidential information? Helena replied. It's very difficult to silence servants. Just a brief encounter is enough to extract information from them. Agos is still young, so they are also very lax in their vigilance. And these pieces of information leaked from there, Helena mused. She had heard such stories in her previous life as well. Hamilton sighed, holding his head. To this extent, now it's no longer a mere suggestion. We must act quickly, Helena asked, puzzled. What suggestion? What do you mean? Hamilton cleared his throat. Princess, you should head to the capital regardless. Please become His Highness's sword instructor. Helena hesitated upon hearing his suggestion. Then her face darkened as she said, That sounds like you want to tie me down next to Caesar, so I can't run away. Hamilton was also very troubled. I have no other choice. It would be a great pity to miss this opportunity, and His Imperial Highness has no objections either. I really have no other way but to do this, Helena pondered. They want me to become Caesar's sword instructor. Actually, becoming a sword instructor like this isn't beyond my capabilities, but... Then she crossed her arms and spoke. If I suddenly take that position, there will definitely be objections. Things might even be blown in the opposite direction, Helena assessed herself. Up until now, I've only been someone in the background. So many people won't welcome me because I'm a girl whose abilities haven't been proven yet, Rowena spoke up, offering a suggestion. Actually, I have a reason to suggest that. Do you know Ben Chains? Helena heard the name and thought to herself, Ben, a former noble who attended Pereska's party not long ago, just like me, changed his name after entering politics. Nevertheless, attending parties makes me very uneasy, Rowena continued. Because it's rumored that there are many magical creatures in the border region lately, Pereska's side has requested military support. Military support. To stop those witches. Independent command of soldiers will allow for changes among the nobility. Helena was skeptical. After the change, Ben can no longer command soldiers, Rowena replied. We haven't inspected the situation yet, so we can't know the exact figures. Helena put her hand to her chin. It's strange, though, that in such a situation, Perez Casa wasn't requested. Rowena hesitated. About that, I've already sent a request to Bronte, but it seems they've refused. Helena seemed to realize something. Oh, so it turns out that the relationship with the Empress has already fractured. Hamilton raised his hand and said, I don't intend to send reserve troops to the Imperial Palace yet, due to budget constraints, and also because the Imperial Palace's standing army isn't accustomed to driving away magical beasts. Helena's lips twitched slightly. That's right. Now is the opportunity. I would very much welcome it, if the ownership of the soldiers could be transferred to the Crown Prince. Hamilton raised a finger and continued. So, here's what I'm thinking. The princess could form a group of magical bandits and provide support from the rear, Helena asked. If so, after the change, my abilities could also be verified, right? Hamilton immediately cheered. Exactly, Helena sighed thoughtfully. Even so, from my previous life to this one, do I have to keep struggling with magical creatures? Helena then seriously asked. Do you think I can do that? You know, don't you? Hamilton completely trusted her. He said, I believe in the princess's capabilities. Then he smiled. Helena pondered. Just thinking about it felt troublesome. But the fact that Viscount Hamilton was proposing this also meant he was acknowledging her as a swordswoman. So she didn't dislike it. After thinking, she made a proposal. In that case, I have a condition instead, Hamilton beamed. Yes, princess, please speak, she thought to herself. All right. If it's like this, I must give my lovely disciples a chance to practice, right? Then she smiled brightly and said, I will personally choose who will accompany me, of course. including my 3 students. A few days later, Caesar sat lost in thought, wondering how he could make more progress with Helena. Rowena asked, "You still haven't held her hand, have you, my lord?" Caesar waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's not like that. I've held her hand, I've hugged her, I've even slept together with her. Though we were still young then," Rowena advised him. "A shortcut to avoid further hurt is to give up on hopeless endeavors." Caesar immediately said, "Don't say there's no hope." Rowena proposed an idea to him. "How about trying to get even closer?" Hearing this, Caesar was startled. He awkwardly said, "She even sat on my lap." Rowena was a bit surprised. "On your lap? That's truly beyond my imagination." Caesar laughed. "Haha, what else do I really need to do for her to see me as a man?" Rowena pondered for a moment, then said, "If you're so worried, why not go for a psychological consultation once?" Not long after, as was seen sitting comfortably, holding a teacup and saying, "So, you want to know the secret to capturing a woman's heart?" Rowena had previously advised Caesar that there was a dark knight named Asgarin, who was very skilled at winning women's hearts. As she happened to know him, she offered to introduce him, mentioning his nickname, the Magic Black Rose. "That's how it is." As said, "It's very simple, your highness." Caesar wondered, "Simple?" As, with sparkling eyes, replied, "Yes, you just need to be handsome, like me." "On a first meeting, no weapon is as powerful as a handsome face, your highness." Caesar let out a sigh. "It's not our first meeting. We've actually known each other before. But the problem is, I can't distance myself from this relationship." As brought a hand to his chin, letting out a hum. "It's not that there's no way, your highness. Have you ever heard of the wall push technique?" A wall push. It's a technique that demonstrates strong attraction and narrows the communication gap between two gazes. You can look down at the other person, showcasing your height, and even naturally touch lips. There's nothing to lose, even if it fails. Soon after, "Caesar, what's got you so spaced out?" Caesar replied, "Oh, it's nothing," Helena continued. "It seems there will be many conflicting opinions in the competition, and frankly, it's always tense," Caesar secretly thought. "She's really sharp-eyed about these things. I'm so impatient, acting like a fool." Suddenly he realized something. "Wait, there's no one here now? It's just me and her. This is the perfect moment, isn't it?" Caesar immediately used his signature move, pinning Helena against the wall. Helena didn't understand what was happening. Wait a minute. But Caesar, at this point, became flustered, looking into her eyes with a deep gaze. A deep gaze. But he didn't know what to do. Helena wondered. "What is it, Caesar?" Caesar stared at her. "Or is it enough to just stare like this? Why is that? No matter who the other person is, smiling and fabricating a lie is truly very simple. Anyone can do it even right after waking up. But nothing is easy when facing Helena, gently lifting her chin like this. Looking straight into her eyes, Helena asked, "Aren't you going to release me?" Caesar froze. Helena recalled her miserable past life. She asked, "Now are you forcing me to look up?" This startled Caesar. "Oh!" Helena immediately pushed him away forcefully. The situation had changed. Helena now pushed him against the wall. She asked, "Is this what you want to do? If you keep joking like that, I'll really get angry." Caesar's face flushed red. "I'm sorry." Every weekend, Leonard would visit the mansion. Leonard smiled. "It's been so long since we gathered like this. I remember how we used to play cards when the 3 of us were together," Caesar chimed in. "It's a shame, Leonard, but we're too grown up to play cards now." Helena looked over and asked, "So, what do adults play?" Caesar stammered. That thing." Then he took out a bottle of alcohol. Aga immediately asked, "Isn't this alcohol?" Caesar, holding the bottle, replied, "Helena is an adult now too." "Oh, right, it's not your birthday yet, is it?" "In that case, you can drink juice," Agat immediately said. "I can drink alcohol too," Helena asked worriedly. "But your highness, is it really okay? This feels a bit mean." Caesar replied, "We're drinking at home. What's the harm?" Hearing that, Helena couldn't say anything more. Then she picked up her glass. "That's right, let's do this." Caesar smiled. "That's Helena for you, so confident," Helena thought to herself. "How much alcohol have I drunk? During my time as a mercenary, I drank every night. It was perfectly reasonable for everyone else to get flustered if the topic of indigenous magical beasts came up. Then all four of them raised their glasses. So, a toast to Helena's coming of age. Helena held the wine glass in her hand, 100% happy. Finally, I get to drink wine. This is what life is all about. But then Helena fell sideways with a thud. Everyone worriedly shouted, "Helena!" Helena's tears streamed down. "Only half a glass and I'm already down." Dante is a type of alcohol for heavy drinkers, certainly not for Helena. Not long after, Helena slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Caesar, she wondered. Why is he standing there? Caesar wondered. What possessed you to be so reckless? Helena clutched her head. What? My head. I must be dying. Caesar put his hand on Helena's face and continued. All right, I'm sorry. I didn't know the alcohol was that strong. I didn't expect you to pass out after just one glass, Helena replied. It's been a long time since I drank alcohol. I didn't know either. She felt Caesar's cold hand made her feel more comfortable. Caesar continued. It's been a while, hasn't it? You really are drunk. Helena looked at his face and said, Caesar, your face is really handsome. You should thank your ancestors for that. Caesar hesitated and asked, A dignified lady saying such things? Helena immediately replied, I like it. Caesar demanded, What did you say? Say it again. Helena replied, I said I like your face. It's exactly my type. Caesar smiled and called her name. Helena, close your eyes now. The next day. Well, what I said yesterday, that was the alcohol talking. We have to help Marquis Bentos of the Borderlands eliminate the demonic beasts. So we, you all, will also participate. Caesar immediately slammed his hand on the table. No, I object. Are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous it is there? Helena remained indifferent. Asking him back, So, we should just let go of such a good opportunity, Caesar said loudly. I can go. Helena doesn't have to. Helena also crossed her arms and retorted, Can you complete my part by yourself? Caesar froze. That. Then he buried his face in his hands and slumped onto the table. Helena thought to herself, Are you trying to rub your strength in my face, disciple? Caesar wondered. Why are you so determined to go to such lengths? Helena usually hates troublesome things, Helena replied. Well, people can't just live only doing things that benefit themselves, can they? Caesar's eyes were serious. If your reason for participating in the demonic beast elimination is me, then I will refuse, because I don't want Helena to be in danger just to complete the mission. Helena looked at him and said, Have you forgotten? I'm the one who said I'd make you emperor? Caesar was filled with worry. But, Helena stepped forward and leaned down. Caesar, this is an opportunity to witness your master's true power. Do you want to miss it? You might even see that no one can defeat me? Caesar sighed, holding his head again. He clasped his hands together and said, If there's real danger when we get to the scene, we'll retreat at any time. Helena smiled lightly. It will be over before winter passes. After that, getting my parents' permission was easier than I thought. Both of them kept their promise to agree to everything I wanted to do. One day, while waiting for the inspection team to return, Hamilton called, Milady, the leader of the Red Knights, Duke Dalton, requests an audience with your ladyship. He said he would provide trained soldiers from the Red Knights for this monster extermination. Helena held the stack of papers in her hand. Not knights, but trained soldiers. Instead of taking advantage of this punitive expedition, it's more like sending them to learn and then sending them back, Hamilton continued. Well, of course, it must be beneficial for them. Helena placed the stack of papers down and said, There's no other way. Go ahead and make the appointment then. We should meet Duke Danton at least once. Not long after, Helena said, It's not necessary for us to go together, Caesar. Caesar, who was beside her, replied, Not necessary. Isn't it obvious that a disciple should accompany their master? Anyway, it seems like today will be quite a day, Helena. Helena had also changed into an outfit more suitable for the occasion than her usual frilly, princess-like dresses. She declared, If it were Caesar, would a woman in a dress saying, I'm the captain leading you all to battle seem trustworthy? Of course, one must dress appropriately for the occasion. Caesar affirmed, It's all for Helena anyway. No matter what the outfit, it will command unlimited trust, Helena said. You trust me too much. You shouldn't blindly trust others like that, Caesar. What would you do if one day I betrayed you and stabbed you in the back? Caesar said nothing. He flashed a confident smile that showed off his personality. Caesar made a gesture of slitting his throat. He said, "Then I'll just die," Helena yelled. "Think before you answer. Of course you can't just die." She threw up her hands in exasperation at her student, thinking to herself, "This kid, he's hopeless. How did he grow up to be so blindly trusting? Whose fault is this? Could it be mine?" While she was deep in thought, someone approached and opened the door. Nerve burst in and spoke. "Finally, I've met you. Leonard's sister. No, I should call you Leonard's master. Shouldn't I?" Helena stood up and took his hand. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Helena Peresta." Nerve also took her hand. "I'm Nerve Danton, leader of the Red Knights. I have gathered the trained soldiers at the arena. Please feel free to choose." Helena expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your concern," Helena asked. "Shall we move out now? Will His Highness be coming along?" Caesar immediately stopped her. "Wait, Helena." Helena turned to him, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Then Caesar took the hand that Helena had just used to shake nerves and said, "Disinfect." Helena looked at her hand, bewildered. "Huh, disinfect what?" Then he spoke. "I'm just worried whether those soldiers will obey Helena's orders or not." Helena walked behind, a noble suddenly appearing and then obediently following the orders of a young lady. "Wouldn't that be absurd?" Caesar continued. Regardless, the Red Knights, who adhere to violence, and the White Knights, who adhere to nobility, have long harbored hatred for each other." Nerve smiled. "You'd better prepare." Helena immediately became pensive. "Prepare." Indeed, the people in the Red Knights truly hate the White Knights, those who receive their knighthood through family backing. Their skepticism about her being there isn't unfounded, but which side truly needs to prepare? Only time will tell. Helena stepped out, took down her sword, and introduced herself. "I am Helena Pereska, the captain leading this expedition against the Dongdo Vandalium beasts. Some of you here will join me in this beast subjugation. Today, in this position. I will select those who will accompany me," a young man scoffed. He raised his hand and said, "I have a question. Is our mission to protect the young lady?" Helena calmly raised her hand and spoke in a firm voice. "Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity, because I will not accept protection from those weaker than myself." The young man, hearing the indirect jab aimed at him, was so enraged his veins throbbed. "What's wrong?" Helena approached and asked. "Are you perhaps doubting her capabilities simply because the captain is a woman? If that's the case, I will hand over the captaincy of this punitive squad to anyone who can defeat me. Come on, everyone. Feel free to challenge me." Everyone present heard this and started buzzing with discussion, while the young man gnashed his teeth so hard he almost broke them. After that, he immediately stepped forward, holding the sword in his hand and pointing it at Helena. "I'm a black Milan-trained soldier," he declared. "I won't be punished if I happen to injure the young lady. Will I?" Helena smiled and replied, "That's quite confident, but that will never happen." The match immediately began, both charging at each other like moths to a flame. Helena unleashed a powerful slash, causing the young man to stagger backward. Swiftly, her sword was placed against the young man's neck amidst the cheers of everyone. Helena turned to the stands and yelled, "Next, 1 more, then 2 more, then 3, 4, 5 more." The number quickly reached 30 people, all of whom had to kneel at her feet. Helena turned to the rest of the group and asked, "Anyone else?" At this point, even the new recruits started to feel intimidated. No more." Then she sheathed her sword and said, "I have clearly seen everyone's true strength." The one chosen to be a member of the punitive expedition team. Amidst everyone's anxiety, Helena coldly stated, "No one." 3 days later, all the new recruits said in unison, "We are truly sorry. Please give us another chance." Helena sat imperiously with her arms crossed on the chair. "You all know the selection has already ended, don't you?" The new recruits bowed their heads. "It was because we were too arrogant. We will strive harder not to be dismissed as nobodies." "Please give us a chance to learn," Helena mused. Just as expected, the Red Knights have a very high sense of pride in their own strength. If I had revealed my identity to make them submit, they wouldn't be bowing their heads like this now. Then she spoke. "Stand up, all of you. I'm telling you now. My training will absolutely not be easy." The new recruits immediately said in unison. "We are ready," Helena threatened. "I'm warning you now. I will not be lenient. I will severely punish anyone who disobeys my orders or challenges my authority. Remember that." The whole group solemnly shouted, Understood. Quickly, they began their training under Helena's instruction. Nov approached and asked, "Is the training going well?" Helena turned and asked with a questioning look. "Duke Dalton, what brings you here?" Nov looked towards the others and said, "I've come to deliver news about the inspection team returning from Vandalium," Helena continued. "In that case, it seems it's time for the expedition." Soon, Helena was seated in a carriage, and she asked, "Has Cesar ever been to Vandalium?" Cesar replied, "I went on an inspection once a few years ago. Back then, the magic beasts weren't this boisterous." Leonard added, "That's what I mean. It's truly strange. I heard that besides Vandalium, there are quite a lot of magic beasts lurking all the way to the border regions, causing immense damage." Helena thought to herself, "The damage must be significant." In the past, there were so many magic beasts that those who held titles in the border regions played a very important role. But now, with magic beasts rarely appearing, only the titles remain, while their roles have vanished. That's why they can't cope with the magic beasts. Sarah put a hand to her chin and said, "Come to think of it, recently, small-type magic beasts have been appearing quite regularly. But before that, their numbers suddenly dropped. There's something very strange going on here." Leonard added, There's a rumor that the decrease in the number of magical beasts is due to dragons." Helena was surprised. "Dragons?" Leonard replied. "The time dragons went extinct coincided with the time the magical beasts decreased." Helena felt confused. "That's truly strange. Could it be that dragons and magic are related?" Cesar put a hand to his chin and smiled lightly. "Whether they're related or not, as long as dragons don't reappear, that's fine. Hunting dragons for humans nowadays is an utterly absurd idea." Helena also smiled cheerfully. "Surely dead dragons won't resurrect, right?" Not long after, they dismounted from the carriage. Nov spoke up. "Lady, bringing a maid on this hunt, isn't it a bit dangerous?" Helena replied. "A maid, Agos. You'll soon understand why she's accompanying us." A knight suddenly shouted, "There are footprints here!" "They're the footprints of black demon hounds. They've appeared around here since ancient times." Helena looked at the footprints and said, "Judging by the footprints, there are many of them. It will be dangerous." Hamilton laughed and said, "Ha ha, even so, it's all right because they won't appear this early." Nov also approached. "It's hard to say. From what I see, they aren't far from here. The dew has fallen, and yet the footprints haven't faded, so they must have been left only after dawn. In that case, we should stop here today and return," Helena asked again. "Now, what's the point if we've only just tracked down the footprints?" Nov said worriedly. "But with our current numbers, we can't deal with a large number of black demon hounds. And if large magical beasts also appear..." Suddenly something appeared and caught his attention. A black demon hound appeared. And everyone shouted, "It's a black demon hound!" A black demon hound charged towards Helena. "Lady, danger!" At that very moment, a horizontal sword slash struck down the black demon hound. The one who struck was none other than Leonard. Helena gave him a compliment. "Well done, brother," Leonard asked worriedly. "Are you all right, Helena?" Helena replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Then she turned to the knights and said, "You told me they don't operate during the day, but it seems that's not the case. For now, let's head back. We need to discuss this thoroughly." Not long after, "Count, what are your thoughts on today's events?" the Count said. "Not long ago, I received reports stating that the nocturnal magical beasts have been lingering until daytime." Helena took a sip of her tea. "Have you found the cause?" The Count stroked his chin and grunted. "Actually, I wasn't planning on talking about this," Helena asked him. "Have you ever heard of the Draco Church?" The Count replied. "Is that the new religion that worships dragons?" "That's right. Actually, last spring, followers of that religion visited this place. At the time, it was just nonsense, so I didn't pay much attention to it." Helena wondered. "Nonsense stories," he said. "Because they claimed they would resurrect dragons, so at the time, I thought they were truly absurd. After those people performed their resurrection ritual in the forest, the number of magical beasts also increased. The atmosphere grew heavy. It must have been a coincidence. No matter how you look at it, this whole thing is ridiculous. Other title holders nearby also said it was a coincidence. Just like you. But after those people came here, the number of magical beasts did increase," Helena challenged. "Why are you only telling me about such an important matter now?" he replied. "Because I have no proof," Helena thought irritably to herself. Good heavens, he really does insist on having proof. And it's true. Without concrete evidence, it's just speculation. And it sounds unreasonable too. Helena then stood up and continued. Let's just keep that in mind for now. Is there anything else you wish to say? He replied. No, if there's any other news, I'll let you know. Helena excused herself. Thank you, Count. I'll take my leave now, he said. Aren't you going to rest? Where are you planning to go now? Helena replied. I still have work to do. If we hadn't been ambushed unexpectedly just now, we would have already gone to investigate the magical beasts. Wouldn't we? A moment later, Helena approached the knights and asked, Have you finished checking your weapons? Agoth saw her and immediately stood up. Lady. Stretching her joints, Helena said, Gather everyone, I have something to say. Regarding our encounter with the black demonic hounds today, although they are agile and fierce, they are not a particularly tough magical beast. Since their weapons are their teeth, it's easier to aim for their sides than their front. And absolutely do not let them see your back, nor should you confront them alone. Did everyone understand? Everyone responded, Yes, understood. Agoth marveled. My lady, you're so cool. How do you know all that? Caesar also approached. Master, you're so cool, Helena complained. You're just stating the obvious. Then she glanced at her brother. But brother, I've noticed you seem to be worried about something, haven't you? Leonard mused. Ah. Then he smiled. I was thinking about what we discussed earlier. Helena asked curiously. What is it? Leonard replied. The hypothesis about the extinction of dragons being linked to the rapid decline in the number of magical beasts. If that's the case, then the reason for the magical beast numbers increasing again must also be related to the revival of dragons. Helena pondered. No, there's no way to bring something that's dead back to life. But there's something strange here. I was born and still carry all the memories of my previous life. So naturally, the Draco cult might also want to revive dragons. This could simply be a coincidence. Seeing her deep in thought, Leonard immediately said, I've made you worried with my useless words. I'm sorry, Helena. For now, let's focus on the subjugation. Helena also smiled in agreement. Yes, the important thing now is the subjugation of the magical beasts. Even if it weren't, I have something I need to tell everyone. This time, for the subjugation, we'll have to eliminate that large type magical beast? He asked doubtfully. A large type magical beast? Helena continued. Yes, what we have to face is probably... It's highly likely to be Luca Rakota. Leonard, not understanding, immediately asked. What is it? Helena explained. It's a magical beast with the head of a badger but the body of a lion. It has a massive body but is incredibly fast. Moreover, it possesses superior regenerative abilities, so it just keeps coming back to life. Unless its head is severed in one blow, it won't die. I'm entrusting Luca Rakota's head to you, Caesar. Caesar, sweating, pointed at himself and wondered. Huh, me, not you, Helena replied. Because just slicing that massive creature open was already too much for me. And besides, wouldn't it be better if all the achievements were attributed to our crown prince? With that, she and Leonard exchanged smiles, while Agos, still stubbornly anti, just pouted dismissively. Then Helena confidently said, So, shall we try another battle? The journey quickly began. They discovered a pack of dark demon hounds in the northern forest. They saw quite a few broken traps, which meant Luca Rakota was also with them. This is serious then. Night vision will be very limited, Caesar. You don't look so good. Do you? Are you nervous? Caesar, bewildered, asked back. Nervous, me? I just feel like something's amiss. That's all. Helena asked curiously. What's amiss? With doubt in his heart, he said. Don't you find it strange? Why are dark demon hounds, which are nocturnal, appearing during the day? Helena remained indifferent. I don't know. Maybe they're suffering from insomnia. Seeing her nonchalance, Caesar reminded her. This is no time for jokes, Helena. That thing was only targeting you back then, so you need to be careful. This time, the magical beast might also target you. Suddenly, someone screamed, making Helena turn around. It was a dark demon hound. A dark demon hound growled, and the young knight who saw it immediately began to tremble. Helena shouted a reminder. Everyone to your positions. Don't panic. Hold the formation. Attack. Following the command, everyone immediately charged at the dark demon hounds. Helena also joined the fight. These damn things. Are they really only chasing me? If that's the case, she thought, then spun her leg and unleashed a powerful slash. Helena yelled. Everyone, move to both sides. Immediately, everyone moved to both sides, and the dark demon hounds charged straight towards Helena. She sneered, Dare to fight me, that's too easy. Helena then rushed forward and called out, Agos? Agos immediately appeared. Yes, young lady. One attacks, one supports. A young man, seeing this, became overconfident. Excellent. At this rate, let's join forces and wipe them out. Before he could finish speaking, a great demon beast appeared behind him. The great demon beast pinned him down and roared ferociously. Everyone panicked and screamed, It's a great demon beast! The knights began to hesitate, their voices trembling. Damn it, it's Luca Rakota! Helena immediately turned and commanded, There's nothing to panic about. Maintain formation. The knights were bewildered. Run! We'll all die like this. Helena bit her lip tightly. Damn it, the knights have lost all their morale. In this situation, the only one I can trust? She immediately turned and called, Caesar! Caesar immediately pointed his sword up. Just leave it to me. Helena also fully trusted him. All right, let's teach them a lesson. Leonard, with determined eyes, thought, How can I just stand by? Immediately after, he dashed forward and drew his sword. An attack on the magic beast made it roar in pain. Aigette, not to be outdone, continuously attacked. When the great magic beast opened its eyes, the person who appeared before it was Helena. She smiled. Let's end this here. She turned. Caesar. Now. When she turned back, Helena felt a chill. It was clearly in front. When did it get behind me? Everyone anxiously shouted, Helena! Immediately after, a sword slashed across the great magic beast. When the magic beast collapsed, Aigette rushed over anxiously. Milady, are you all right? Fortunately, you are safe and sound. She recalled Seiza's words. Be careful, Helena. That thing is precisely targeting you. Seiza had been right. The magic beasts were indeed targeting her. Why, after all, the knights approached, praising her. The princess is truly brilliant. She used herself as bait. It's truly reassuring to have the princess here. Helena forced a smile. It's nothing major to be praised like this. I'm truly embarrassed. Suddenly, someone called out, Captain, please come over here and take a look. The captain turned to leave. Then, if you'll excuse me, princess, I'll go ahead. When the captain had left, Helena called, Agos. Agos turned back and replied, Yes, young lady. Helena said, It looks quite busy over there. Please go and help the captain. Agos immediately complied. As you command. After everyone had left, Helena stood lost in thought. Why, after all, are they targeting me? What is their purpose? Suddenly she noticed a pattern. What is this? A pattern? Suddenly a sharp pain shot through her heart, and she staggered as if about to collapse. Caesar heard it and spun around, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. A massive demon beast emerged from the ground. It launched an attack, letting out a painful roar as its mouth clamped onto her arm, pulling her high into the air. Leonard shouted, Helena! A slash from Leonard made it cry out in pain and release Helena. She began to fall to the ground, but fortunately, Caesar arrived in time to catch her. He immediately asked, Are you all right? Helena, eyes wide, replied, I'm fine, honestly. Caesar was at a loss for words. Unbelievable, Helena. You can still joke at a time like this. Then Helena pushed him away. Get out of the way. We need to deal with that demon beast immediately. Caesar immediately stopped her. Wait, if you move any more... Helena staggered to her feet. Damn it. My vision is blurring. Ugh, the demon beast's saliva is poisonous. Just touching it makes your vision blur, and your other senses slow down. My condition isn't good. I can't retreat. It would be dangerous if I tried to run away. I'll finish it in one blow. Then she spoke. The venom's location. Caesar, confused, asked again. What? Leonard also worried for her. Helena gripped the sword in her hand. Demon beast? The demon beast's position. Exactly. Caesar's voice finished her sentence. 12 paces, the demon beast is straight ahead. Helena smiled, thinking to herself, Even my footsteps, Caesar. There's nothing you don't know about me. Helena looked up and smiled. Caesar, if I fall, make sure to catch me well. I trust you. Caesar was a little moved by these words. As you command, master. After making arrangements, Helena said, All right, everyone, fall back now. I'll lead, and everyone follow closely. With that, Helena charged forward, sensing her way even without sight. My disciples are definitely supporting me from behind, so I absolutely cannot fail. Helena leaped high. She plunged down onto the monster, carving a long line that made it shriek in pain and knock her away, sending her into a free fall. I was knocked back like a piece of paper. Well, Caesar said he would catch me. I trust you, Caesar. Immediately, Caesar moved, shouting loudly, Helena! He stretched out his arms to catch her as she fell, and both tumbled to the ground. Caesar rejoiced. All right, I caught you. It's okay, Helena. Helena also rejoiced. Yes, you caught me, Caesar. Helena's past flooded back. It's too cold, Your Highness. Oh, I didn't hear your footsteps. Lately, I've been dreaming about it often. Duke Grey, my only friend and companion for many years. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. What was that dream just now? She groaned. Oh dear, my body aches so much. A voice beside her spoke up. It would be strange if you didn't ache. Helena startled and turned to ask. Who? Caesar asked. Who do you think it is? Helena replied. Ah, it's Your Highness, Caesar told her. You don't need to call me that. It's just the two of us now. Helena immediately replied. All right, Caesar, but are you okay here? Caesar's voice choked. My priority is not the mission. You have 2 broken ribs, a broken shoulder blade, and a broken arm, and what's more, you can't see. Helena asked in surprise. You already knew, Caesar replied. Even though you're very sharp, you still had to ask me where the monster was, because you couldn't see. According to the medic, your eyesight will recover soon. Helena sighed in relief. That's good. What about Leonard? Caesar draped a coat over her and said, He'll return to the academy once you wake up. Helena smiled. That's a relief. I was so afraid he'd find out I'd lost my sight. He'd probably want to take care of me and never leave my side. Caesar continued. Well, I'm the one who has to take care of you. Helena burst out laughing. What? The crown prince taking care of a duke's daughter? Everyone would be very surprised. Then her smile faded, realizing she had gone too far. Helena said shyly, Hey, Caesar, can you say something? Anything at all? Caesar said, Helena, I should have let you go back then. Why do you always make decisions and solve everything by yourself? Helena gave a bitter laugh. Well, I'm the only one who knows Worm's weakness. I couldn't let the crown prince get hurt, and I didn't want that myself, Caesar said gloomily. I'd rather be the one injured. He clenched his fists until they trembled. I'd rather be hurt than see you like this, Helena. I can sacrifice everything for you, so please don't do everything alone. Helena fell into contemplation. I'm very strong, so I've always been the one to take the lead in solving problems. That's how I've lived for so many years. I've never doubted it. But Caesar, why would you? Helena asked, puzzled. Why do you have to sacrifice for me? Caesar smiled, taking her hand. Because I like you. I'm happy to be able to dedicate this life to you. I love you very much, Helena Peresta. When will you realize that I truly love you, Helena? Soon after, Helena's face was extremely tired. I think I need some advice, because I have no experience with this at all, Hamilton asked. So, is that why you came to see me? Helena wondered. Are you very busy? He replied. Not at all. The reports are all done. Now I just need to finish the letter to Duke Persis. What should I write to him? Helena pondered. Oh, this must be the letter informing father that I won't be able to return home due to the injury. Then she said, How about just keeping it brief? Hamilton's eyes welled up. Do you think I should write a draft first? Helena was like, Don't be so dramatic. Then she scratched her face awkwardly and said, I didn't come here for that. Hamilton suddenly remembered. Ah, right. You were going to discuss something important. Let's continue from where we left off earlier. You came here for advice on love? Well, you've grown up. To be honest, I'm quite surprised you know nothing about it. Helena asked. Is it that surprising? I never thought this would happen, Hamilton said. Tell me in detail. What happened? Helena began to recount the story. I truly like you, Helena. Helena hesitated and replied. I've never thought about it, so I don't know. It's strange. The atmosphere became silent for a moment. Then Caesar stood up. Then you can forget what I just said. Please rest well. Helena, I'll be back tomorrow. After that, he also left, the room door closing, leaving Helena in thought. The lonely voice suddenly made her heart ache. She thought like that until the next day. Helena clenched her hands, thinking to herself, "He told me to forget what I heard yesterday." Caesar appeared. "Do you prefer peach cake or chocolate?" What do you prefer, Helena?" Helena sighed and replied, "Chocolate cake." Caesar fed her a spoonful of chocolate and said, "Our dessert preferences really are different. Here, say ah." Helena refused. "My finger isn't broken." While she was speaking, Caesar fed her. "Yes, my lady, it's your hand, not your finger that's broken." Helena chewed and thought, "How cunning. How could you feed me with that face after what happened yesterday?" Caesar said, "Looks delicious, doesn't it?" Then he raised his hand to wipe away a piece of cake still clinging to her mouth. Caesar licked the cake piece and asked, "How delicious is it?" Helena got goosebumps when she saw that. Caesar smiled. "Oh, it's really sweet," Helena yelled. "Why did you eat it?" Helena clutched her head. "You said I could forget the confession. But what are you doing now? I can't let myself be swayed by things like this." "That's what happened." Hamilton crossed his arms and chuckled. "Seems like a lot of trouble, huh?" Helena replied, "Yes." Hamilton put a hand to his chin and asked again, "Is it because the Crown Prince wants an answer from you?" Helena immediately said, "No," Hamilton continued. "So?" His Highness's attitude suddenly changed. "Is he avoiding you or something?" Helena sighed. "Not at all." Hamilton smiled and said, "Oh, then just act as usual," she thought irritably to herself. "I'm here precisely because I can't do that." Hamilton put the pen down on the table and said, "I was quite worried about this, but everything remains the same. I'm glad you're becoming more perceptive, and please be gentle with the Crown Prince's feelings for you." Helena was stunned. "What? You're talking as if everything is fine. You're His Highness's aide?" Hamilton gave a wry smile. "You've been with His Highness for 10 years. Helena looked at him and thought. His face said it all. 10 years. Come to think of it, I've only known Caesar for 7 years, haven't I? Could my feelings be influenced by an arrogant boy, swordmaster and student? All this time, I only thought his attitude was kindness and trust for his childhood friend, and for the teacher he believed in. I didn't think it was love." Hamilton sat down in the chair opposite her and continued, "Since you've never encountered a situation like this, I can understand why you find it so unfamiliar and confusing. But what's important are your feelings, Princess." Helena was bewildered. "My feelings," Hamilton continued. "When the Crown Prince expressed himself, did you feel uncomfortable and scared? Or did it make you feel relieved and happy? What matters is how your heart receives that situation." Helena wondered. "My heart? How do I feel about him?" Helena then remembered her previous life. Ares opened the door and asked, "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Helena remained calm then. Well, I'm fine. I'm just not pleased with this kind of guest reception." Ares gritted his teeth. "I will call someone to clean up." Helena turned back and said, "Oh, tell them to bring me a glass of water." Ares replied, "I will get it for you." Helena smiled and asked, "Am I not bothering you?" He immediately replied, "It's fine. With our relationship, I can do much more than that." Helena, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Ares said, "I apologize." Helena continued, "I'm just curious. These are people my relatives sent to me. You and I are not blood relatives, which makes me wonder what kind of relationship we have for you to say that." Ares was silent for a moment. "Perhaps we are friends, Your Highness." Helena suddenly woke up, returning to the present. Annoyed, she hugged her pillow. "Again, I can't believe I'm dreaming about my past life again. It's all Caesar's fault. Because of that guy, I can't get a good night's sleep." Not long after, Rowena, holding a stack of papers, said, "This might be a delicate question, but are you dating His Highness?" Helena froze when she heard the question. She exclaimed, "What did you say?" Rowena calmly asked, "Why are you so surprised? Don't you have anything to tell me?" Helena stammered. "Well," her voice trembling, she said, "Not yet." Then, collapsing in pain, she added, "It's not time yet." Rowena sighed. "I see, that's fine. I suggested today's meeting because His Majesty wants to host a party at the palace to celebrate the successful monster conquest." Helena leaned against the railing and asked in surprise, "Oh, a party at the palace. Sounds like a hassle." Rowena continued, "I'm planning the party, invitations, and organization. What do you think?" Helena immediately replied. That's great. I'll leave it to you then. Cesar was right below them at this moment. He had just finished his training, so he was panting and wiping away the lingering sweat. Then he smiled brightly like spring. Helena, when did you get there? Wait for me a bit. I'll be right up. His words made Helena blush deeply. Rowena smiled. You said you weren't dating, but it looks like you're about to. After this party, you'll probably be very busy, so enjoy this time. Helena shyly thought to herself, what could she possibly enjoy? That evening, Helena lay hugging her pillow, thinking, I keep having these strange dreams because everyone keeps blabbering nonsense. Oh, I'm going crazy. If this continues, I'll have another bizarre dream tonight. How could I possibly like him? How can I pretend he's just a close friend and act like nothing happened? Please forgive me for causing trouble for your descendant, and please bless me. With that, she screamed piercingly into the night. The next morning, birds chirped merrily. Agat exclaimed, Oh my, princess, what happened to you last night? You look so haggard. Helena, her face pale, said. Good morning, Agat flustered said. First, let's wipe you down with warm water. We need more wood, don't we? I'll also bring you some ginger tea. Helena tiredly replied. I'm fine, Agat, Agat worriedly said. Please put on the blanket, Helena replied. I'm fine. A little while later, tea was brewed, the fireplace was roaring, and her belongings were prepared. Helena, bundled in many layers of clothes, said, There are so many layers I can't even move my arms anymore, Agat. Agat immediately replied. That's still better than getting sick, princess. This is the last one. Helena flinched. Ah, another one. But I'm not even going outside, Agat grumbled. Even so, Helena thought to herself. She's been like this ever since the monster-slaying mission. Probably feeling guilty about my injury. Helena sighed and said, This is the last one, right? Agat immediately replied. Yes, princess, she thought to herself. I just need to endure this stubbornness a little longer. Should I tell Agat that Caesar confessed his feelings to me? Probably not. It's better to keep the crown prince's private life discreet anyway. After bundling Helena in a pile of thick clothes, Agat joyfully said, There, it's done, princess. I've made a lot of ginger tea. Remember to drink it before you go to sleep. If you feel uncomfortable during the meeting, please call me. Helena walked ahead, saying, All right, Agat followed behind, repeatedly asking, Are you going to be okay by yourself? Helena replied, Don't worry, I can see much better now. I'll be fine. Helena reached for the doorknob. She turned back, smiling and said, I'll be right back. I'm eager to know why the Count is so urgent to meet me. Then she opened the door and stepped inside, where Caesar was already waiting. He said, There you are, Helena. You look so... Helena was wearing so many layers that she could turn into a snowman. Agat's handiwork. Helena spoke. My apologies for being late, sir. The Count replied. It's all right. I hear everyone will be returning tomorrow. Caesar bowed slightly. Yes. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Count. The Count then said. No, it is we who should be thanking you. Thanks to all of you, the troubles caused by the monsters have decreased, and our people can live in peace like this. I am deeply grateful, and don't know how I can ever repay everyone enough. Caesar sat comfortably on the chair. Don't worry too much about it. When I see my people in trouble, I cannot ignore or overlook it, the Count continued. If there is anything I can do to help your highness, I will do my utmost. Caesar gave a faint smile and said, That's excellent. It's as if I've just gained an army. The Count picked up his teacup and said, By the way, your highness, there's something I want to show you. Then he turned to the butler. Butler, go fetch it. The butler bowed and replied, Yes, sir. I have already told someone to bring it here. Please wait a moment. Helena wondered to herself. What could it be? Quickly, the knights carried the box over. Helena looked at it and thought to herself, It doesn't look very heavy. But why does it require 3 knights instead of servants? Immediately, Helena realized it was animal skin. What was carved onto it was... Her heart pounded. This feeling, I felt it before. Caesar saw her looking dazed and immediately called out, Helena, what's wrong? You look terrible. Helena broke out in a cold sweat. She replied, No, I'm fine. Helena fell into contemplation. Fortunately, the pain didn't last long. But what was that mark? Why did it make me react like this? Hamilton brought a hand to his chin and remarked, Its shape looks like a magic circle, but... The Count spoke. Let me tell you about this piece of skin. This is the mark on the belly of the Lukung Koda we caught during the last hunt. It was also found on Wim's skin. Both monsters had that mark. It looked very suspicious, so I sent it to the Magic Academy and asked them to investigate it. Hamilton asked. So, what did they say? The Count put a hand to his chin and said, The problem is, they said they didn't know. All three asked in bewilderment. What? The Count continued, I sent it because I thought it was related to magic, but they reported that those characters are not magic. Caesar crossed his arms and asked, So, what is it? The Count said, I guess it's related to Draco's church. Hamilton was surprised. Is that the religion you mentioned last time? The anti-dragon religion? The Count replied, That's right. After the church appeared, the number of monsters increased, and not just one, but 2 monsters appeared with never-before-seen markings. Based on that coincidence, I believe they might be related. Helena also crossed her arms and asked, Do you mean that these markings might allow people to control them? The Count replied, I'm not sure. If these characters were magical, I would have deciphered them already, but they're not. So it's hard to tell. Hamilton asked, Can't we summon the head of Draco's church and interrogate them? The Count shook his head. We don't have concrete evidence yet. Doing so would only cause conflict. Helena was surprised, thinking to herself, Oh, or that person might know something. Then she touched the artifact and asked, May I have a copy of the marking? The Count didn't hesitate. Please, feel free. Caesar wondered, What do you plan to do with the copy? Helena smiled. That's a secret, Your Highness. May I have a piece of paper and a pen? The Count immediately handed her the pen. Yes, here you go. Helena took the pen and began to draw. I don't know what it is, but I always feel pain when I see it. It must be something serious. Perhaps it's related to me. The conversation ended. Helena stepped outside. Even though it was only for a short time, thank you for everything. Thank you very much for your hospitality. I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again someday soon. The Count placed his hand on his chest and replied, Yes, I will await that day. With that, Helena got into the carriage and departed. As the carriage rattled along, Helena sat by the window, looking outside. I really didn't feel anything the first time I came to the capital. But has this place always been like this? So vibrant and warm? Caesar saw her constantly looking outside and asked, Helena, is there something interesting out here? Helena wondered and asked back, What do you mean? Caesar replied, I've noticed you've been looking intently out the window for a while now, so I was wondering if something was amusing you. Helena wondered silently, not understanding what he was saying. Caesar smiled. Never mind, I apologize for bothering you. Helena looked up. Honestly, you're speaking so awkwardly now. Caesar stared at her, making her face flush. She immediately asked, What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? Caesar asked back. Why do you ask? I always look at you, Helena. But if it bothers you, master, then I'll close my eyes. Like this. Okay? Helena's face was now as red as a ripe tomato. She clenched her hands and thought to herself, It's a good thing Aga has fallen asleep. Otherwise, she would have caught me blushing. Wouldn't it be suspicious if I kept my head down like this? Perhaps it's best if I just look out the window. Suddenly, something caught her attention. What is that? Why are so many people gathered there? A young man was spreading an ideology. Dragons are our gods, our saviors, our monarchs, Helena murmured. Dragons are our gods and kings. Wait a minute, I've heard something similar before. That day, No said, I have waited a long time for the day you were born, a true king of all beings. That might be Draco's church, Caesar asked, looking out of the carriage. I think you're right. Shall we go there together? Suddenly someone called out, Princess! Helena turned to Agat and said, Agat, please watch the carriage for a moment. I'll be right back. Agat's ears buzzed. Excuse me, but where are you suddenly going? I'll go with you. Caesar immediately gripped his sword to stop her. No, I will go with her. Agat sighed gloomily. All right then, take care, Princess. Protect her well, Your Highness. Helena pulled up her hood and said, We'll be back. Quickly, they approached the preacher. Trust in the dragons, our saviors. I once suffered from a disease that left my whole body bruised, and my wounds wouldn't stop bleeding. but I was cured when I started believing in dragons. Even though doctors had given up, I was still healed thanks to the grace of the dragon god, Helena wondered. Dragon god? Caesar replied. She's probably referring to the head of this church. The other person continued loudly. Everyone says he's a liar, but only fools say such things. Thanks to him, I was healed without spending a single penny. He said it was a blessing that dragons had bestowed everywhere, Helena pondered. A dragon saving and blessing humanity. She recalled her memory of when the dragon appeared. People frantically screaming, "It's a dragon! The dragon has appeared!" Please spare me, Helena clenched her fists. Dragons destroyed humans and stole everything. Dragons are not creatures worthy of such trust. The girl continued, and the dragons will return. Listen, listen here. Yes, everyone. Our God, our Savior, our monarch will return. Helena turned away, thinking to herself, I don't need to listen to such nonsense. It's better if I leave. Before she could finish her thought, Helena saw a familiar figure. Noe looked at her and smiled. Helena was startled. Noe, then No left without a word. Helena yelled, No, stop right now, damn it! I can't get past these people. I can't let him escape. I need to get out of here immediately. Cesar saw her rushing off and shouted, Helena, where are you going, Helena? Helena's hood fell down, making her anxious. Oh no, my hood! Someone saw her and glared, asking, What are they doing here? Isn't that a noble? Suddenly someone grabbed her arm. Hey, what's the rush? You look like a noble. Didn't your mother teach you not to wander around these places alone? Helena looked around, her face darkening. I don't see Noe. I've lost him. Or did I see wrong? But even if that was Noe, what would I do to face him? The man smiled and asked, What brings a beautiful noble lady like you into this filthy alley? You wouldn't know that kind of trouble would end up immediately. Caesar arrived with a thunderous kick that sent the man sprawling backward. Oh my God, Cesar said coldly. I apologize for interrupting your conversation. I've apologized. So everything's fine now, right? Or do you still have something you want to say to me? Upon seeing Caesar's cold gaze, he fearfully replied, It's nothing at all. Caesar then pulled her away. Let's go, Helena. A moment later. Helena, are you all right? Helena nodded, saying, Yes, I'm fine. Caesar sighed. What did you see that startled you so much? And who is this Noel you kept calling out just now? Helena gave a strained smile and explained, Oh, he's just an acquaintance of mine. But I think I must have been mistaken. Caesar replied, Well, that's the kind of vibe you gave off that scared me. Helena thought to herself. Yes, but thinking it over, it's pointless. It's been 10 years, but he hasn't changed. I guess I saw the wrong person. A lot has changed since I returned to the capital. Leonard Graduator, from the academy, will be the commander of the Red Knights next spring. And I have officially become the sword instructor for the prince. Yes. The sword instructor for the prince. I'm quite certain about that title. The knights, their eyes sparkling, said, Captain, I heard you're referred to as the sword instructor here. Are you a teacher? I'm so lucky. Helena held her head, thinking to herself, they're teasing me again. Did I misunderstand something? Finally, I've become an instructor for apprentice swordsmen, and it's all thanks to Hamilton, he said. All of this is to secure your position, my girl, and to develop the prince's strength. Blah, blah, blah. He made this request with a sad puppy dog face that I couldn't possibly refuse. A knight spoke up, asking, Captain, does that mean you'll be staying here forever? Right? Helena replied, Yes, I think that's what will happen. The knight smiled happily. Does that also mean you'll take us as your students? Right? Helena froze. She thought to herself, No, I can only do small things like correcting postures. Then she reassured everyone. All right, calm down. Caesar appeared out of nowhere, standing behind Helena, radiating a menacing aura. From what I see, you're so confident in your own abilities that you're asking to be her students. The knights cried out in alarm. Prince, he sneered. Students, huh? If you survive a duel with me, I'll allow you to become my student. Of course I believe you can survive. The knights hugged each other, sniffling and crying. That's the prince! Boo-hoo-hoo! Helena broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, He'll easily kill someone. Then she called out, My dear student. Cesar immediately replied cheerfully, Yes, my lady? Helena asked. No more fighting. Have you warmed up yet? Cesar smiled brightly. No, I just got here. Helena then made a suggestion. In that case, all of us will start our warm-up by running 30 laps around the training ground. Everyone froze, including Cesar. What? Pardon me? Helena smiled and ordered. Start running. A while later, the sun was high in the sky, and the knights, having finished running, sat panting. Helena walked over, crossed her arms and said, It's still too early to be exhausted. And now it's time to perform 100 aerial spins. The knights, their voices trembling, said, 100 spins, swordswoman. Please spare us. Helena looked surprised and asked again, What? You want to do 200 times? The knights immediately replied, No ma'am, I'll do 100 times. Cesar stood still, wiping away the remaining drops of sweat. He walked over and asked the knights, Why do you call her swordswoman? I think it's better if she doesn't accept them, Helena wondered. Why? Cesar replied. You know, when they ask if they can call you swordswoman, Helena asked again. Oh, is that really necessary? I think it's best to just let them call me that. Cesar immediately interrupted. No, only the 3 of us are allowed to be your students, Helena. Helena looked at his pleading face and thought to herself, Cesar, a few minutes ago you looked like a serial killer, but now you're acting exactly like a child. Do you think I'll find that adorable? Then she spoke. You really are something. Do you like me? Cesar blushed and broke out in a sweat. Don't ask that. I don't want to share you with anyone. Helena picked up the holy sword and snorted. Very good. In 5 rounds, if you can defeat me once, then you will have exclusive claim to me. Do you mind, my puppy? Immediately, Caesar attacked her. He drew his sword and said with a laugh, You'd best not go back on your word, Helena sneered. Aren't you a bit too confident? Caesar replied. Master, I find you most adorable when you're holding a sword. Helena took a defensive stance, asking, Is that all? Let's see if you still say that when you're sprawled out on the ground. Immediately, their 2 swords clashed, deflecting each other. Helena retreated, and Caesar crouched low, preparing to lunge. Helena smirked, thinking to herself, I knew it. His skills have improved. He might be able to defeat me this time. Caesar advanced, thrusting his sword straight at Helena. Helena quickly parried it, and immediately after, returned a blow. Caesar raised his hand to block, making Helena freeze. It was dangerous. Then Caesar hugged her tightly again, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground. Caesar had now lifted her up, and Helena worriedly reminded him, You can't use your body to block a sword. It's too dangerous. Caesar chuckled. Look who's talking. You can't let your guard down during a sword fight. That's not like you at all, master. Helena punched him a few times. You idiot! Are you trying to injure your arm again? Caesar's eyes welled up with tears. Wait! Helena swayed and fell. Caesar clutched his head. I almost died just now. Helena flared up. Almost died? Do you want me to show you what truly almost dying feels like? Caesar broke into a sweat. Helena growled. How dare you tease your master? Caesar tried to stop her. Helena, calm down a little. A loud bang echoed. And a flock of birds flapped their wings and flew away in a panic. A while later, Helena was seen soaking in a bathtub. I feel so refreshed after that match, Caesar. That scoundrel. How could he use such cheap tricks? Luckily, we were just practicing sword fighting. If it had been a real match, his arm would have been completely ruined. But on the contrary, not only did he keep using cheap tricks, his skills had also improved significantly compared to before. If Caesar had defeated me that day, I wonder how I would have felt. What if he's stronger than me? What the hell? I've been thinking about him all day. Helena's face flushed red with embarrassment. I don't think I can deny it any longer. After her bath, while Helena was being made up by a maid, someone approached. Your Highness has arrived to visit you, my lady. Helena pondered for a moment, then said. Tell him to come in. Caesar entered, pouting. Helena, seeing his attitude, wondered, What's wrong? Why are you in such a bad mood? Caesar angrily replied, Those knights were waiting to bother you. I sent them away. Helena advised him, Caesar, don't hurt your subordinates anymore. Caesar stared at her and said, Helena, I don't want to have to share you with others. I will say this one more time, but only the 3 of us are your students. Helena's heart pounded. She expressed her feelings. Do you know something, Caesar? You are very careful with your words to me when I complain about something. You care about me more than your own feelings, and I I like you. I like you, Caesar. Caesar was startled. His face also turned red as he asked back. What? Are you talking about romantic love, right? Not love for friends or students? Helena was annoyed with him, thinking to herself, idiot, I just confessed my feelings to you. Then she asked, what? Do you want me to say it again? Caesar immediately nodded repeatedly. Yes. Helena couldn't help but smile. I like you. I like you very much, Caesar. Life used to be very boring, but not anymore. Caesar smiled happily. Those are the most touching words you've ever said. After that, the two shared a very romantic kiss. Not long after, Helena was sitting opposite her father. He silently observed his daughter for a moment, then put down his teacup and said, Helena, I called you here because there's something I need to understand clearly. Helena put down her teacup and asked curiously, What is it, father? He asked. Are you thinking of becoming a duchess? Helena was taken aback. What? He replied. Viscount Not wants to know. If you wish to become a duchess, our family will also have to embark on a new path. Helena pondered. She thought to herself. Of course he's worried. He's lived his entire life far removed from politics. If I become a duchess, I will essentially step into the heart of politics. Becoming a duchess wasn't something I was particularly interested in before, but... Helena set her teacup down and replied, I still can't answer that question because I haven't received the important thing yet. The Duke, puzzled, asked again. What do you mean? Helena smiled brightly. A marriage proposal. So that's what hasn't come to me yet. But most of all, there's an urgent matter at hand. Not long after, Helena stepped inside a bookstore. Agot walked in, exclaiming in wonder. Wow, my lady. Why do you suddenly want to visit a bookstore, my lady? Are you looking for a particular book? Helena replied. Yes, I need a book about magic. Agot was surprised. What? But you don't know how to use magic? Helena noticed the book and said. Like everyone else, who uses magic these days anyway? Then she reached out and picked up a book. Agot, glancing from behind, asked, Then why do you want to buy a book on that subject? Helena snorted and said, I'm thinking of giving it to someone. But here's the problem. I need to know what it's about before I can decide whether to give it or not. Agot looked at the book and was also stunned. You're right. Helena's face also darkened. Maybe another book. She looked around, but everywhere seemed equally obscure. Helena swallowed and thought to herself, the other books don't look any easier to read. Should I ask someone knowledgeable in that field to recommend one? Speak of the devil. Helena approached. Oh, excuse me, I don't know much about magic, so I was wondering if you could recommend a book for me. The other girl turned around. Oh, really? What kind of magic are you interested in? Seeing Helena, Eureka was extremely surprised, and even Helena couldn't believe it. Helena immediately smiled. Miss Eureka, I didn't expect to see you here. Eureka forced a smile. Ah ha ha, me too. Hello, miss. What a coincidence. Helena asked curiously. Are you also here to buy books, Miss Eureka? Eureka replied. What other reason would I have to be in this bookstore? Helena waved her hand. Well then, it's great you're here. Could you recommend a book about magic to me? Eureka turned her face away. Wouldn't it be better to ask a bookstore employee? Helena immediately refused. No, I want to hear your recommendation, because you know a lot about magic, miss. Eureka's face flushed at the compliment. Well, yes, I do know quite a bit about magic. Ahem, this book isn't chosen by many people, but this is the one I want to recommend. After that, Eureka tossed the book to Helena. Here you go. Helena took the book, grinning widely. Great. Let's go pay now. Agot, holding a wallet from behind, replied. Yes, miss. Helena moved closer to Eureka and said, I'll give this book to its new owner right away. Actually, I was looking for a book to give to you. Eureka was astonished. What? What kind of game are you playing? Helena placed her hand on her chest sincerely and said, A game, all right. I already like that word. If I invite you, will you play? Come play with me, my lady. Helena had also enticed Eureka to a place with a table full of food. Please enjoy, my lady. It's my treat, Eureka asked, puzzled. Why are you doing this for me? Helena smiled brightly. I just want to have tea with you. Eureka was suspicious. I don't think we exactly have the kind of relationship to sit face to face and have intimate small talk. Helena put her hand to her chin. Oh my, that doesn't mean we can't do it. Eureka frowned. Hey, miss. Helena leaned in and whispered. Don't make that face, miss. Everyone is staring. Hearing that, Yulika suddenly realized. Yulika reproached. This wouldn't be happening if you hadn't brought me here in the first place, Helena asked. Would it be better for us to meet somewhere deserted? Do you think that would be okay? I'm more dangerous than you think, miss. Hearing that, Yulika was utterly alarmed. Yulika stammered. Anyway, if you want to say something to me, say it quickly so I can leave. Helena took a piece of paper from her pocket. All right, I'll be brief. I want to borrow your magical knowledge. Can you take a look at this? Yulika asked in surprise. What is it? Helena replied. I don't know either. All I know is that it looks like a magic circle. That's why I wanted to ask you. Yulika looked at the symbol on the paper and said thoughtfully, but this symbol is not a rune. Helena wondered, are you saying it has nothing to do with magic? Yulika stared. That's right, almost. Helena still didn't understand Yulika's words. What do you mean by that? Yulika explained. Runes are a language invented by humans to use magic. In other words, the magic that originally existed might have been a completely different language. Helena asked. Can you be more specific about this other language? Yulika shook her head. There's no information or records about it that have been passed down, so I'm not sure either. All I know is that something like that once existed. Helena sighed in resignation. I see. I thought you would know the meaning of this symbol. That's too bad, Yulisa asked. If possible, may I borrow this paper? Helena agreed in surprise. Sure, but what for? Yulika fidgeted. It's just that I want to learn more about it. Helena smiled brightly. Of course you can, but if you discover anything, you have to tell me. Yulika immediately agreed. Okay. After that, the atmosphere between the two became quiet. Yulika awkwardly picked up her teacup. Helena smiled, breaking the silence. Try some cake, my lady. It's really delicious. This is my favorite cake. Then Helena took a delightful bite. Yulika stared. Seemingly interested as well, Yulika spoke up. I'm only eating this because you've shown respect. Then she plunged her fork into the cake and took a bite. Yulika chewed thoughtfully, surprised that the cake tasted quite good. Helena smiled. At times like these, wouldn't you say we get along quite well? Yulika paused. Get along, us? So, I understand now why you invited me to this ridiculous date. You want to insult me, don't you? Helena immediately denied it. No, you've misunderstood, my lady. That's not my reason. Yulika immediately interrupted. Don't get too conceited just because the prince favors you. Regardless, the title of princess will belong to the Bronte family. Helena thought to herself. How strange. She said the title of princess would belong to her family, not herself. Is Yulika okay with being used as a mere tool for her family? Then Helena spoke. My lady, you don't have to live for your family just because you are a woman. Upon hearing that, Yulika was stunned, and she gave a trembling smile. Her hands clenched tightly. Aren't you pitying me? I will do everything I can to become a princess, and if I can't achieve that, I'll have nothing left. You must think I'm very pathetic. Helena didn't expect her to misunderstand her intentions. Helena spoke up. Miss, that's not what I meant. Yulika continued. Just because you have everything doesn't give you the right to pity me however you please. I find it utterly disgusting. It was a pleasure meeting you today, miss, but I hope we never have another unpleasant encounter. With that, Yulika turned and left, leaving Helena stunned. She blamed herself. Helena, you're such a fool. Even though a long time has passed since that day, I still occasionally think of Yulika's words. Just because you have everything doesn't give you the right to pity me however you please. She was right. I did pity her. I was the one by his side, so I assumed she would never be able to win his love. My shallow thoughts and arrogance had hurt others. I can't believe I'm such a petty person. As she stood lost in thought, someone called out, My lady! My lady! The voice startled Helena back to reality. Rowena asked, Is something wrong? Helena forced a smile. No, it's nothing. What were you saying? Rowena replied, I was saying that you will surely be the most beautiful person at this party. This is no ordinary party. It's a celebration for the annihilation of the monsters. You are the star of this banquet, my lady. You must be more beautiful than Lady Yulika at all costs. Helena hesitated. No, that's not necessary. Rowena immediately interrupted. Nonsense. I heard that the queen has hired the best dress designer and dance instructor in the empire to come to the Bronte family. Helena shook her head. We don't need to go to such extremes. It's just a party. Rowena interrupted her once again. Don't be so yielding.
My lady. Rowena's aura turned fierce. What do you mean, just a party? This is a war. Please cast aside those timid thoughts. Helena wondered to herself. Am I attending a party or going to a battlefield? Rowena then continued politely. The queen has already reserved all the famous designers. But don't worry, my lady. After asking around, I found dresses from several recently famous emerging designers. I think everything will turn out well.
Famous designers often only focus on creating traditional designs. How foolish. Historically, princesses were often the trendsetters, not followers of fashion. Helena looked at the pile of clothes in front of her and broke into a sweat. Rowena, does the Bronte family owe you money or something? Why are you so thrilled about competing with them? Rowena gave a polite cough and said, My apologies. I got a bit too excited. It's not because I hate them. If I had to point out someone I have an issue with, it would be the queen. Helena was surprised. The queen, Rowena mused. When I was a child, my family, the Evergreens, were executed by the royal family. The Vandler clan. It was all because we had close ties with the former queen, Princesa's birth mother. We weren't a particularly influential family. But the Vandler clan always strived to eliminate any potential support for the former queen from anyone. And since the Bronte family is close to the current queen, I want to defeat them at all costs. That is my way of avenging my family, Helena thought in astonishment. Hamilton, why have you never told me about this important matter concerning Rowena? Then Helena spoke. Rowena? Rowena pushed up her glasses and said, Oh, please don't mind it, Helena thought to herself. How can I not mind? Rowena continued. That's why I'm always grateful to you, lady.
Helena asked in wonder. Me? Rowena replied. Yes, it's all thanks to you that His Highness has become more lively. Just as you took in Argos, His Highness took me in. At that time, Caesar had told Rowena, As long as you have skills, your past and your status are not an issue. Stay by my side and prove yourself. I'm very grateful for what he did for me, so the person he cherishes is also the person I cherish. Looking into Rowena's sincere eyes, she thought to herself, Rowena's eyes are full of sincerity. I can see her loyalty to Caesar in them. I'm a little surprised. Then Helena smiled brightly. Caesar is truly an amazing person, isn't he? Rowena nodded in agreement. Yes, of course. And that's why, even if it were for personal gain from pride and revenge, I would refuse to be turned against by those connected to the queen. So, follow me, as Helena was pulled along.
She felt dizzy. Rowena, wait! A moment later, Argos was seen smiling brightly. You look like someone from another world, my lady. Helena was now wearing a beautiful sky blue dress, matching the color of her eyes. Rowena smiled brightly. I did my best, Argos exclaimed. You are so beautiful that I want to show you off to everyone. Yet I also don't want to show you off to anyone at all. At this moment, Leonard knocked and entered. Helena, are you ready? Helena blushed. Oh, Leonard. Rowena covered her mouth and chuckled. We poured quite a bit of blood, sweat, and tears into him. Helena thought to herself, how much blood, sweat, and tears did that take?
Leonard smiled and complimented his sister. I thought you were already very lovely, but it seems you can become even more beautiful. These words made Helena feel satisfied, thinking to herself, oh my brother really knows how to flatter. Rowena clapped her hands to get Helena's attention. All right, we don't have much time. I've tied your corset very tightly, so be careful not to eat too much. Be careful not to step on your dress. And don't rub your eyes. Helena froze and asked, Why are there so many things I can't do? Rowena then stepped forward. Oh, there's one thing I will let you do. You can smudge your lipstick. Saying this, Rowena clenched her fist and nodded. Helena, however, understood it differently. Does she mean I can drink as much as I want? So, let's depart for the palace. The party quickly began, and Helena was already inside the palace. Everyone surrounded her, praising, The lady looks truly magnificent. Helena smiled and replied, Thank you. Everyone continued to acclaim her. Indeed, she is the hero who defeated those two giant monsters, truly a loyal woman. Helena thought irritably, Is loyalty a compliment? Oh, the Empress is over there. Fewer people are approaching her than I expected. Although she's smiling, she must be very worried inside. Perhaps she's realized her position is significantly weakened. But even if the Empress's influence has weakened, I thought Yulika would still be by her side. I'm quite surprised not to see her. The young ladies there began to whisper. Oh my, now that I think about it, where is Lady Yulika? That's right, she's always stuck to the Empress like glue. Perhaps the Empress has changed, Helena thought. I understand the nobility, but that's going too far. It's unacceptable. Then Helena spoke up. Listen, I don't think it's right to speak ill of a lady when she's not. Before she could finish her sentence, Yulisa approached. The conversation over here sounds quite interesting. May I join you? The young lady turned pale upon seeing Yulika. Lady Yulika. Ah ha ha, oh, excuse me, I forgot to greet the others. Please forgive me. With that, she immediately ran off. Ah, wait for me. When that lady left, Yulika immediately spun around to question her. Were you just bad-mouthing me to the other noblewomen? That's pathetic, Helena replied. Not at all. Your ladyship has misunderstood me. I was trying to stop them. Yulika frowned. What have I misunderstood? Stop them. You still take me for a fool, don't you? Helena continued. I'm trying to explain to your ladyship, she thought to herself. This is truly unfair. She was the one who spilled wine on my dress. No, I shouldn't be like this. I should explain what's happening now and apologize for the previous incident before things go too far. Then Helena spoke. I truly tried to stop them. Please believe me, your ladyship. I also want to apologize for the incident last. Suddenly, Helena stopped short. Huh. Wait, something's strange. She also realized something. Isn't the dress Yulika is wearing quite similar to mine? If you look at the laurel leaf pattern, and looking at the two of them, it seemed like a matching set. At this moment, Cesar's voice rang out. Helena! Cesar appeared, dressed in an elegant outfit in the same color as Helena's. Looking at the outfit, Helena thought to herself, oh, it's only now, looking at Cesar, that I understand. My dress was designed to be a matching set with Cesar's. Cesar walked over and asked, Is your ladyship enjoying this party? Helena curtsied. Greetings, your highness, Cesar continued. Tonight, your ladyship is truly the main character, and I am captivated by your beauty. Helena replied, perhaps that would be better for your highness's eyes. Seja took her hand and gently held it. As long as the princess is always by my side, I wouldn't mind even if I were blind. Everyone present heard and saw this, and immediately began to murmur. It was no surprise that people were astonished like this. For years, they had only seen Seja's cold and terrifying demeanor. It was a pity they didn't know what he was truly like. The truth was, Seja was like a big, lovable dog. Then she smiled and said, I won't go anywhere without my student, so don't worry too much. Seja was about to utter a compliment. Today, princess, when someone approached and interrupted him, Your highness is quite late. Seja immediately turned, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Count Bronte, the count, standing behind Yulika, said, There are some urgent matters I wish to discuss with your highness. With that, he gave a mysterious smile. Seja turned back to face him and said, Whatever it is, I hope you can be as brief as possible. As you can see, I'm quite busy at the moment. The count smirked. Oh dear, there's no need to be so tense. I merely wish to ask your highness if the matter at Salisbury has reached a satisfactory conclusion. Cesar replied. Ah, thanks to you. Thank you for the effort you've put in, Count. The count chuckled. Haha, I didn't bring up that matter to hear thanks from your highness. Everything I have done has been for your highness and this kingdom. Helena, standing nearby with her arms crossed, her face darkening, thought, How long-winded. If that's the case, why bring it up at all? It seems he'll be busy with Count Bronte now. It's going to be a headache. Suddenly, he turned to Helena and said, Ah, I also have something to say to the princess. Helena was surprised. Me? He replied. Yes. My daughter wishes to congratulate the princess on her wonderful contributions to the kingdom and has practiced this piano piece very diligently, day and night. It's nothing extraordinary, but I hope the princess will accept it. Upon hearing this, Yulika also froze, her face darkening. Helena placed a hand on her chest and smiled. Of course, a performance for me. I'm really looking forward to it. Then he turned to his daughter harshly. What are you doing, Yulika? Your highness is here, so start playing. Yulika flinched. Huh, oh. Then she glanced at Helena. This way, your highness. Without an invitation for herself, Helena was left alone, bewildered. What the hell? Didn't he tell her to practice for her? Anyone could see he wanted to shake her off. She was too tired of dealing with those people all evening. Maybe this is for the best. She wanted to take a short walk in the back garden. Inside, Yulika had already sat down at the piano. The Count smiled with satisfaction, while everyone whispered in disgust. A lady who has been taught lessons since childhood is truly unique. But playing the piano, there's already a lady who slayed a dragon. So playing the piano isn't such a big deal. That's right, the Count's family must be very ashamed. Yulika felt like screaming internally. Shut up, all of you, everyone whispered again. Poor Lady Yulika. Yulika was furious internally. Shut up, you fools. How dare you pity me? I will become the most outstanding woman in this kingdom.
I am not someone who deserves pity. I am not unhappy. Never. Outside, Helena was enjoying the solitude. She let out a sigh. Count Bronte is truly powerful. He mentioned the Empress to flaunt his influence, and the Count will surely make him look bad, as will Yulika's performance. If Cesar refuses, it will only cause him more trouble later. I understand that, but I still can't be happy. Is Cesar listening to that music? I wonder if they are sitting next to each other like two friends. They must get along well. If Yulika becomes Empress, it means she will also see other sides of Cesar that only I know. The innocent smile he gives me. Will Yulika also get to see them? That bright smile. The tenderness and warmth of his embrace. Will he give them to someone else, not me? Suddenly, Helena turned around when someone called out, Helena! Cesar was panting. I've been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing out here? I was so worried. Helena was surprised. Then she smiled and held out her hand. Could you come closer and give me a hug? Hearing this, Cesar hesitated for a moment, then immediately embraced Helena. As my master wishes. Embraced, Helena said. Cesar, I'm sure I'm spoiling you too much. It seems I can't control my emotions. Cesar replied. Then that means I've been spoiled for a very long time. Helena asked again. Really? Then let's both be like that. But promise me you'll keep this a secret. Cesar softly replied. Anything you wish, Helena. Helena's heart was in a flutter. She hadn't known that loving someone would bring these feelings, nor that longing for someone was love. She didn't know when she had become so childish and blind. And thanks to Cesar, she had come to understand what love is. He taught her what love is, and she hoped he would stay by her side forever. A moment later, the two of them entered the imperial palace. Helena wondered, why does the emperor suddenly want to see me? Cesar replied, don't worry too much. He probably wants to congratulate you on successfully defeating the monster. Helena thought to herself, on the surface, it might seem that way, but I don't know what his true intentions are. Now that I've entered politics, I must be cautious with everything. Life now is completely different from my previous life. Currently, I have too many things to protect. I also need to keep myself safe. Otherwise, my family will be in danger. Seeing her lost in thought, Caesar called. Helena? Helena startled. Yes, Caesar reassured her. Don't worry too much, Helena said worriedly. How can I not worry? If I do anything wrong or displease His Majesty, it will not be good for our family at all. Caesar took her hand, giving her more encouragement. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will take care of everything here and run away with you. Helena was extremely surprised by his words. She smiled and replied, You promise. Caesar squeezed her hand tighter. Shall we go? Soon, the two of them arrived. The emperor spoke. Here you two are. Helena curtsied respectfully and said, I am Helena, daughter of the Peresta family. I humbly request an audience with your majesty. The emperor smiled and said, Please, make yourselves comfortable and sit down. I called you here just for a chat. Helena obeyed. Yes, your majesty. After Helena sat down, the emperor continued. I have heard all about Lady Helena's achievements in Vandalium. You have resolved a problem that has troubled the royal family for a long time. Your contribution is immense. Helena smiled. I merely fulfilled my duty. Hearing her say that, the emperor also chuckled. I've heard that too. I've never met anyone so courageous, not even among the young men. The empress, who was beside him, also added, Indeed, your majesty. Lady Helena's exceptional talent almost caused a bit of concern. Helena swallowed, thinking dejectedly. I knew it.
Of course, she wouldn't let it go. This is what she wanted. She wanted the emperor to know that she would stand in Caesar's way. Caesar said, "Why are you so worried, your majesty?" The empress said, "There are people who always praise Lady Helena. It's possible that this could harm your majesty, so I'm simply worried," Caesar continued. "How could it be harmful? Lady Helena will be a good asset for your majesty." The empress put her hand to her chin and smiled. "I only mentioned it out of my own concern, your majesty. Are you certain that your feelings for Lady Helena are not clouding your judgment when making decisions?" Caesar's gaze became serious and sharp. "Ah, is your majesty referring to the judgment that helped me recognize the special talent no one else noticed, and bring that individual to the palace?" The empress paused for a moment, then she said, "You speak as if I'm lecturing Lady Helena. I agree that Lady Helena is a talented woman. So, your majesty, what do you think about granting territory and a title to Lady Helena? She's extremely talented at slaying monsters, so bestowing the title of countess would certainly be fitting." Helena's mouth fell open as she thought to herself, "Wait, a countess? She's trying to banish me to a remote area." Helena forced a smile and spoke. "I have only just become an adult, your majesty. I fear such a title is quite grand for someone like me." The empress chuckled again. "Oh, how modest. Truly a good virtue. I don't think it would be difficult for a lady who has instructed the crown prince in swordsmanship at such an early age and now heads the training of knights. Furthermore, your loyalty to his majesty is abundant, so you wouldn't refuse, would you?" With that, she flashed a triumphant smile, having cornered Helena. Helena frowned, thinking, "She must see me as a thorn in her side, which is why she's trying to push me away like this." Caesar spoke. "Your majesty, only the emperor has the authority to bestow a title upon an individual. If your majesty is not careful, there will be unpleasant rumors about you coveting his majesty's position and power." The empress and Caesar then exchanged a silent battle of glares. Caesar continued, "Furthermore, Lady Helena is my master, so it would be better if—" The emperor also agreed with his son's words. "The crown prince is right, and I don't think the topic of bestowing titles is suitable for this conversation." The empress forced a smile. "Indeed, I spoke out of turn." With that, she gave Helena a sneer. Helena sighed, thinking to herself, "If the political landscape is like this, can I even survive?" After the conversation ended, Helena returned home, looking haggard and stumbling. Seeing this, Nerve immediately asked, "Here you are, princess. Why do you look so tired?" Helena's face darkened. "Doing things I don't like at all is truly dangerous." Nerve smiled. "It's always like that when you first start. You'll get used to it quickly." Helena's face turned pale. "I don't want that to happen," Nerve said. "Oh dear. His Highness will be sad if he hears that," Helena continued. "Huh. Why would His Highness, be disappointed?" Nerve looked bewildered. "You said you don't want to get used to being more intimate." Helena was startled. "What, aren't we talking about the same thing? That's not what I meant." Before she could finish, Nerve interrupted her. "Honestly, I'm worried about the two of you. Whenever the two met, all they did was duel. And again, all they did was duel. Helena was hit where it hurt, so she froze, unable to refute anything." Nerve put a hand to his chin and continued, "It's different from how other couples get to know each other," Helena thought to herself. "I know that's how others see it from the outside, but the problem is, I don't know how to get to know someone. I have no experience with it at all. I can't go on like this. I need an expert." Soon, Rowena appeared and asked, "Do you wish to see me? Do you need some advice for a date?" Helena forced a smile. "Yes, I need an expert's opinion." "Ah, I've already planned the date," Rowena replied. "All right, tell me about it," Helena said. "We'll go for coffee, and in that wonderful atmosphere, I'll start a conversation, and then we'll go to the theater together. After that, we'll enjoy the night view at Monty's magnificent cathedral. Finally, we'll have dinner together. That's the plan. What do you think?" Rowena pushed up her glasses. "Not bad, but it seems you don't have the slightest concept of romance, do you? How could you design such a mediocre date?" Helena froze. That is, the love demons had told Helena, "Swordsman, you're gloomy all day because you don't go on dates. We'll help you. Leave it to us." Helena waved her hand. "No, you don't need to be so enthusiastic," Helena, looking gloomy, said. "Please give me some advice. I'm really tired, Rowena said. Since you're not familiar with this, I won't ask any more questions, but haven't you overlooked something important? Helena wondered what, Rowena seriously asked. What are you planning to wear then, my lady? Helena stammered, having not thought of anything yet. Rowena immediately said. I knew it. Now follow me. Helena was startled. What? Wait. A moment later, Helena was dressed in a gown, and a dreamy purple bow was tied in her hair. Helena asked, Is this what you said was suitable for the date? Aga asked curiously. My lady, you look beautiful. Do you like it? Although it's suitable for the date, it's a bit different from your usual style. Helena slightly bowed her head and said, That's right, this isn't my style, but everyone said it was suitable, so I have no choice. Then she declared loudly, Prepare the carriage. I'm going straight to the palace. Today, I've decided to have a normal date with Caesar, just like everyone else. Coffee, concert, night out, restaurant. Coffee, concert. This plan cannot fail. That's right. If anything goes wrong, it'll be a disaster.
Those lovebirds are being noisy again. Are you planning to listen to the concert in the front row? If you want a warm and romantic atmosphere, you should watch from the second-floor balcony. Helena replied, All right, I understand. She opted for the second-floor balcony position, fearing the noise. Get ready, Caesar. I'm going to give you a pleasant surprise. Not long after, Caesar's voice was heard. Hello, Helena. I've been waiting for you. I'm quite curious why you asked me out. Helena's face flushed. I heard there's a wonderful opera playing lately, so I wanted to see it with you. Caesar asked, puzzled. Opera? Helena worried, thinking to herself. Oh, right. What if he doesn't like opera? She shyly asked. You don't like it? Caesar smiled. No, I do like opera. Helena smiled, sighing in relief. What a relief. Then she clasped her hands together and said, The evening has just begun. So let's go for coffee first, shall we? Caesar immediately agreed. All right, I'm looking forward to it. Then he took her hand. So, today, I'm completely yours, swordsman. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Caesar gently helped her down from the carriage. Helena stepped down from the carriage and opened her umbrella, making Caesar wonder, Helena, this umbrella? Helena held the umbrella up, smiling as she asked, Well, isn't it beautiful? Caesar asked. Which one? You or the umbrella? Helena shyly replied. Both. She felt a little disappointed, thinking to herself, Why isn't he reacting at all? The apprentice knights told me that the beautiful lady was shyly holding an umbrella and smiling like a violet. I'm not sure what it means to smile like a violet. I just thought carrying an umbrella was fine. Did I fail? Helena asked worriedly. You don't like it? Caesar immediately replied. No, that's not it. Today it's quite gloomy, so I'm not sure why you're carrying an umbrella. Helena looked up at the sky, and her spirits drooped. She awkwardly replied, It's just because it's pretty, isn't it? Caesar smiled. You're right. Suddenly, Caesar reached out and took the umbrella, which surprised Helena. Helena immediately asked, Why did you suddenly? Caesar replied, Covering yourself like that prevents me from standing next to you, and I don't like it. Helena was puzzled. What do you mean? Caesar smiled. You're still very beautiful whether you're holding it or not. I'm the one who needs them. Helena blushed shyly, thinking to herself, What a thing to say. Then she immediately said, Give it back. Everyone's laughing at us. Caesar smiled. Who cares? Let them look. In her second life, Helena Peresca's first date began with such a commotion. Helena ordered, Fold up the umbrella. I'm not covering myself anymore. We're fine like this? Caesar snatched the umbrella back. No. Helena gaped. What? Why not? Caesar smiled. Then he offered a compliment. Because it's beautiful. Helena lightly brushed her hair and said, Stop teasing me. Then Caesar placed the umbrella behind them. He raised Helena's hand and said, Oh, like this. Is this okay? A moment later, the atmosphere was elegant, with the gentle sounds of orchestral music. The table felt pleasantly warm, and there was nothing to complain about. But why are only the two of us here? Seeing her looking so gloomy, Caesar immediately asked, What's wrong, Helena? You look so down. Is something wrong here? Helena awkwardly replied, No, it's not that. It just feels a bit strange. This place is usually very famous,
So why is no one here today? Caesar smiled. Oh, so you like it this quiet? Just the two of us, Helena thought to herself. Okay, if you like it that way, I'm fine with that too. But this much quiet is really awkward. I need to say something. Anything at all. What do couples usually talk about? Come on, think of something. What would a normal couple talk about? Oh, right. Family. Let's talk about family. Thinking this, she smiled and asked, I don't think you look much like your father. You probably resemble your mother more, don't you? Cesar stiffened at these words. He replied, Not really. I don't resemble my mother either. Everyone says I look like Emperor Grey, the first emperor. Helena recognized the name and said, You mean Ares Grey? I think so too. Cesar closed his eyes tightly. But I don't like him. Helena was surprised. Really? Why not? Cesar explained. In his eyes.
The Empire is more important than people. I don't agree with that. If I had to choose between you and the Empire, I would choose you without hesitation.
Haha, seeing you so moved makes me a little awkward. There's no one else here, so I can do whatever I want. Helena pulled her hand back. This rogue, anyway, does he only care about running the Empire? Are he and the Empress not getting along? Cesar replied. Well, their relationship isn't bad, but I heard he's almost always busy with state affairs. Helena recalled her friend, thinking to herself, Again, Ares is quite heartless. Just then, a server brought food. Excuse me, sir, I'm bringing the dessert. Helena saw the cake, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. What? That cake looks delicious. After eating her fill, Helena sighed. Oh, I'm so full. My stomach is about to burst. Cesar replied. You have such a sweet tooth, Helena. I didn't expect you to eat so well. Helena was a little embarrassed. It was so delicious I couldn't resist. Cesar smiled. I'm glad you liked them, Helena thought to herself. Am I the only one enjoying this date? Does Cesar like it? Cesar looked at the road beside them. We just need to go straight to get to the performance. Helena was lost in pensive confusion, thinking, I feel like this conversation is quite one-sided. I should do something new at the opera. After all, this can't be a date. Suddenly, a desperate scream came from nearby. Help, help! Caesar pulled Helena into his arms, saying worriedly, Come here, Helena. Helena's face flushed as she thought, I don't need protecting, and he knows that. Nearby, a girl was cornered by two men. She screamed, Get away! Let me go! One thug grabbed her hand and said, Stop resisting! I know you like it. Wearing an outfit like that and strutting around in the alley? Aren't you looking for men? The girl frantically screamed, Don't touch me! I don't want to! The thug sneered, Don't want to? Why does it sound like you want me to touch you more? Helena huffed in annoyance. That man? Suddenly, the girl's next action surprised Helena.
The thug, slapped across the face, clutched his cheek. How dare you! The girl, tears welling up, cried, I said no, it's disgusting, don't touch me! The thug roared, I've been lenient because of you, and this is how you repay me! The girl closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the thug's blow. Helena, holding an umbrella, appeared and stood in front of the girl, saying, If she cries any louder, you'll be in trouble. The thug immediately threatened her. I don't know which noble lady you are, but I suggest you mind your own business, Helena replied indifferently. No, thank you. The thug was a little surprised. What? Are you out of your mind? Do you want both of you to get beaten before you realize? Helena pointed her umbrella at them. Beaten, huh? Sounds good. Yes, but the one getting beaten will be you, not me. This is a warning. Running away will be useless.
Because I will pursue you to the end. The thug raised his hand and yelled, A pampered lady like you dares to say that. I was going to let it go. But you're the one who missed out. His blow swung down, but Helena dodged it in time, surprising him and making him stumble off balance. Helena swung the umbrella high, bringing it down on his head like a bolt from the blue. Helena smiled. Bring it on! The thug angrily gritted his teeth, then continuously swung his arms towards Helena's face. The thug, lucky enough to grab Helena's shirt, smiled smugly. Helena asked, Why are you smiling? Didn't you guard your lower half? Oh no, my nuts! He shrieked in agony. Both thugs quickly lay sprawled on the ground. Helena smoothed her hair and smiled. Ha ha, excellent. The other girl approached. Excuse me, she said, choking back a sob. Thank you. I was so scared. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Helena stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Helena replied, No need to repay me. It's my duty. Don't worry about it, Helena thought to herself. Honestly, it's great to use this opportunity to blow off some steam lately. Too many annoying things have been happening to me. The Empress and Count Bronte are causing a ruckus and making things difficult for me. I want to rest, but too many people want me to teach them swordsmanship. I've even tried things I've never done before, like going on dates. This is a good chance for me to unwind. Then Helena smiled and said, All right, you should head home before other scum appears. The thug, beaten to a pulp, still struggled to get up and cursed. You bitch, I'll get my revenge next time. With that, he helped the other guy up and they ran off. Helena sneered. I never thought I'd hear that line. See you next time for another beating then. The other girl left, but not without bowing in gratitude. Thank you very much. Helena was gleeful, feeling incredibly proud of herself. Seza asked, Do you feel better? Helena immediately replied, Yes. Seza looked at her and smiled, feeling happy himself. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. But I have something I need to tell you. Helena wondered. What is it? Seza replied. We're late for the opera. It just dawned on Helena. Ugh, I got so caught up in the fun of beating those two guys that I completely forgot. All right, now is not the time to panic. She grabbed Caesar's hand. Now, let's run. With that, she ran off amidst Caesar's laughter. Ha ha ha! To their dismay, when they arrived, it was already closed. Helena's face darkened. Damn it, we're too late, Caesar chuckled. We can go in when they take a break. In the meantime, is there anything you'd like to do? Helena pouted. We've missed half the show, so what's the point of going in now? I heard this is a famous opera for couples, so I really wanted to see it with you. Caesar put a hand to his chin and asked, Who told you that? Helena replied. The squire, Rhett, Caesar continued. Is that so? But I don't think this play is romantic at all, Helena added. The plot might be, but the music... Suddenly, Helena paused. Huh, wait, Caesar, you know this play? Caesar smiled. Yes, I was invited to the premiere, Helena gasped in alarm. You've already seen it. Why didn't you tell me? Caesar replied. Seeing you so excited, how could I spoil it for you? Hearing that, Helena blushed deeply. She yelled indignantly, What the hell? I poured my heart and soul into this. Caesar still smiled gently at her. Haha, since things have turned out this way, shall we move on to the next step? Come on, Helena, you look like you're about to go fight someone. Helena grumbled. It's not much different, really. Stop blabbering. Follow me. Caesar replied. Yes, master. I heard we're going to see the night view at Monty Church. The sunset was magnificent. Helena gently stroked her hair. You're right. It's beautiful. Caesar stared at her. Unspeakably beautiful. I heard that only the night view should be admired here, not the sunset. But the sunset is also incredibly beautiful, isn't it? Helena gently bowed her head. It seems I've ruined everything by going off plan. I just wanted to have a date like any other couple. Suddenly Caesar called out, Helena? The one I like is you, Helena Peresta. Whether it's a normal date or not, all I want is you, Helena. Helena was touched, her face flushed. She said with a catch in her voice, I like you too, but I still feel uneasy. I've never done things like this before. I don't know how, and I don't know if I'm doing it right. Caesar placed his hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. Do you need to worry so much, Helena? Just doing things that make you smile is enough. I don't care if it's what you want or not. Even if you ask to bring about the end of this world, I'll do it immediately without thinking. Helena was speechless with her disciple. You should reconsider that. I don't want the end of the world or anything like that. You know, I just want a cake. Caesar burst out laughing. My girlfriend has such simple wishes, while her boyfriend is a prince. Helena smiled along with him. Now that I think about it, it is a bit simple. What about you, Caesar? What can I do to make you happy? Caesar pondered. Let's see. And after thinking, he said, a kiss. Helena froze upon hearing that. Huh, Caesar said. What kind of reaction is that? A bit stingy, aren't we? My heart aches, Helena thought to herself. A kiss. The guards are surely secretly watching us, and I have to kiss him in front of them. But that was what Caesar wanted. Then she opened her umbrella and said, "Close your eyes," Caesar delightedly asked again. "You really want to kiss me?" Helena urged. "Close your eyes, quickly." Then her hand went up to Caesar's face. Helena placed a kiss on his lips, a truly romantic scene concluding their date. Not long after, Helena returned. "Oh, it's so hot. I don't want to train at all on days like this," Agos agreed. "The princess is right. You'll get sunstroke if you're not careful." Helena asked doubtfully. "Why would Stanton summon me on a day like this? What on earth is he thinking?" Just then, the queen, accompanied by Ulika, appeared before her. She said, "Oh, Princess Helena, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Why have you come, princess?" Seeing them, Helena greeted them as well. "Greetings, your majesty. It's been a long time since I saw you, Princess Ulika," she thought to herself. "I wonder if there's a problem with my request. Has she discovered anything from the evidence I provided?" the queen inquired. "Princess Helena, have you come here to teach swordsmanship?" Helena replied. "Oh yes, your majesty. I'm visiting today on the orders of the Red Knights." The empress was surprised. "Knight Red? Oh, Sir Leonard is the deputy commander of the team, isn't he? And I'm also very excited because I thought you came here for the marriage proposal," Helena asked back, puzzled. "What marriage proposal?" The empress said. "The crown prince proposed to you, didn't he? Don't you want the position of crown princess?" Helena pondered. The empress is truly malicious. Does she really have to say it in front of Ulika, who desires that position more than anyone else? Then Helena replied, "To be honest with your majesty, he did not propose to me." The empress covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh my, is that so? How strange. Why would the crown prince hesitate to propose to you?" Helena was silent for a moment, then said, "Your majesty, I believe he will propose when he is ready. It depends on the crown prince, and it also depends on me." Whether to accept or reject that proposal, these words surprised the empress. "What? Reject? Do you think you can refuse a marriage? Haha, Princess Helena. Perhaps you are deluding yourself, but this is not about joy or romance at all. This is a political matter." Helena spoke frankly. "But, your majesty, do you truly think this matter is only about politics? If that were the case, you would have asked my father about the marriage, not me." The empress felt annoyed internally. "Ah, how impertinent." Helena placed her hand on her shoulder and continued. "Of course, you must have asked me because you have your own thoughts. I'm still too young and inexperienced, so I apologize for not being able to fully grasp your majesty's intentions." The empress said, "Well, let's see if you can be so comfortable in the future. We should go now. I hope you enjoy your peaceful and healthy days." Helena curtsied in farewell. "Thank you, your majesty. Please take care." With that, the empress departed, and silence returned. But Helena's heart was far from calm. Peaceful and healthy days? What the hell does that mean? It's truly unsettling. Agat approached, opened the door for her, and asked, "Princess, why do you think the empress said that?" Helena sighed. "I wonder if she's plotting something else. Let's go. Marshal Danton must be waiting." Upon entering, Helena was surprised. "What? He told me to come, but he's not here." A voice echoed from outside. "Urgent report, Vice Marshal. Sir Leonard has been captured by Ivory soldiers." Helena's face darkened with worry. Captured. The sky had also begun to rain. Inside the room, Helena immediately said, "So, summarize what you're saying. When the three knights were about to disperse after the meeting, they found confidential documents belonging to the Ivory Knights in Leonard's uniform." Nerf slammed the table and angrily replied, "Exactly. No matter how many times I said it was impossible, that bastard Horia wouldn't let it go. Furthermore, the documents weren't important at all. They found nothing but the training schedule of the Ivory soldiers. They're already at war, and that information will be released soon anyway." The door opened from outside. "Sorry I'm late." Helena immediately turned around. Cesar stepped inside, still sweating from having run a distance to get there. "I rushed here as soon as I heard the news from Hamilton." Cesar sat down at the table and asked, "What's going on?" The Duke thoughtfully stroked his chin and said, "Leonard has been captured, but they haven't officially announced it yet." Caesar bowed his head. I apologize. It's all my fault, the Duke replied. Please, Your Highness, don't blame yourself. Nothing has happened yet, Helena pondered deeply. No, something has already happened. Leonard is a high-ranking noble, so nothing truly terrible will happen to him. But we cannot predict how seriously this incident will affect things. If it draws the Empress's attention, we will lose him. The roaring fireplace in the room made the tense atmosphere even more strained. Nerve asked, Do you think Horio has sided with the Empress? Helena put her hand to her chin in thought and said, It's strange for Ivory soldiers to use such a forced excuse for an arrest. It was just a training schedule after all. Perhaps the Empress and Horio have something going on. The Duke clutched his head. Not again. You will certainly face unforeseen consequences when trying to trap someone. After all, if Leonard is cleared, Horio will be in danger. Yes, I believe you're right, that Horio has made some agreement with the Empress. Caesar continued, So the most important thing right now is the Empress's intentions. Why would she resort to such dirty tricks? The Duke pondered. He asked, Has anything recently caused her harm? Helena immediately replied, Monster slaying. She thought to herself, The Empress is not pleased with the current situation. A new candidate for the prince's position has appeared. This person has solved the problem of monsters appearing at the border, is respected by the Emperor, and has become the star of the party. It's me. She's threatening me. Then she spoke. Father, the Empress will soon seek me out for a negotiation. She told me to agree to the conditions if I want to save my brother. The Duke pondered for a moment. He called, Helena? Helena replied, Yes, father, I will do anything for Leonard. He immediately stopped her. No, don't agree to anything? Helena exclaimed in surprise. What? The Duke continued, If you surrender to such a cowardly scheme, she will continue to use similar methods in the future. Helena worried. But, Leonard... The Duke immediately interrupted. It's all right. This is certainly an unfair situation, but it's not a disaster. We have many opportunities to prove the boy innocent. Caesar offered his assessment. The person who placed the documents in Leonard's coat was likely a servant. If we investigate thoroughly, I'm sure we will find someone who will confess their crime, the Duke said gratefully. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for volunteering to take on such a task. Regardless, I'm sure it will be resolved well. Leonard is not weak. It's late now. Your Royal Highness, please return and rest. I will have a servant escort you to your room. Afterwards, everyone left, and Helena walked down the corridor like a lost soul. The Duke called out, Helena! Helena spun around. Father! He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry anymore and stay put until this blows over. That's what I want to tell you, but you're not the type of person to do that. How long will you stand here dazed? If you chose to stand by the Crown Prince, you should know these things would happen. Have you forgotten what I told you? Helena replied without hesitation. No, I still remember, the Duke commended. Good. My two children are not weak, are they? So tell me, what do you plan to do next? Helena replied. I will make her pay back with interest for what she has done. The Duke smiled. Ha ha ha, yes, that's my daughter. Afterwards, Helena also returned to her room. As expected, an invitation from the Empress arrived early the next morning. Lathiep said she wanted to enjoy a snack with her and Yulika. Helena spoke up. A snack? How leisurely she is. As Agoth brushed her hair, she said, Princess, is there any way to refuse that invitation? Helena turned around and replied, No, I absolutely must go to bring Leonat back, Agoth asked worriedly. What if something happens after you go? Helena replied, Come here, Agoth. It will be fine. Then Helena hugged Agoth, reassuring her. Nothing will happen. Agoth, touched, called out. Princess, Helena affirmed. No one can touch the Presta family. That's right. No one can harm my family. I will protect him. At this moment, at the royal palace, the rain was still pouring down. A servant standing outside the door announced, Your Majesty, Princess Helena has arrived, the Empress replied from inside. Bring her in. Once inside, the Empress said, Welcome. Princess, I have been waiting for you, Helena curtsied and greeted. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Queen smiled, bringing a hand to her mouth. There's no need to be so formal. Come lead Lady Helena to her seat. Originally, I wanted to chat on the terrace, but unfortunately, it rained yesterday. Oh, so, can you guess why I've called you here? Lady Helena?
Helena said frankly. Isn't it about what happened yesterday? I've been informed about what was in that document. It's nothing important, just the training schedule of the ivory soldiers. The tea was poured with a gentle gurgle. The queen picked up her teacup and said, I'm not sure. Horio will have to determine if this is important or not. Based on what you've said, I think this is an important matter. Helena immediately asked, Are you making such a fuss just because of a training schedule? The queen chuckled and asked in return, Just, haha, as far as I know, the red and ivory soldiers don't get along.
He's probably trying to find out the strength of the ivory soldiers to get revenge, or he's stealing military intelligence to incite a rebellion. And you consider that normal, Helena thought to herself. Ah, is that so? Want to pin a crime on him? Helena then asked. Why do you accuse him like that? Everyone will ridicule this ridiculous attempt. The queen continued to raise her teacup and said, That's right, it's still not enough. All right, Princess Ulika, bring it to me, Helena wondered to herself. Bring what? Ulika quickly brought it over. Here, your majesty. Helena was surprised. That's... Helena immediately recalled her previous conversation with Ulika about that symbol. If this symbol were runic, I would have tried to decipher it. But no, there's no way to guess. May I borrow this paper? I'll learn more about it. At that time, Helena didn't think much of it and replied with a smile. All right, sure. But if you discover anything, will you let me know? The queen picked up the symbol and asked, Do you remember this, princess? I've deciphered this symbol and found it contains quite a rebellious message. Helena, not understanding, asked again. What do you mean? The queen replied, Welcome back, king. That's what it says. Helena looked at Ulika in surprise. What? Ulika deliberately avoided her gaze. Then Helena turned to the queen and said, That symbol has nothing to do with the Preska family. It was found on the corpse of a monster that had been destroyed. The empress smiled. Is that so? To me, it's not like that, Princess Helena. People aren't interested in the truth, but they love stories. If I just add a little fuel to the fire, people will happily spread the story. And this is the fuel. You've experienced it before, haven't you? The day you received the flower crown from the crown prince, people believed you were a candidate for the position of crown princess, just because of a simple wreath. Helena thought worriedly to herself. Damn it, the empress is right. If the story is provocative, people will babble about it as if it were the truth. She clenched her hands. Empress, how long do you think such a deceptive scheme will last? The empress replied nonchalantly. Of course, it won't last long. Just as it didn't take long to behead Sir Leonard, Helena asked. Aren't you worried about what will happen if the truth is revealed? The empress put down her teacup and laughed. Ha ha, Princess Helena. Do I look like someone incapable of handling such trivial matters? Helena was furious. I can't take it anymore. I have nothing left to convince her. In my previous life, I had no one to call family, which is why I had nothing to lose, and no weaknesses for others to exploit. That's why I never thought they would take someone I cherished as a hostage and threaten me. I truly regret it. What if I hadn't slain the monster? No, what if I hadn't asked Ulika to help with that? The empress then continued to offer her two choices. Let me give you a choice, Princess Helena. Do you choose to lose your brother, or do you choose to make a deal with me? Helena asked, puzzled. What do you want from me?
The empress smiled. It's very simple. You just need to give up your position as imperial princess and limit private meetings with the crown prince so that scandalous rumors about the two of you don't spread anymore. What do you think? I think this is not a bad deal, Helena immediately replied. I accept your offer, so please bring my brother back right now. After that, Helena also left. Stepping outside and walking along the corridor, Ulika reappeared, calling out, Princess! Helena turned around. Ulika's face flustered. Helena said, Princess Ulika, explain to me what happened, Ulika stammered. I'm sorry. Helena became furious. Sorry, you're sorry. Are you trying to act like a good person after all this? Ulika denied. No, I just wanted to tell you a little about that symbol. The inscription on the symbol is the language of demons, and when demons refer to a king, they only mean one. That is the venomous dragon Akruzade, a creature sealed away 500 years ago, Helena yelled. So you knew and told the queen. Ulika gloomily recalled the terrifying image of the queen saying,
Princess Helena, don't you think you're underestimating politics? This is a burden a queen must bear. It doesn't matter what she has to do, or whether it goes against her conscience, she needs to be capable of doing everything, Helena continued. So you think your actions are justified? Is that what you wanted to say? Yulika hesitated. I just wanted to tell you that I had no other choice, Yulika thought to herself with a heavy heart. I wanted to explain myself to Princess Helena, and tell her that the queen and I met that person that day. I wanted to admit that I was terrified after meeting that mysterious man, because my intuition told me everything was spiraling out of control. But I didn't have the courage. Suddenly, Helena called out, Princess Yulika, protect the crown prince until I bring him back. The scene shifted to the Duke's mansion. Helena was lost in thought, standing pensively in the hallway when Agate came to call her. Princess, you'll catch a cold out here. Lord Leonard will be back soon. Please go inside and wait, Helena replied. But I feel I need some fresh air to clear my head, Agate worried. Princess, what's going on? Are you no longer allowed into the capital? Helena denied. No, I have to be there as a trainer, Agate wondered. What about the crown prince? Can you meet him? Helena replied. I don't think so. I'm sure Caesar has figured everything out. How I made a deal with the Empress. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he suffering because he couldn't protect us? While she was deep in thought, someone shouted, startling Helena. Princess, Lord Leonard is back. Helena immediately ran to meet her brother. Leonard. Leonard nodded. Helena, why have you gotten so thin? Helena ran towards him. You have too, Leonard replied. No, I'm fine. I have to return to the army tomorrow. Helena was surprised. So soon? Leonas explained that they clarified it was just a minor misunderstanding, so they had to resolve it quickly. That was probably why they summoned him immediately, and also because he had plenty of time since he couldn't go anywhere. He had looked into Commander Horio a bit, Helena said. I heard you were held captive, so how did you manage to escape? Leonas smiled and replied, The commander and Hark helped me. Helena was touched and thought to herself, they went all out for us. The Duke also spoke up. You must be very tired, so let's go inside and continue our discussion. Leonas replied, Yes, father. Once inside, the Duke asked, Did you discover anything useful? Leonas stated what he had investigated. Yes, we found out that Commander Horio has joined forces with the Empress. Helena asked curiously. The Horio family runs a business, don't they? Leonas replied, Yes, it's very large. They have a shipping business as well as several large merchant ships. The Duke put his hand to his chin in thought and then said, Why would a family of such standing feel the need to side with the Empress? They already possess great wealth and honor. Leonard said, That's not cooperation, father. The Empress has found their weakness. The Duke was skeptical. Weakness? Then we'd better examine their relationship, as clients or servants. Leonard asked, Would servants know such things? Helena continued for him. Yes, I'm sure they would. Ships are isolated at sea, so whatever happens on board, even a cleaner would find out. The Duke agreed with her. That's right. Go investigate everything. Even minor details mean it will take some time. So, prepare yourselves. Both of you must also remember one thing. The Preska family doesn't get angry. We take revenge. You two should do your work until the investigation results are in. Leonard immediately replied, Yes, father. Helena, full of confidence, said, Leave it to us. About a week after I made the agreement with the Empress, the imperial family announced the engagement between Ulrika and Caesar. Our family also received an invitation to the wedding, as if the Empress wanted to show that she had won. Helena frowned in anger. I really don't want to go. Do I really have to go? How annoying, because I have to attend a strange party and do something like an official announcement. The Queen said, Princess Helena, I believe you wish to take this opportunity to clarify a few things. Helena closed her eyes tightly, then placed a hand on her chest and declared, Yes, contrary to the rumors circulating, the Crown Prince and I have no intention of marrying. I will never become Crown Princess. Thinking of this, she grew even angrier. As if the humiliation wasn't enough, she even sent invitations to the ceremony. Algot brought the tea. Princess, couldn't you say you can't attend because you have some business? Helena replied. Even if I said I couldn't come because I'm unwell, they wouldn't believe it. Algot wondered. Then why don't you create some kind of incident? Helena, not understanding, asked back. What do you mean? Agat replied. I heard that Draco Church has been holding protests recently. Helena was surprised. Where did you hear that?
Agat explained. A girl who delivers food to the mansion, named Everest, told me this news. She said she went to a protest. Why doesn't your highness go meet her and see? Helena picked up her teacup. All right, let's get ready, Agat. Agat immediately replied. Yes, your highness. A short while later, the two of them arrived at their destination. Agat stood in front of the house and called out, Is anyone home? We've come to see Ms. Everest. Everest didn't open the door from inside but spoke from behind them. Oh, hello, Ms. Agat.
Today is my day off. What brings you here? Agat replied with a smile. Oh, Princess Helena would like to ask you a few questions. Helena lowered her hood and greeted. Hello, Ms. Everest. Everest asked curiously. What brings the princess here? Helena placed a hand on her chest and said sincerely, I want to know more about the protest you recently participated in. Everest replied, Oh, I see. It's not ideal for us to discuss this out here. Would you mind coming inside? Everyone quickly moved inside. Everest wondered, Are you too curious about the Draco Church? Helena immediately replied, Yes, that's right. Are you a follower of the church? Everest denied. Oh no, not at all. I don't go there often because the atmosphere frightens me greatly. Helena, not understanding, asked again. What do you mean? Everest explained.
The church's leader performs very strange magic, claiming it's the power of the sacred dragon. He uses teleportation or levitates objects. Helena thought to herself in surprise. How marvelous! Could a sorcerer of such caliber truly exist in this era? Everest continued. But the important thing is, there are rumors that they sacrifice people. Agat broke into a sweat. Please tell us more, Everest said anxiously. Oh, about this. I deliver food to the Proska household, but I also provide similar services to other places. Recently, many people have gone missing in a village where I delivered food. One of the missing people found his way back, and he said, A brown-haired woman tried to eat me. They say he kept repeating that. I only heard this story from someone else, so that's all I know.
Helena then asked, By the way, have you ever met the church leader in person? Everett replied, I saw him from a distance. He was younger than I expected, and he had blonde hair. Helena found that somewhat familiar. A young man with blonde hair, Helena replied. Yes, that's right. Helena then asked, Miss Everett, do you know when the next protest is? Everett put her hand to her chin in thought and said, There will be one this weekend. It might take place in the slums, at the Fortress Square. Helena was extremely grateful for this information. Thank you. You've helped us a lot. Not long after, in the slums, at the Fortress Square, Agat spoke up. I think they're about to start, your ladyship, Helena whispered. We should find a spot too. Let's move. The two then quickly left. As she walked, Helena thought, I can't believe so many people gathered here in such a short time. Does the Draco Church have so many followers? At this moment, someone from behind pushed Helena hard and yelled, Hurry up! Helena frowned. Don't push. The other person immediately replied, I'm sorry. Helena heard a somewhat familiar voice and thought to herself, This voice sounds very familiar. Am I mistaken? Agat spoke up. Oh, there are so many people here, your ladyship. The followers began to pray. Oh, sacred dragon, we hope to see you today. Helena, puzzled,
Thought to herself, I can't believe they worship dragons like this. They have no idea what dragons have done to humanity. The man standing above spoke. Everyone! Helena was astonished and stopped dead in her tracks when she saw this man. The man placed his hand on his chest and said, Thank you for being here today. Those among you who demonstrate the greatest sincerity will receive the greatest blessings when the dragon appears.
Helena thought to herself, He looks quite young. He's probably only about 30, as Everest said. The first time I met Noe, he was in his 20s. So, could it be him? The man began to float in the air. The sacred dragon was about to appear before us. The only thing left is for the dragon's soul to be ready. Then, the dragon will return among us. Everyone was astonished by this situation, exclaiming, The dragon is coming! Oh, sir! When he returns, actions like these will be considered trivial. Then he used magic to make two people below also start floating in the air, causing everyone to exclaim, Look, they're flying. This is the power of the sacred dragon, he continued. But only the chosen ones can wield the dragon's power. So pray with all your might that you will be one of the chosen ones. Everyone believed him and placed their hands on their chests. Oh, sir. Helena thought to herself, the power of the dragon. Is it worthy of me? But now that magic has essentially disappeared, anyone who sees this kind of magic will be enchanted by it. It seems especially wondrous to ordinary people. They are seeing it with their own eyes, so they won't have any doubts. Even Agos exclaimed, "What is that? It's amazing." Helena was speechless. "Calm down, Agos. This is not the time to pay attention," the man continued. "Those who have faith, follow me. I will lead you to the dragon's abode." Helena was astonished. "What?" he then asked. "Now, who wants to meet the dragon directly?" Helena went from one surprise to another. Directly? No way. How can one meet dragons when they are extinct? A man raised his hand. "Take me too." Everyone else then also raised their hands. "No, me, choose me. Please take me, sir." People pushed and shoved, vying with each other, accidentally bumping into Helena. "Hey, don't push." Hamilton unexpectedly appeared as well. "I apologize, but I was pushed too, Lady Helena." Helena was surprised. "Viscount not," both of them exclaimed in unison. "Why are you here?" Everyone immediately noticed the two of them, and the atmosphere became heavy. "What? Are they nobles? Why would nobles be here?" The two of them immediately became worried. "Uh-oh, we're done for." Hamilton tried to explain. "Ah, well, I'm not a noble. My name begins with Viscount." The people immediately shouted, "Shut up if what you're saying is nonsense. Clearly you're nobles. You're here to disrupt the protest. They must have been sent by the Holy See. Arrest them. Don't let them reveal anything about this." Helena felt the situation was not good and immediately pulled Hamilton away. "Damn it, let's get out of here." Then the two ran, and the townspeople chased after them. "Everyone, chase them," the preacher smiled. "It seems I have some guests." Then he raised his hand. "I will only show this to someone special, the dragon's fragment." As he snapped his fingers, a person in chains appeared, making Helena freeze. "That's..." Agat grabbed her hand. "It's very dangerous, princess. We must run." "This way, if you turn there, you'll reach a main avenue," Hamilton instructed. "My house is right there, so just run to it," Agat replied. "Understood." A moment later, all three safely arrived at their destination. Hamilton panted. "Ha, I thought I was done for. Why was the princess at the protest?" Helena, with a worried look, said, "I don't know where to begin, Viscount Not." "Do you remember the symbol we found during the monster-slaying mission?" Hamilton replied. "Yes." Her next words made Hamilton freeze. "I gave it to Princess Yulika and asked her to decipher it." Hamilton was speechless. I wonder how they could know what that symbol was, but who knew you would be the one at fault for this mess? Helena avoided his gaze. "Ahem, anyway, I was told that symbol means welcome back the king, and the king could be the evil dragon. Krusek. So I came to learn about the Draco Church." Hamilton was surprised. "I came for a similar reason. I heard that the sudden increase in monsters is related to this religion, so I came here to verify it. People associated with this religion have recently gone missing. However, law enforcement doesn't consider these to be missing person cases. They believe these individuals voluntarily left for religious reasons." Agat continued. "If it's voluntary, do you think the church would create situations like what we saw earlier and kidnap them?" Hamilton replied, "I believe so. At this rate, I wonder if the dragon will truly revive." Helena immediately retorted, "That cannot happen." Hamilton asked curiously, "Huh, how do you know, princess?" Helena clenched her fists and said, "Do you remember what we saw earlier? When he said he would show us a piece of the dragon, and someone appeared from thin air? The person who appeared from thin air was the king, the one who sealed the dragon, Dante Liletus." Hamilton asked in surprise. "What, Dante Liletus? Wasn't she the first queen? Could Dante Liletus be a dragon?" Helena immediately denied. "No, that's not it." Agos also spoke up. "That's right, she doesn't look like a dragon at all. The man said it was a piece of the dragon. So, what's the connection between Queen Dante and the dragon?" Helena clenched her fists and said, "Actually, with the magic at that time, she sealed the dragon with her own heart. That's why he said it was a piece of the dragon." A part of Dante's body is also a part of the dragon's body, Hamilton asked. Can you perform that kind of magic? Agos excitedly. How do you know about this, princess? Helena forced a smile and came up with a random reason. I read it in a book. Agos praised her endlessly. The princess is the best. Hamilton was suspicious, but I still have a question. Do you think what we saw was Queen Dante? Helena immediately replied without hesitation. I'm sure. Helena fell into contemplation. I can say that because it's my own body. The scar from attacking the dragon is still here. Then she raised her hand to her face, scratched it, and continued. And it's suspicious to consider an unmarried person as a corpse. Hamilton suddenly realized something and raised his hand, saying, Oh, I know now. Queen Dante's body was never buried. The corpse was embalmed and placed in the underground chamber of the Grand Cathedral. After all, she was an important historical figure. Helena startled and jumped to her feet. What? Helena thought in confusion. Oh, Eris, my friend, he should have buried me 6 feet under. I can't believe I've had to endure such humiliation for 500 years. Agon put a hand to his chin and mused. That means the church's high priest possesses the queen's body, and a part of the dragon within. The only thing left was the dragon's soul, which would be ready by then. Then, once the soul is acquired, as the cult leader said, the dragon will return to us. Doesn't that mean the dragon will be resurrected? Hamilton sighed wearily. We can't rule out that possibility. The problem is, we don't have any plan at all. We don't even have Dante Lenatus to take down the dragon anymore. Not long after, at the ducal manor, Helena pondered. That's right, if the dragon is resurrected now, it would be a disaster. We must stop this before it truly comes back to life. Her brother approached and called out, Helena, how was your trip? I was very worried because it's a very dangerous place. It's a relief you returned safely. Helena was surprised. What? You knew where I went? Leonard smiled and replied, Of course, I'm your brother. I also hear everything that goes on in this mansion. Helena heard her brother's words, which seemed to carry the party's aura. I think you're too complacent, sir, she said. Leonard replied, I'm glad you're back in time, Helena. I have news for you. Helena wondered. Huh, Leonard grinned. Change your clothes first. I'll wait for you in the living room. Both Agos and Helena found it extremely confusing to hear this. A moment later, Sit down, Helena. Helena was surprised. Oh, is father here too? Nerve was also present. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled as he greeted. I'm the Duke. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Helena wondered. Wait, why are you here, Nerve? Aren't you the one who investigated the staff for the Horio family's business? Nerve smiled. That's right, it was me, the Duke spoke. You must have discovered something, haven't you? Now that Helena is here, tell us. Nerve returned to a serious demeanor. Yes, sir, I'll get straight to the point. They have been smuggling, and the Empress has discovered this. Helena asked doubtfully. I see. Are they smuggling silk? Nerve countered. No, it's something even more interesting, everyone. Look at this. Leonard immediately covered his nose. What's this foul smell? Is it tea leaves? Helena interrupted. No, that's Jimson weed, used as a poison. Helena clenched her fists, thinking to herself, she couldn't believe she was seeing Datura again. During her days as a mercenary in her previous life, a colleague had smoked it, claiming it was a drug from another continent. A few months later, bruises spread all over his body, and he died. She couldn't believe they were smuggling such a dangerous substance. What the hell were they thinking? Net continued. That's not all. I also discovered that until recently, they had been smuggling many other poisons besides Datura. However, they stopped smuggling a few months ago, right before Deputy Commander Leonard was framed. Helena then said, I see the outline of this plan now. House Valley discovered what House Horio was smuggling. Valley must have ordered Horio to attack House Peresca in exchange for covering up their crimes. The Duke tapped his hand on the table, interjecting. Horio made a mistake in judgment. They thought we would resolve this matter, since the goods they smuggled are harmful substances. We can leverage this. Perhaps we can use it to address the false accusations of treason. Helena raised her hand, suggesting, Father, I have a good idea. Why don't we cover this up? It would be a waste if we revealed it immediately. The Duke didn't understand her meaning and asked again. A waste? What do you mean, Helena? Helena explained. Leonard has returned safely. so we won't gain anything from exposing it. The Duke was about to object. It's not about what we gain. Smuggling is a crime. Helena smiled. That's why we should cover it up even more, so we can use it at a crucial moment to blackmail them. The Duke's face darkened at his daughter's scheme. Helena continued. Let's wait for our chance. Leonard also agreed with his sister's idea. Father, Helena makes sense. We should investigate more carefully. We need to uncover details like where they sell the Jimson weed. If we simply expose the crime, the Horio family will be punished, and we'll lose our leverage.
Those who use the drug will cut ties and flee. The Duke looked at the pile of drugs in front of him, deep in thought for a moment. Then he spoke. That makes sense. I will discuss this with the Crown Prince first. A moment later, Helena returned to her room, set down her teacup and said, So that's how it is. And now we've got the Horio family's weakness. Agos, standing nearby, also sighed in relief. What a relief, Your Highness, Helena replied. It's too early to say. I'm still worried that the evil dragon might revive at any moment. Should I try to infiltrate another protest in disguise? Agos, worried, immediately objected. No, Your Highness, that's too dangerous. The Crown Prince said he would investigate the Draco Church's central organization, so please be patient. Helena let out a short laugh. Ha, I feel very restless just sitting still like this.
Suddenly Agos burst out laughing. Ha ha. Helena, puzzled, asked, What's wrong, Agos? Why are you laughing? Agos replied, I'm laughing because everything used to make Your Highness feel disheartened, but you've changed so much. Helena scratched her face. Oh, don't you think I've tried very hard? Suddenly the room door swung open. Your Highness, forgive me for being so sudden. Helena turned and asked, What is it? The servant announced. The Emperor has suddenly passed away. Helena was utterly shocked by this news. What? The Emperor's sudden death promised many changes. Everyone was watching to see if the Vale family's power would remain as unyielding as before. After that, the reign of Caesar Grey, the new emperor, would change many things. Caesar had now also ascended to the throne. Helena and her father bowed in homage. Long live the emperor. Helena looked at him, thinking to herself, Caesar, since I last saw him, he's lost a lot of weight. The Empress Dowager approached Caesar. Congratulations, Your Majesty. May you continue the legacy of the former emperor and become a wise ruler, Caesar replied. I accept your counsel, Your Majesty. The Empress smiled, thanking His Majesty. The scene shifts to the Duke's mansion, Helena sighed. Oh, what to do? I know the Dowager Empress won't leave Caesar alone. Right now, Caesar is essentially sitting on a thorny branch and can't know when it will break. If there's a glimmer of hope for all of this, it's that Leonard is the commander of the Royal Guard. But apart from that, everyone around Caesar is from the House of Vale. I wonder if there's any way. Suddenly, there was a stir that caught Helena's attention. Agoth came to announce, Princess Everline is here. Helena replied, Rowena, tell her to come in. Rowena entered. It's been a while, my lady. This is a very stressful period, so I came to ask how you've been doing lately, Helena said. Please sit first, Rowena. Helena sat down on a chair and said, I always worry about Caesar more than myself. Rowena replied, He's fine. Those are the things he wants me to tell you. Helena smiled. How thoughtful of him. Then Rowena sighed wearily. Perhaps he doesn't want those around him to worry, but some thoughtless nobles have been constantly bothering His Majesty. Helena's face darkened. He won't be able to bear it much longer. Rowena agreed. Yes, he's on the verge. How wonderful it would be if you could be by his side at times like these, Helena asked gloomily. Is there any way I can see him, even for just a few minutes? Rowena said. Currently,
there are many people from House Vale at the palace, so it's very difficult, Helena asked curiously. Is the situation serious? Rowena immediately replied, Yes, Valerie has taken charge of the advisory council and interfered with personnel decisions. Helena clutched her head. What a headache, Rowena continued. Fortunately, Duke Preska has been working diligently for his own purposes. Helena let out a sigh of relief. What a relief, Caesar. I notice he looks quite haggard. Oh, what a thoughtless thing to say. I apologize, Rowena. Rowena smiled. It's all right. That's something we naturally need to be concerned about. Helena asked. Oh dear. Shouldn't Lady Ulika be the one to handle such matters? Rowena looked up and said, "Oh, it seems she's trying her best. Even looking into His Majesty's eyes makes her tear up." But she still stubbornly drinks tea with him regularly. Helena was speechless with this naive girl. How commendable, yet also quite annoying. Thanks for today, Rowena. Please send my regards to His Majesty. Of course, I'll be going now. With that, Rowena departed. Helena stood pensively. Just as I thought. Cesar is going through a difficult time. I wish I could be by his side to help him. But there are too many watchful eyes in the palace. Helena then turned to Agat and ordered, Agat, could you close the door and come here? Agat looked puzzled. Huh? What is it, princess? Helena asked. Could you get me a maid's uniform? Helena had figured out her next move. The only way in is to infiltrate. Not long after, Helena was dressed in a maid's outfit. You're one of a kind, Agat.
You got the maid's uniform so easily, Agos, pleased by the praise, chuckled. Hee, I can do anything for the princess. Even make a maid's uniform look like a beautiful dress for you. Helena smiled. I've also changed my hair color, so no one will recognize me, right? Agos replied. No one at all. I also found out that when the servants change shifts, I heard they check His Majesty's room every night. Helena happily took Agos's hand. You're the best, Agos. Agos delightedly said. Hee, praise me more. It was time for Helena to act. Great, we've made perfect preparations. Let's go to the palace. That evening, here, I've tied the ribbon. I'll keep watch and prevent other servants from coming this way, Helena replied. All right, I'll leave that to you, Agos. Agos ran off. Then I wish you good luck with your mission and your love. Helena blushed. Ugh. What do you mean by love? All right, everything is ready. It's almost time for the shift change. I should go inside instead of looking out at the palace like this. I'll quickly glance at Caesar's face and turn back immediately. When she went outside, Helena froze. Huh. Leonard is guarding the door. Viscount Knox is here too. Hamilton spoke. Sir Leonard. His Majesty is coughing up blood again. Helena was surprised. What? Leonard asked, concerned. How is His Majesty? Hamilton replied. He's taken his medicine and is now asleep, but... we even checked all the food before it was sent in. But what the hell is going on? Helena was startled by their conversation. Learning that Caesar had coughed up blood, Hamilton said worriedly, I'll go find a doctor first. Leonard replied. Yes, thank you. Helena leaned against the wall, thinking, no way, I have to see Caesar right now. Then she approached. Commander, I've come to change His Majesty's blankets. Leonard let out a questioning hum. Helena? Helena was startled. Unable to believe she had been discovered so quickly, Leonard said gently, Oh, I'm your brother. Wouldn't it be strange if I didn't recognize you? What's going on? And what's with this outfit? Did you hear the entire conversation just now? Helena lowered her head and replied worriedly, Yes, I heard Caesar isn't well. Has he been sick all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Leonard was also troubled, he said. His Majesty said he didn't want to make anyone worry. Even about small matters. Helena immediately questioned. A trivial matter. Coughing blood is a trivial matter, Leonard. Let me in. I need to see how he is. Leonard immediately stopped her. No, you can't go in. He ordered me not to let anyone in. Helena looked straight into her brother's eyes and said, I'm not a stranger, Leonard. Just think of it as a mentor visiting his student. Leonard still disagreed and sent her away. Go home, Helena. That's all I'm telling you. Helena, of course, did not comply. Leonard, I understand you're guarding the door, and there are many servants attending to him. But His Majesty is in critical condition. Tell me, who is with him at this time? Leonard froze. Helena? Helena continued to press the question. Is anyone with him right now? Leonard lowered his head and replied. No, no one. Helena thought to herself. I thought so. When you sit on the throne. It seems so simple, as if that position grants everything. But in the end, you hold nothing in your hands. That's what happens when you become an emperor. Of course, no one is by Caesar's side right now. Then she spoke. I don't mean to blame you, Leonard. Let me in, please. Leonard had no other choice. He didn't think he had the authority to be the commander of the royal guard anymore. Just a few minutes. You must come out immediately. Helena smiled. Yes. Then the door opened. Helena stepped inside and saw Seza sleeping on the bed. Helena approached. He was sleeping so soundly. His breathing also brought relief because he seemed fine, but he had lost a lot of weight. He must have had a lot of work to do, but it was strange that he suddenly lost so much weight. I'm sorry, Seza. If I could have been by your side, this wouldn't have happened. He has a fever, and these clothes are too uncomfortable. He'll catch a cold. Suddenly, Helena saw something and was startled. What is this? Why is his whole body bruised like this? There's no way someone could have beaten him here. Almost his entire body was covered in bruises. Could it be poison? Suddenly, Seza's arm lifted to her face. He smiled and asked, Swordsman, have you come to visit me? Helena immediately asked, Seza, when did you wake up? Anyway, yes, visiting you is my duty as your trainer. Cesar sat up. An unexpected visit from my teacher in this outfit. I'm so happy. Saying this, he took Helena's hand, pulled her into his embrace, and fell back onto the bed. I wish I could stay like this forever. Helena also lay still in his arms. I'll be with you now, so go to sleep. Cesar replied. All right, don't leave. Stay with me forever. Okay? A moment later, he finally fell asleep. Don't get sick again, Cesar. No matter what happens, I will protect you. After that, Helena bid him farewell and left. Seeing Helena, Hamilton was surprised. Princess, why are you here? Helena raised a hand to signal. Shh, be quiet. I found something out. Leonard asked curiously. Found out what? Helena replied. Why His Majesty suddenly fell ill. He shows signs of being poisoned. Leonard and Hamilton couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. Helena continued. It wasn't due to overwork. He was poisoned. It was done in very small amounts, very meticulously, so as not to be noticed. Hamilton's face darkened considerably. But we checked everything he ate. So how? Helena replied. There's a way that doesn't need to be seen. The bruises spread from the back of his neck to his chest. These aren't common symptoms, so I don't think this poison originates from our continent. Leonard brought a hand to his chin in thought and said, A poison not from this continent? Is it related to House Horio? Helena immediately said with certainty. I'm sure it's related, she pondered. After all, the biggest suspect was House Vale. Then she spoke. For now, let's be careful not to let this matter become public until the culprit is caught. We must act as if nothing has happened. After that, Helena also returned to her room. Lady? I finished arranging your clothes, Helena replied. All right, thank you. Agat, seeing her constantly worried, asked, is something wrong? Helena replied, No, I'm fine, Agat said worriedly. I don't think you... Helena immediately cut her off and pushed Agat away. All right, you're done now. Let's head back to the mansion. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, Lady? Helena was surprised. Princess Yulika, what brings you here? Yulika replied gloomily. I had to see you right before you left the palace. I have a few things I want to ask you. By the way, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to have tea and chat with you. Helena wondered. Just the two of us, Yulika replied. Yes, Helena thought suspiciously. Suddenly she wants to have tea. And with me? Then Helena asked, Why do you want to meet me? Yulika said anxiously. It's not because I have any plans. It's just that I want to tell you a few things. Helena was silent for a moment. Then she replied, All right. However, may I decide where we meet? Yulika immediately agreed. Of course. Helena smiled. Then meet me tomorrow at noon at the annex of the Foresta estate. Yulika bowed. All right, I'll take my leave then, princess. With that, Yulika turned and departed. Helena turned to Agat and said, Agat, could you run a small errand for me? Go tell Viscount Nod about my schedule for tomorrow. Agat immediately obeyed. Yes, princess. The next day at the Foresta mansion, Hamilton asked, Why did you leave the door open, princess? Helena replied, I wanted to leave a space to look outside. Hamilton praised her. You are truly meticulous. Helena asked, Where are CAE's servants? I mean, His Majesty's servants. Hamilton replied, I told them to stand in the next room. If anything happens, they will be here immediately. Helena put her hand to her chin and said, Good. Suddenly she realized something. Oh, all right. We won't serve drinks beforehand. I also don't want anyone to touch the food Princess Yulika brings. Hamilton, not understanding her meaning, asked, "Huh, why is that?" Helena replied,
If they have used the poison veil before, then they will use it today too. Hamilton was a little surprised. You left a space because of such suspicions. But what will happen if you drink the poison?
Helena smiled. "I'll be fine. I know how to detect poison to a certain extent. There's an even more important reason. I cannot be the one imprisoned. If poison were found in Yulika's tea, regarding His Majesty's illness, I would, after all, have a rather legitimate motive. They could say I poisoned Yulika out of jealousy or anger. That's why we won't touch the drinks." Hamilton broke into a sweat. "Very well, your ladyship." Helena smiled reassuringly. "So don't worry too much." At this moment, a maid announced, "Princess Yulika has arrived, your ladyship. Shall I escort her in?" Helena ordered. "Yes, but first please clear the table," Hamilton said. "Then I will stand in the next room." Everything was ready. Yulika entered. "Hello, your ladyship." Helena smiled back in greeting. "Welcome, Princess Yulika," Helena thought to herself.
I will find out what plan you have in store. Helena invited Yulika to sit down. Please, sit here, princess. Yulika sat down and replied, Thank you for inviting me.
Helena sat on the chair and said straightforwardly, "Get straight to the point. What do you want to tell me? You said you wanted to tell me a few things." Yulika bowed her head and replied, "I just want to clear up some misunderstandings between us." Helena continued, "Is that so? Are there any misunderstandings between us that need explaining?" Yulika clenched her hands and said, "I know I made a mistake, but please give me a chance to explain." Just then, a servant outside spoke up. "Lady, I'm here to serve the drinks that Lady Yulika brought. May I come in?" Yulika immediately replied, "Oh, it's here. I wanted to bring a special kind of tea for the lady." Helena wondered. "Tea?" Helena pondered. This was a scent she had never smelled before. Then she asked, "What kind of tea is it?" Yulika replied, "It's a flower tea made from roses." Helena picked up the teacup and brought it to her mouth. It was a floral tea. At this point, Helena paused, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Helena suddenly stood up, surprising Yulika. "Your Highness!" Helena looked at the teacup and said, "I knew it." Then she commanded, "If anyone is out there, come in." "Yes, Your Highness, you summoned me," Helena ordered. "Take this to Viscount Knott." Yulika's face darkened in alarm. "What? Why would Your Highness suddenly do that?" Helena spoke. "Does Princess Yulika truly not know that the flower in this tea is a poison?" Yulika's face went completely pale. "Poison. I drank this tea after the Dowager Empress gave it to me, and I'm perfectly fine. You can clearly see I'm still alive. So why would you—" Then Yulika exclaimed, "But more importantly, why would the Dowager Empress want to kill me?" Helena said, "I don't know." "Who knows if the Dowager Empress is trying to kill you, or if you are trying to kill me?" Yulika flinched. "What? No, I have no such intention." Helena stood up and said, "We will find out when Viscount arrives." A moment later, I brought the person who can identify poisons here. "Your ladyship?" Yulika turned to Duke Gaman. Gaman spoke. "I want to verify this once more with both of you. This is the flower tea that Lady Yulika brought." Yulika, still in a panic, said, "That's right. It's not poison, is it? It's just a unique kind of flower, isn't it?" Gaman replied, "Lady Yulika, the flower in this tea is jimsonweed. It is a poison that can be fatal if it accumulates to a certain level in the body." Yulika heard this, stunned as if struck by lightning. "What?" She still couldn't believe it. "No, no way. There must be some misunderstanding here." Gaman continued. "Even so, you must come with us because we have evidence," Yulika asked, puzzled. "Go where?" Gaman replied. "We have no other choice until you prove your innocence. I hope you understand." Then Duke Gaman ordered,
Escort the lady. Immediately, the servants restrained Yulika. Yes, sir, Yulika cried out. Wait, sir, I didn't know it was poison. What I'm saying is true.
Helena pondered. Yulika, currently imprisoned, perhaps believed that the Dowager Empress would protect her, that the Dowager Empress would not abandon the House of Bronte. However, the Dowager Empress ostentatiously cast Yulika aside, making it seem as though Yulika had planned everything herself and completely distanced herself from the situation. When Yulika realized she had been discarded like the most worthless trash, she finally confessed. The Dowager Empress gave me the poison. I can prove she even wrote the instructions herself on how to steep the flowers to drink as tea. At that time, the Empress had said, "Now, when steeped this way, the aroma becomes stronger and the flavor more vibrant." That note is in the drawer in my room. Helena immediately went to look and found it. This was the evidence she could use against the Dowager Empress at the Dowager Empress's palace. Caesar, leading a troop of knights, gave the order, "All advance inside." Immediately, the troop of knights marched forward. The servants panicked. "What are you doing? How dare you be so disrespectful in the Dowager Empress's residence? How can you dirty your mother's home with those filthy boots?" Caesar stepped forward and said coldly, "A mother, you say? What mother poisons her own son?" The Dowager Empress appeared. "There must be some serious misunderstanding here, Your Majesty. I have basically been confined to the back chambers, so how could I know anything? I know nothing at all," Caesar immediately said. "How can you know nothing when it was done by the House of Vale?" The Dowager Empress tried to deny. "What will people say if you punish your mother when there is no evidence of my wrongdoing? Do not consider yourself a tyrant, Your Majesty." Caesar stood before her and said, "It seems you are begging me for mercy." The Empress Dowager replied, "My intention is that you should not be angry with an innocent person like me." Caesar took the evidence from his coat pocket. "You say you are innocent, so do you know this note?" The Empress Dowager turned pale upon seeing the note. It was a note written by the Empress Dowager herself, a piece of paper filled with ordinary and trivial information. She probably didn't know that Ulrika had kept this piece of paper as if it were something precious. Helena took the evidence and asked, "Will you continue to deny this evidence? The game is over, and I am the winner?" The matter was resolved promptly. My father headed the advisory council to discuss the divestment of the Veller family's ownership and the dismissal of Marion. Marion, who had now become the former Empress Dowager, was exiled to the north. She still couldn't believe what was happening.
This couldn't be happening. As for Commander Horio of the Ivory Knights, his assets were confiscated, and he was forced to resign. At the royal palace, on the training grounds of the Red Knights, Nair smiled. "It's great not to see that scoundrel Horio."
Helena saw him smiling and said, "You look so happy." Nova immediately replied, "Of course, all the recent issues that bothered us have been resolved. Speaking of which, what exactly happened? I mean, has Princess Ulrika's engagement to His Majesty been cancelled?" Helena pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yes, that's right. She visited me recently and told me." Ulrika had told Helena, "His Majesty said I wouldn't be punished. Did you tell him to do that?" "Thank you, Princess?" Helena asked. "Ah, thanks to you, we were able to capture Empress Dowager. Will you be leaving the city and returning to the Bronte estate?" Ulrika smiled and replied, "No, I've also been rejected." Helena was startled. "What?" Ulrika continued. "Princess, I came to see you today because I wanted to apologize to you before I leave. I'm truly sorry for what I've done, and thank you for everything."
Returning to the present timeline, Helena looked up. "Ulrika, you've changed so much." Suddenly someone shouted, "You are not allowed to enter here." The other person still tried to enter. "I told you I'm not a suspicious character." Helena turned and asked, "What's all the noise about?" Nove asked, "Hey, what's going on?" The person said, "My name is Roman. I'm a mage. I've come to report that there's an unregistered mage."
Helena suddenly realized something. Wait, an unregistered mage with the guild? Is he talking about Noe? Helena immediately asked. "Do you know the name of that mage?" Roman replied, "His name is Noe. Do you know him?" Then Helena ordered, "Someone, bring him with me." A moment later, "This is certainly a prominent household." "All right, all the dishes are excellent." Helena asked, "You said your name is Roman, correct?" Roman immediately replied, "Precisely." Helena continued to ask, "What do you want to tell me about that mage named Noe?" Roman, chewing with a full mouth, said, "Ah, yes, I know he's the one who met the former Empress Dowager, but there's no one named Noe in the guild currently, so I looked through hundreds of years of assignments and found that name on a list from 500 years ago. Noe Ravo."
There was a mage who used immense magic while the dragon was sealed, and Noe was that mage's boyfriend. Helena's face darkened. "So you're saying this person is from 500 years ago?" Roman continued. "He also became an anomaly due to a terrible act he committed." Helena wondered, "What did he do?" Roman replied. He broke the law. That was strictly forbidden even during the era of advanced magic. He resurrected a dead person. Helena was thunderstruck when she heard this. The records state that he died when the spell failed, yet someone bearing his name entered the palace, so this is an issue I need to investigate. Silence fell. Helena broke the silence. Someone named Noe tried to resurrect someone. Was that his girlfriend? Roman put his hand to his chin and said, That's just my speculation. But when you look at the records, you'll find it very strange. I believe he went beyond merely resurrecting a dead person, and performed a spell to reincarnate someone. Helena was stunned. A spell to reincarnate someone. I was reincarnated without losing my memories, Noe Ravel cried, saying he would wait for me. Somehow, I'm connected to this forbidden magic. She then said, Roman, let's share what we know. We must capture Noe Ravel at all costs. Not long after,
Helena remained pensive, unable to forget the name Noe, if what Roman said about her was true. It means the reason I was reborn is because someone took advantage of me. Every time I think about it, I feel a bit hopeless. Seeing her looking dazed, Caesar spoke. What are you thinking so absent-mindedly that even with me standing right in front of you, you don't seem to notice? Helena started. Oh, just random thoughts. Caesar smiled and asked. You're thinking about Draca's church again, aren't you? Helena was surprised. How did you know? Caesar replied. That's the only remaining issue, isn't it? Helena smiled. That's not fair at all. Only my worries get discovered. What about you? Is there anything bothering you lately? Caesar replied. There is something on my mind. It's the thought of wanting to marry you. Helena stared blankly and asked again. What? Caesar's face flushed red. He said, Now I want you to come back to me again.
I want to hold the wedding immediately, but it would be better to hold it after your issue is resolved, wouldn't it? Helena hesitated. Yes, that's right. Caesar immediately brightened. Then let's start by holding the engagement ceremony soon, Helena said. Isn't there something else we need to do first? Then she walked toward Caesar, making him confused. Helena knelt before him. Your Majesty, Caesar Wintergrey, please marry me. Upon hearing this, Caesar's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. He became flustered. No, that's not right. I should propose to you first. Helena immediately refused. No, I go first. So, what is your Majesty's answer? Caesar took her hand. My answer is very clear.
Helena Ferreira, I have always waited for you. On the day of the engagement, Caesar asked, Helena, have you memorized the parade route yet? Helena, holding a piece of paper, replied, Oh, Your Majesty, I'm just taking a quick look now. An archer was preparing his bow, and Helena wondered, What's the archer for? He replied, Oh, a giant flower basket will be installed on the central pillar of the square. When the archer shoots an arrow into the basket, the flowers will rain down onto the square, Helena exclaimed. That will be beautiful. Caesar immediately flattered her. Nothing is more beautiful than you today, Helena. I feel like I'm dreaming. Finally, I can announce to the whole world that you are mine, Helena asked. Even though it's just the engagement ceremony, Caesar continued. I mean, we'll be getting married soon anyway. Just then, someone nearby cleared their throat. Pardon me for interrupting your busy conversation, but I have something to report. Helena, startled and embarrassed, turned around. Leonard, did you see everything? Leonard said. There will be a solar eclipse in the afternoon. I believe the important rituals will be over by then. But I thought you both should know about it. Seza hugged Helena and sighed. Ha, after so many days like this, why does it have to be on the very day of the engagement? It truly bothers me, Helena comforted him. It'll be over soon, so just bear with it for a bit. Everyone has gathered to watch the ceremony, so it should be over pretty fast, right? Soon, everyone arrived at the engagement ceremony venue. Looking into the distance, Helena suddenly saw a familiar person. Wait, could it be Noe? Seza asked curiously. Helena, what's wrong? Helena thought to herself. Damn it, I was careless, thinking I had dealt with Marion without a hitch. What is he up to? The Empress Dowager appeared out of nowhere. Magic truly is a wondrous thing. It easily freed me from captivity in the north. I assure you, you will regret showing me mercy. A/sent blood splattering everywhere, she muttered. Helena Peresca, you took everything from me, so I will take everything from you too. The magic circle began to glow, and from beneath it, a massive claw emerged. People screamed in panic. A monster! The Empress Dowager smiled. Ah ha 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 ha. The atmosphere became chaotic. Everyone, run! Help me! She summoned a monster to kill everyone. Caesar immediately turned to Leonis and ordered, Leonis, quickly summon the royal army here to stop that monster from leaving the square. Leonis immediately complied. Understood, Helena pondered. I need a strategy before acting. I won't be able to get a weapon right away. At this moment, Agos's voice rang out. Princess, I heard the screams, so I brought you a sword and gloves. Helena took the sword. Thank you, Agos. From somewhere, Roman also appeared. Princess, I'm here too. Helena turned to him. Roman, how do we destroy the magic circle? Roman walked over and said, You must eliminate the one who activated the magic circle, Helena replied. Understood. Caesar stared blankly. Helena, your dress? Helena had torn her dress. She said, I had no other choice. Time is of the essence. Although I'm sure Rowena will notice me. All right, it's time to go. The Empress Dowager gloated. All right, you two. Where have those little rats hidden? She then circled in the air, searching. She yelled, If you don't show yourselves, Helena thought to herself. Finally, she's in range. I didn't know I'd have to use the ribbon from a flower basket for this. It's over, Marion. Then Helena drew her bow, and the arrow was instantly fired. The Empress Dowager couldn't avoid this arrow. She shrieked, Helena Foresta! Then the stone in her hand shattered. The monster descended and wrapped itself around Helena. Then she was lifted into the air. The surroundings then shifted to another place. Helena stirred awake. She opened her eyes. Helena clutched her head. Oh, my head. Where am I? Looking around, Helena saw someone identical to herself across from her. The other person said, Hello, it's been a while. Helena also realized it was herself. No, looking closer, there was something very strange about it. What is this bizarre place? The other person said, This is where I've slept for the past 500 years. Your inner self, Helena said. So that means you've been in my subconscious all this time. The other person chuckled. Coexisting hasn't been that bad. And you, consider the dull life you've led so far. If you had more power, you wouldn't have to live that way. I can give you that power. What do you say? Will you cooperate with me? Helena clenched her fists. If this is my subconscious, then anything I imagine will become reality. For example, if I imagine a sword to kill someone, would it appear? Perhaps so. Helena immediately took the sword in her hand and lunged towards the other person. She smiled and said, I don't need more power, nor do I find life boring at all. Suddenly, Helena woke up with a start in reality. Caesar approached, asking worriedly, Helena, are you all right? Helena called out, Caesar? Caesar tenderly held her hand. I thought you would never wake up again. So Helena asked curiously. Have I been asleep for a very long time? Caesar replied. Yes, you haven't woken up since that day, Helena wondered. That day, do you mean the day I shot arrows at the dragon? Have I been asleep for too long? So what happened after that? What happened? Is everyone still safe? Caesar replied, They are still safe. Don't worry, Marion. The one who rode the dragon died on the spot. We also captured the sorcerer named Noe, but he died before being imprisoned. He looked completely emaciated, which must have been the consequence of magic. Helena sat up and thought to herself, It's finally over. Everything. Caesar took her hand. Helena looked over and saw his eyes welling up as if he were about to cry. Helena smiled and asked, What do we do now? Our engagement ceremony has been ruined, Caesar reassured her. Don't worry about that. We can have hundreds, no, thousands of engagement ceremonies. Helena was startled and said, You want to go through that complicated and tedious thing hundreds of times? Caesar slipped his arm behind her. Helena, if I can announce to the whole world that you are mine, my love, then I would be very happy to go through this many, many times. Do you feel the same way? Helena smiled. Yes. After that, they shared a sweet kiss. Crusade, who lived in my subconscious, was probably unaware. Just then, someone came rushing over. Agat burst through the door and shouted, Lady! After shouting, Agat ran and embraced her. But life no longer bores me. Thank you to those who have loved me. Not long after, my body quickly recovered. It wasn't that I had suffered severe injuries. I was merely swallowed a little by my subconscious. My body quickly returned to its former state, simply due to good food and rest. Similar to my recovery, the palace also gradually found peace again. In this peaceful daily life, there was only one issue I had to contend with: Caesar's excessive protectiveness. That was all. Caesar, sitting on the bed, said, "Why are you late? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Helena, blushing shyly, replied, "All right, I understand. Would your majesty please pull your robe on?" Caesar extended his hand towards her and said, "Why be shy? We are already husband and wife. Come here, Helena." Then Caesar took her hand, making her look bewildered. Caesar pulled Helena down and embraced her. He kissed her hand and continued, "Do you know how much I like your hands, the slight coolness of your body, your sparkling nails? I like it all. I especially like the calluses on your palms. I also like your sturdy back, your waist, your thighs. I love it all." "You are mine," Helena replied. "Your majesty is also mine, Caesar. Your mind, your body, everything." The next morning, Caesar looked over and asked, "You're awake?" "Oh my, you've been asleep for a while," Helena shyly asked. "Whose fault is that?" Caesar smiled. Whose fault indeed?" she thought to herself. "Why is he so petty? This Caesar is getting more mischievous by the day." Caesar spoke up. "Helena, while you were sleeping, I thought a lot, and this simply won't do. I want to tell the whole world that you are mine, but our engagement has been ruined. So, let's have another ceremony, but this time, let's make it a real wedding." Even then, I thought he was just joking. We had a simple wedding inside the palace. As I walked towards Caesar, the moment I was living became clearer than ever. He entered my dull life like a miracle. I was looking forward to the life I would build with this man. Even when neither of us spoke a word, we understood what the other was thinking. "I will be with you for the rest of my life. No matter what, I will give you everything I have. So I hope you will stay by my side forever. Promise me, you'll always be in my hands." Thank you for watching today's video. We have now reached the end of this fascinating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and captivating series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos.
Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.